Vixen's Fate. Creatures of the Lands, Book 4. Authored by Megan Linsky and Kristen Lisson. Writing as Natalie Erin. Narrated by Pete Gold. The story so far. In Winter's Rise, we find Keanu and Ali are nearly 16 years of age, though the memory of their past still haunts them. The teens and their wolf friends enjoyed their lives in the Verinian Forest, although chaos was soon to set upon them once again. The tale began with the arrival of humans in the lands once more, which set off a chain reaction. Keanu discovered that a scientist called Adam was capturing local creatures to experiment on. Keanu then met Adam's daughter, a human girl named Reagan. Reagan was different from her father, because, unlike other humans, she was able to hear the animals of the realm speak. Reagan and Keanu soon became friends, though Ali came to despise her. Everything seemed to be going well until an old friend of Quixote's came to the forest begging for help. Luciana was pregnant and needed refuge after fleeing Nesting's Haven. As she lived within the forest, the bond between Quixote and Luciana grew. Despite his best intentions, Quixote found himself having feelings for another woman from his past, and his marriage with Quixotana withered. Provoked by Luciana's arrival, Keanu's parents began arguing. When Winter reappeared in the area looking to harm Ali once again, the fighting between the married couple only worsened. Quixote eventually chose to leave the forest with Luciana, preferring to live with her in Nesting's Haven rather than work on his failing relationship with Kia. Vixen spent her time searching for Winter within the Verinian's borders, but was unsuccessful in locating him, showing that her powers as Great One were beginning to wane. During their 16th birthday party, Vixen gifted Keanu and Ali 2 griffin pendants, amulets, which she promised had great power. Keanu ended up falling for Reagan, gifting her a magical crown that changed shape depending on who wore it. It was a gift his mother had found on her first quest long ago during the events of Quixotana's journey. The gesture was sweet, though Reagan simply desired to play games. Jealous of his changer, Reagan forced Keanu to make a choice between her or Ali. Keanu and Ali got into a heartbreaking argument, which caused Ali to run off. Ali fled from home, though she was being hunted. Working for Winter, the witch Nineveh used a spell to harm Ali and made her vulnerable. Nineveh had aligned herself with the Ortuzans Aravon and Carmilla, who sought to use Ali's heart to make themselves into bloodlusters, powerful monsters who were nearly unstoppable in combat. In a brutal, merciless killing, Aravon and Carmilla ate Ali's heart while it was still beating, and made the transformation into bloodlusters. Ali appeared to have perished from the attack, or so her friends believed. When she awoke in the forest several hours later, Ali found herself alone, with no memory of her loved ones, her past, or her friends, her injuries completely healed. She was without a heartbeat, a strange griffin pendant dangling from her neck. Once Nineveh thought Ali was dead, she set fire to the Verinian Forest. The dark magic quickly destroyed Quixotana's home. Kia, along with what was left of her friends and family, were forced to flee the area. During the chaos, Keanu was separated from his mother and was taken to Nesting's Haven by Ionan. The burning of the Verinian Forest signaled the beginning of the Second Despondent, a war between the lands and Nesting's Haven that could mean extinction for all living beings in both realms. Reagan intended to apologize to Keanu for what had happened between them until Winter appeared in her home. He took her father hostage and stole Adam away to Nesting's Haven. Winter planned to force her father to work on vile experiments, leaving the human girl behind. Meanwhile, Keanu's cousins, Soran and Viviana, did their best to stop Winter from gaining control in Nesting's Haven. They attended Bumbleberry University and made friends with a shy boy named Darren and a distrustful girl called Chameleon. Chameleon had the ability to change her appearance at will and was bonded to 2 twin changers known as Pumpkin and Martin. There was a strange power within her that she called the Darkness, an unexplained force Chameleon struggled to control. Despite all efforts made by the young heroes, Winter gained control of Nesting's Haven and was crowned king. Soran and Viviana, along with their friends, were eventually reunited with Ionan, Keanu, and others. The group chose to flee to Southwild together, the only territory in Nesting's Haven that was not commanded by Winter, but instead ruled by Ionan's father, Ignis. At this point in our tale, Winter is gaining control, and our heroes are separated, divided in different parts of the realm. Our story continues as Reagan adventures through the lands, about to meet up with an unlikely ally. Chapter 1. Mourning What Was Lost. The witch sat utterly alone in her home underneath the looming shadow of the iceborne mountains, refusing to shiver against the bitter chill that permeated the cabin. Though her dress was thin, and the blizzard that raged outside was horrendous, Nineveh didn't show her discomfort. The fairy merely tossed her mane of red hair over her shoulder and stared out the window with a tight-lipped, stony expression that was colder than the weather outside. Winter had left for Nesting's Haven to be crowned king, but she had opted to stay behind for a time to help Carmilla and Aravon rally the Ortuzans throughout the lands under one banner. It was a complicated task, one she didn't trust the witless bloodlusters to handle well on their own. She would leave when things proved to be under control. Besides, the lands was her home. It had been for nearly her whole lifetime, and she wasn't about to leave it. Not yet. It felt strange living in an empty house, no children running around, and none of Winter's scheming to keep her mind preoccupied. It was quiet, and gave her time to think. She mostly thought about her children. Nineveh sat back in her chair and pondered the two sweet little angels she had been gifted. She had been too stupid to realize how special they were. She was a mother in pain, because she had lost her little ones. Her family no longer loved her as they had before when they were young toddlers, and the man she adored had left her alone. For nearly a decade, Nineveh had hardly bothered to think about the beautiful daughter she had abandoned to the elements because she was jealous of her power, or the small son she had filled carelessly with human drugs. But now that she was alone with no Winter to whisper sweet nothings in her ear, she did. It was then she realized all her pain was because of the same cold-hearted person. She knew who was to blame for her agony, but she couldn't do anything but complain about it. Despite all her magic, she was weak and useless. It was something even her husband knew, and that was why he married her. All he wanted was to use her dark powers to achieve his own goals. Nineveh buried her head in her hands and began to bawl for the first time in ages. Her tears formed rivers on her cheeks and hands, running down her neck onto her black dress. She cried for her children, whom she would never hold in her arms again. She cried for her family, who would never love her. But most of all, she cried for the man she thought she loved, because she knew she must stand by his side. For if he did not win the war, her family would never be hers again. Even though only a few would remain after Winter's tirade, at least they would still be her family. Nineveh stilled her tears and resolved herself to indifference. She hadn't spent the last 20 years of her life by Winter's side for nothing. She'd spent 2 decades helping him scheme and connive plans in order to take over both realms, and she wasn't about to waste all that effort now. He would rule over Nesting's Haven and the lands, and she would help him do it. It wasn't easy being the wife of a killer, but those were the vows she took in marriage, and Winter was the only one in her life who had never abandoned her. Even if it had cost her Viviana and Soran, she could never betray Winter. There was nothing in the world he could do to make her leave his side. No matter what the cost, she'd help him, even if he was a monster. Part 1. The Lands. Chapter 2. Strange dreams not suitable for a deer. If she couldn't sleep and was only resting, how could she be dreaming? She was caught in a trance, a meditative-like state where she was neither asleep nor awake. How was that possible? Ali had no idea, but then again, what was there in the world that she could explain anymore? The large doe ran through a field of tall grass, looking around in a desperate panic. "Ali!" a voice cried. Her head snapped up, eyes bright with alarm. The voice repeated again, "Ali, where are you?" The source of the voice was a young, sickly boy, only 16. His green hair was tossed over his golden eyes by the intense wind. Ali knew on sight that this boy meant a lot to her, meant more than her own life. Ali!" the boy cried again. "Ali, where are you?" Ali bounded through the grass and yelled, "Boy, I'm here! I'm right here!" "Ali!" he screamed one more time. He didn't see her, even though she was right in front of him. Ali went to touch his head with her nose, but he vanished. The instant he did, Ali lost control, spinning on the spot. "The boy! Where's the boy?" she called. "I need to find the boy!" "Ali, quit dreaming!" The young doe tumbled out of her memories, covered in sweat and scared out of her mind. The quietness of the wooded glen she rested in seemed entirely unsympathetic compared to the stormy field of her nightmares. Many deer in the herd hadn't even stirred, let alone awakened at the sound of her cries. Ali looked beside her to see a young stag, one the herd called Kozu. "The boy! I need to find the boy!" "What boy?" Kozu asked in confusion. "Ali, who are you talking about?" "I don't know. All I know is that I love him and I have to find him," she explained quickly. She was starting to make a scene. Many deer in the herd were startled awake by her loud proclamations in the thick brush they had taken shelter in next to the cover of trees. "Maybe he was your fairy," Kozu said in concern, lowering his voice to try and calm her down. "I don't know who he was to me," Ali said. "I just know that he's very special, and before I forgot everything, I knew him. We shouldn't be apart, not ever." "If that's important to you, I'll help you find this boy, Ali. You know I will," Kozu said gently. "Now get some rest. Maybe things will be clearer in the morning." Ali laid her head down, and Kozu did the same. But she, unlike him, didn't close her eyes. Ali knew she had to find this boy. "But where to look?" she thought. "I don't even know where I am right now. Until I figure out more about him, I'm stuck here." She sighed, and a tear fell from her eye, shimmering in the starlight. Ali had been with the herd for a few days now, and even though she was a deer, she was utterly convinced that life as a deer wasn't suitable for her. When the other deer tried to get her to eat berries, bark, and plants, she found she couldn't swallow them and ended up spitting them out. Orpheus and Star were sure she was going to die of starvation. However, days passed, and Ali didn't weaken. Despite this, she remained stronger than all the other deer, even the bucks. Often, whenever the subject was brought up, Stream proudly said, "See, I told you, she's a magic deer." Being a deer was also terribly dull. In her boredom, Ali was found wrestling with the stags and was quickly looked down upon by the other does for it. "It's just unnatural for a doe to fight. We leave that to the boys," Star said in a rather snobbish voice. Ali paid no attention and kept fighting with the stags. For some reason, she felt a desperate need to fight, a bloodlust that only grew more intense the longer she resisted the urge. Soon all the stags in the forest were tripping head over hooves for her, including Kozu. "Why don't you become my mate, Ali? The other does in my harem won't mind. They like you a lot," Kozu said as they roamed together through the forest one day. "I'm not sure, Kozu. I need more time," Ali said. She liked Kozu, but something was holding her back from saying yes. She would have eagerly agreed to become his mate if she hadn't felt that something was missing. Like her incapability to eat or sleep, she couldn't explain the growing hole inside her. It was gnawing at the edges of her sanity day by day. The hole was a deep, open void, one that sucked the life out of her and made her cry when nobody was around to see. She had no idea what it was, and thought she never would. A month passed, the days drifting by like poisoned honey. Ali felt she was swept up in some horrible dream with no escape. The void only grew larger when her nightmares continued. She was particularly shaken one morning after an awful dream, one in which the boy screamed at her to leave and to never come back. "Ali, are you all right?" Kozu asked once again, more pressing this time. "I'm fine." She and Kozu were on another walk, as was their daily routine now, but she was shaking. It was impossible to suppress the memories. They came at her fiercely without any regard for her sanity and were tearing her apart. She took a deep breath and once again tried to listen to the comforting sound of her heartbeat. But it wasn't there. It never was. "I see the tears, Ali." Kozu nuzzled her gently. "What's wrong?" "He wanted me to die. He never cared about me." She gulped between sobs, her tears falling to the grass. "Who wanted you to die, Ali?" Kozu asked. "Who?" "The boy wanted me to die, so I left." Kozu shook his head. "There is no boy. It was just a dream. Everyone has dreams. They'll go away eventually, and soon you'll forget about this boy nonsense." Kozu had helped Ali search for the boy, but after they hadn't found anything, he had given up and was now pressing Ali to let the matter drop for good. "I can't forget about him. He's too important to me." "Ali, this boy must have been your fairy for you to love him so much. But the lands are a dangerous place these days, and I'm sorry to say, if we haven't found him by now, your boy is probably gone," Kozu said kindly. "No, don't say such things." Ali shook her head violently. "I would not desire to live if my boy was gone forever." "If he really loved you, he wouldn't want you to be stuck in pain. He'd want you to move on and be happy," Kozu insisted. "Really?" Ali asked, her tears slowing. "Really," Kozu answered. "Everything's going to be all right. Just try to forget about it." "I'll try," Ali said, though she knew forgetting the boy would be like forgetting who she was altogether. It felt like she was remembering something important, but she wasn't sure what. But her memories didn't lie. The last time they had spoken, the boy had wanted her out of his life. All she knew now was the boy had hated her, and so there was no longer any reason to go find him. Ali made a decision. She would stay here with the herd, because this was her home now, even if she didn't quite fit in. Reagan sat underneath the hole that had recently been torn in the roof of her home, not knowing what to do. That monster and the cold, chilling man on his back had taken her father. The scaly, winged creature had grabbed Adam and carried him off into the sky, while she hid, unable to do anything but watch her dad be taken against his will to a place called Nesting's Haven. What did she know about such a place? Keanu told her that his dad, Kyoto, was from Nesting's Haven. He knew about it and would know how to get there. If that was true, then Keanu was her only hope. But how could she face Keanu again, after she'd broken his heart and caused him to lose Ali? How could she ask him for anything now when she'd been so cruel to him? But then her mind turned towards other things, like what Keanu had mentioned about the man who had taken her father, Winter. This Winter had kidnapped Keanu and his friends as a baby, and now he'd killed Ali. If she put the pieces together, Reagan had to figure that Winter was her father's employer. Her dad had told her his employer had hired him to experiment on animals, to discover cures for diseases and make the world a better place. Now, Reagan understood all Winter wanted was to make weapons, and he was using her father to do it. Winter had been the source of all of Keanu's problems, and Adam had helped him. Her father was helping him to destroy this land. "No, I won't let it happen," she said out loud, standing quickly. She had to find Keanu. She knew he didn't want to help her right now, but he was her only hope to save her father. She grabbed a bag and began throwing everything she could fit from her wardrobe into her backpack. The glittering black crown, the one that changed depending on who was wearing it, was sitting on her desk. She didn't see a use for carrying a thing like that around in the woods with her, but it had been a gift from Keanu, so she threw it in the bag anyway before running toward the kitchen and grabbing any kind of food that didn't have to be cooked, things like chips and cheese crackers. She zipped her bag and slung it over her shoulder. Reagan began to leave, but then she stopped. Her sunglasses lay on the counter next to her swimsuit. She grabbed both, tossing the bikini in her bag and putting the sunglasses onto her head. She didn't know where she was going, and she was pretty sure there wasn't going to be a pool and a lounge chair waiting for her, but she felt like she might as well be prepared. She left her ruined house and began hiking through the trees, heading toward Keanu's hut. As she got closer to the hut, a strange smell began to overtake the sharp cleansing scent of the forest. A musty, burning odor, like the scent of ashes after a fire, ravaged the air. The closer she got to the hut, the more burnt the trees were, until the forest all around her was completely destroyed, every tree black and hollow. When she arrived at the small hut, she let out a horrified gasp when she saw what was before her. Keanu's house was beyond repair. The front door was the only thing still standing, other than a small section of the front wall holding it in place. Everything else had been torched to the ground. "What happened here?" Reagan whispered. She felt tears well up in her eyes as she realized someone had burned the Verinian Forest to the ground. She walked through the destruction, looking for anything familiar. A small fleck of white on the ground caught her eye. It was a sheet of singed paper, one that had barely survived the fire. Almost half of it was gone. She reached down and picked it up. It was one of Keanu's drawings, though it wasn't one of his best. The face of a cruel man stared back at her. She recognized him immediately. It was the same man who took her father. Winter had been here, and he had destroyed everything. Most likely, he had killed Keanu. It was then that she realized something critical. Despite how hard she had tried to keep it just a game, she had fallen in love with him. She loved Keanu. Or had loved him. Now he was gone. Unable to take this reality, Reagan sat in the ashes and cried. "Keanu's dead! Ali's dead! His whole family is gone, and it's all my fault!" Reagan shouted these words to no one as she cried into her hands. "I was such a stupid idiot! I never realized I was hurting them so much!" Her voice echoed through the decimated forest. After a time, Reagan stopped crying and pulled her hair back out of her face. Winter might have killed Keanu, but maybe he hadn't, and there could be a chance he was still out there. If there was the slightest chance that her friend was alive, she was going to find him. Reagan stubbornly got up and began walking through the ruins of the Verinian. She didn't know where to start looking for Keanu, but the remains of the forest seemed like the best place to start. Luciana sat beneath the shelter of the trees, cradling her small son to her chest. Nathaniel laughed and giggled as Rex tickled the boy's nose with his squirrel's tail, screeching as the boy lashed out his hands and pulled. The infant laughed and pulled again, making the changer yell. "What is going on over here?" Rosinia asked, coming into view between two large maple trees. "Not much. Nathaniel's only playing," Luciana said, smiling. "Isn't this just so cute? He likes Rex." "No, he likes to hurt Rex, is what he likes," Rex whined, running up into the trees to protect his tail. Luciana giggled at her changer and rubbed her nose against her son's. "We'll be there soon, won't we, Rose?" "Any time now, I believe," Rose answered. "But we need to keep moving. You can play around later." "But he's just so cute," Luciana cooed, making Nathaniel giggle once more. Luciana looked up at her sister. "You know you want to take a break too. We've been looking for the elves for days." "Yes, well, I happen to be able to contain myself a little better than you can, apparently," Rose answered, though she appeared to be suppressing a laugh. "Come on, Luciana, we have to get going." "Very well." Luciana got up with a sigh. Rex took his panther form as he jumped out of the tree, taking long, graceful strides. "Do you want to go meet the elves, honey? Is that what you want to do?" Luciana gushed to Nathaniel, utterly obsessed with her son. "I bet you do." "Well, you won't have to go much farther. You found us." A soft voice emerged from the trees, and into the light stepped a dark-skinned elf with pointed ears and long blonde hair. His clothes were made of the richest silk, and a red velvet robe swept behind him as he walked. "I am Oliver, King of the Elves. How can I be of service to you?" "I am Luciana Morris. This is my sister Rose and my son Nathaniel," Luciana said. "We're looking for somewhere to stay. Kyoto Morimoto told me to find you. He said we would be able to live here." "Kyoto? Queen Kiotana's husband?" Oliver asked. "That'd be him," Rose said, smiling. "Then you are welcome to stay here as long as you need." Oliver spread his arms wide in a sweeping invitation and bowed his head slightly. "Any friend of the Queen's is a friend of the elves." Oliver turned to walk through a clump of pine trees, leading them to a small village that had clusters of small huts sturdily built in rows. Elves of all ages ran about doing various things, while children played happily in the paths between the houses. Elven women tended to gardens and laundry, while the men headed into the forest with spears to hunt. Everything seemed quiet and quite peaceful. Oliver gave them one of the empty huts to stay in, and told Luciana and Rose as long as they contributed to the village, they would be accepted here as one of their own. "Now this is a place to raise a child," Rex said softly, coming up next to Luciana. "It is safe, well kept, and gentle. I'm sure Nathaniel will be very happy here."
"You are very right, Rex. If he's anything like his mother, this will be the perfect place to call home,"
Rose said, looking at her sister knowingly. Luciana stared at the quaint bustling of the village around her with a smile on her face. Finally, she had somewhere that she could stay that was beautiful and calm, a place without any prejudice, without pain, without winter. This village had no one to scream at her, no accusers, no one who would attack her child. Here, she didn't have to fade away. She could become one of the elves and lead a simple life, disappearing from memory and time just like all the other elves that lived here. There was no great destiny to fulfill or battles to win, just peace and monotony.
"Come on, Nathaniel, let's explore."
Luciana began to walk around, carrying her small child in her arms. Rex went to follow her, but Rose stopped him.
"Let her be with her son," Rose told him. "You know Luciana as well as I do. She needs time to be on her own every once in a while."
"But the last time I let her go out on her own," Rex sighed, and never finished his thought. Instead of walking by Luciana's side, he simply changed into a large black dog and followed his company through the village at a distance to give her some space. Even though she couldn't eat, Luciana enjoyed the smells of food that filled the air. It was getting close to dinner time. She looked up at the sky and felt the sun bake her pale white skin. She spent so many years malnourished, her body thin and weak from the lack of sunlight that was needed to keep her and Rex alive. In Nesting's Haven, she was forced to stay in her home away from the light. Here, she could walk in it as much as she wanted. Luciana screamed loudly as she bumped into someone, scaring Nathaniel and making him cry. Luciana looked down to see a small elvish girl, no more than 8, sitting on the ground.
"I didn't mean to run into you. I'm sorry,"
the elvish girl said, looking up with frightened green eyes. Embarrassed she'd been so easily frightened by a child, Luciana offered her a hand.
"It's okay, dear. I was just startled, that's all. I thought you were someone else." "I'm really sorry," the little girl repeated. "I'm Jacinda." "Well, hello there, Jacinda. I'm Luciana." Luciana smiled. "This is my son, Nathaniel." "Wow, he's so small." Jacinda looked at the baby with a surprised expression as Luciana displayed him to her. "And his eyes are very pretty." "I know. Aren't they just darling?" Luciana said these words flatly, cradling her son closer to her. "Where's his daddy?" Jacinda asked. "He doesn't have a daddy," Luciana replied distantly. "He'll probably never have a father." "Oh." Jacinda dropped her head and kicked at the dirt. "It's okay, Jacinda, you didn't mean anything." Luciana shrugged. "Why don't you run off and play?" "Okay." Jacinda turned to go, and then stopped. She peered around Luciana to stare at Rex a short distance away. "You think I could play with your pet sometime? I've always wanted a dog." "What do you think, Rex? Would you be willing to play with the children every once in a while?" Luciana looked over her shoulder as she asked him, cocking a grin. "If they promise to never pull my tail like someone up there," Rex said playfully, wagging his tail. Nathaniel giggled and kicked his tiny feet as Rex barked loudly, jumping up and down in a circle to play with Jacinda. The elvish girl laughed and began to wrestle with Rex, cheering as they toppled to the ground. Luciana watched them blankly, her good mood vanquished. She tried to ignore Nathaniel's eyes, but every time someone made mention of them, she was reminded of the resemblance. She couldn't ignore the gaze of the friend she'd once held dear in her own son's eyes. It was the gaze of the one who'd stolen her very soul. She saw the boy once again. He was sitting on a bed in a strange house, crying. She did not recognize this place. She had no memory of it. On the walls around him were dozens of pictures, drawings of all kinds of creatures and fairies. She couldn't remember who any of them were, but she was compelled to look at a drawing of 2 griffins side by side. The words on top of the drawing spelled Allie and Angel. "Allie is my name," she thought. "Am I that griffin?" She turned to face the boy once more. Tears ran down his cheeks. He held tightly onto a piece of paper. It was a drawing of the griffin called Allie, and at the top of the page he had written a few words. "Until I die, I'll love her."
Restlessly, Ali stirred from the strange dream, looking around the dark clearing and blinking her eyes slowly. What she'd experienced hadn't been a memory. She knew what she'd seen was what was taking place right now, somewhere far away. The dream had made her realize that the boy didn't really want her dead. He was hurt and weak. He needed her to come help him. But she couldn't leave the herd after they had been so good to her, could she? She'd found a home here. Could she leave her new friends so quickly after they had been the ones to rescue her? "No, I must stay here as long as possible," Ali murmured. "The boy can wait to see me again." But what had been all the mess about the pictures where she saw herself as a griffin? She wasn't a griffin. She was a doe, wasn't she? Ali wasn't sure. She had a strange feeling that if she wanted to, she could be both. "What are you talking about, Ali?" Kozu asked, always close by her side. "Nothing, Kozu," Ali said sweetly. "Just thinking out loud." "Well, why don't you come take a walk with me since you're already up?" Kozu asked. "I don't see why not." Ali got up slowly and the two began to hike through the forest. They headed toward the clearing, where the deer liked to graze. Many deer were active during the night, and some does were looking for food with their fawns. "Oh, look at the little fawn over there. He's so cute. I wonder who his dad is," Ali commented, as a small fawn ran off to cling to his mother, wagging his white tail. "That one is mine," Kozu said proudly. "All of mine are cute like that." "I see. How many kids do you have exactly, Kozu?" Ali asked, trying not to sound too disgusted. 8, plus one more on the way," he said, even prouder than before. "You could be the mother of my 10th fawn if you like." "I just realized I have to go," Ali said quickly. "Goodbye, Kozu." Ali bolted off, knowing Kozu would follow. But she was faster than he was, and easily lost him among the trees. Ali didn't know where she was going, but in that moment she had to get away. She couldn't abandon the herd, but sooner or later she'd no longer be able to tell Kozu no. Eventually she'd have to pick for certain. It was the herd or the boy. Luciana and Rose had fit right in with the easy lifestyle of the elves, and the elves loved having them there. The children enjoyed playing with Rex, and the usually withdrawn changer seemed to adore the children as well. He played with them as often as he could, no matter what the weather or his responsibilities for the day. After they'd been in the village for a few days, shortly after Rex had gone out to keep the younger elves busy, Rose and Luciana decided to explore more of their new home. Nathaniel sat wrapped up in his mother's arms as usual, doing everything he could to get Luciana's nose. "You can't get my nose because I have your nose," Luciana said, gently poking her son, "and I won't give it back to you, Nathaniel." The infant giggled. Rose looked up ahead at one of the huts, where a couple was rolling around in the front yard and laughing loudly. The sight made her smile. "Look at those two. Don't they just look adorable together?" Rose commented. "Yeah, they remind me of how Kyoto and his wife were before I split them up," Luciana said sadly. She looked at the ground, before letting out a giggle, raising her son in her arms to swing him into the air. "He's Nathaniel, and he can fly!" she exclaimed. The baby's sweet laughter erupted from his mouth, echoing through the village and catching the attention of the couple in the yard. Once Luciana met the hazel eyes of the man sitting there, she screamed, recoiling in shock and terror. "Morok!" Rose hissed as her eyes narrowed cruelly. She put a hand on the knife attached to her belt and stomped over to the yard. Morok rose to his feet, helping the woman that was lying on the ground to stand. "What on earth did I do?" the professor asked, looking from Rose to Luciana blankly, staring at the child in her arms. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe you raped my sister!" Rose screamed, yanking out the knife from her belt. Morok raised his hands in a defensive position. The woman with him dove herself in front of Rose's blade, unafraid of the accompany's threat. "My sweet little Mori eel would do no such thing!" the woman yelled, her hair tumbling in front of her face. "Put that knife away, you crazy woman! I've had a knife pulled on me many times before, and it will not end well for you if you dare to attack us!" "Calm down, Miriam." Morok placed a hand on her shoulder gently. "Now, Rose, I'm sure we can talk about this and figure out exactly what happened." "I don't want to calm down," Rose screeched, waving the knife. "You raped my sister, you hideous bastard!" Others were starting to take notice of the chaos outside. Elves opened their doors and peeked out of their homes, curious as to what the shouting was all about.
"I know it was you," Luciana said, breaking into the conversation for the first time with a shaking voice. "Don't deny it, Morok. He has your eyes."
Luciana held out her baby for him to observe, and the former professor turned pale.
"How do you even know it was him?"
Miriam hissed.
"Just look at my baby and you tell me," Luciana screamed. "He has the same eyes and same nose. He looks just like him."
The resemblance was too much for even Miriam to deny. Morok backed away, appearing crestfallen.
"I'm sorry, everyone. This is all Winter's fault." "How is it Winter's fault that you raped me?" Luciana wailed. "You were the one who did it, not him."
"Exactly. What are you babbling about?"
Rose demanded.
"Please, sit down. Let's talk,"
Morok said, gesturing to the yard. Nobody moved, though Rose kept her knife out.
"My poor little Maury eel can't change who he is,"
Miriam said in a babyish voice.
"It's not his fault he can't remember what happens when he's his other self."
"What?" Luciana looked from the couple to Rose.
"I will accept responsibility for what I've done, though I cannot remember it," Morok said with a tired sigh. "Many years ago, while we were in school, I was fond of helping Winter with his experiments. You all remember how he liked to tamper with things he had no business with."
"I also remember how you used to tag along with him," Rose snarled. "You did everything he asked without question."
"And it led to my biggest mistake," Morok insisted. "Just before we were about to graduate, Winter gave me some sort of injection. Being the follower I was, I took it willingly, and it altered me, beyond repair."
Morok closed his eyes and shuddered.
"Ever since that day, I have two men living inside of me, one good and one evil. I switch between the two at random, and I have no control over it. Most of the time, the dark spirit, the evil one, stays away, but sometimes he comes out. I can't recall what I do when I become him, but I always know that he only causes pain when he emerges."
"That's not an excuse for what you did," Rose snarled. "If you really are that way, you need to get help. I can't believe you have absolutely no remorse about it just because you can't remember. What kind of sick bastard are you?"
"No one can reverse the damage that Winter caused," Morok said. "I only admitted recently that I needed to get as far away from Nesting's Haven as possible. The evil inside of me is becoming worse and worse, and nothing I do can stop him. I was afraid if I remained at the school any longer I would hurt one of my students. I have no control over the evil spirit that takes over me once I become him. I told Miriam to stay behind and continue to run the library at Bumbleberry University, but she insisted on coming with me. If I had stayed any longer, I would have hurt one of my students, as I've hurt Luciana."
"How can we trust you? You could still be in league with Winter," Rose barked. "You were his good little follower when we were in school, weren't you?"
"I have no allegiance to Winter, which is why I fled here to the elves. I am certain he's not done with me, so I am here to hide. I want nothing more to do with him, since he used me as a test subject all those years ago. His experiments changed me and ruined my life," Morok insisted. "You ruined my life," Luciana shouted. "I don't care if Winter made you like this. It's up to you to fix it." He looked at Luciana. "I'm sorry about what happened. I'll help you care for the baby if you wish." "No, absolutely not," Luciana yelled. "You shall not come anywhere near this baby. He is my son, and I refuse to let you so much as look at him again." Luciana spun on her heels and stalked off angrily, clutching Nathaniel to her breast. Rose walked closer to Morok, poking the dagger directly into his chest. "I'm warning you, you and your whatever she means to you," she sent a sharp glance Miriam's way. "Better leave as soon as possible. My sister and I have finally found a home, and we're not going to share it with her rapist. If you don't move as far away from us as you can, I'll chase you out. I don't care what I have to do to make you leave." Morok narrowed his eyes. "Very well. Give us a few days and we'll be gone." "You better be. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you. That's a promise," she hissed. Rose shot Morok a cruel glare before taking off after her little sister. As Luciana and Rose left, Miriam turned to Morok. Even if you were your other self, what would make the evil spirit go after Luciana like that? She asked, stroking his arm. She doesn't seem like much of a threat.
But she is, Morok replied solemnly. Luciana is a threat, because she doesn't look like she is. She is incredibly strong when angry.
Do you think Winter planned this? Somehow put you near Luciana at the right time, just before you were about to become your other self?
Miriam asked. I don't know. Morok threw up his hands in confusion. I wouldn't put anything past him.
Well, now you have 2 children,
Miriam told him, smiling.
Under unfortunate circumstances, I suppose, but it's still worth celebrating.
Luciana only had 1 son, Morok replied slowly.
Yes, but my daughter is yours as well, darling,
Miriam said.
Not Adam's.
Morok frowned. Really? And why am I being told this now, after all these years?
Because I just now decided that you would make a much better father than Adam,
Miriam said promptly.
Technically, Adam has no rights to Reagan because she's your daughter. I might have married him, but my heart was always with you, and our love created a beautiful child.
If that's true, you should have chosen me, instead of running off with Adam, Morok said coldly.
You know why I couldn't stay in Nesting's Haven,
Miriam scowled.
Back then, Adam was the right choice to keep Reagan safe. But she's almost an adult now and can take care of herself. So now we can be together as a real family.
She must be 17 now, he shrugged. She may not want to come with us where we're going.
If she's anything like I was at 17, she already doesn't want anything to do with the man she thinks is her father,
Miriam replied.
Or perhaps she's still playing the games I used to at that age.
Do you know where she is? Morok asked. Miriam shook her head.
No. All I'm aware of is that she and Adam left Detroit and came to the lands for his research. But since we must leave the elves, I don't see why we shouldn't start looking for her.
As you wish, my dear, Morok said, kissing her. Luciana certainly doesn't want me around. I can't blame her. Miriam snuggled against her lover.
I am so glad I left Detroit for you, my Maury eel. You give me so much more than Adam ever could.
Chapter 3. Waiting for Death. Ali paced back and forth along the river bend, tangled up in her own thoughts. It was the morning after Kozu had scared her off, and being on her own that night had made her frightened. She missed Orpheus, Stream, and Star, but most of all she missed the strong buck that had chased her away in the first place. That night had been rife with more thoughts of the boy. She couldn't take it any more. She would rather have 10 of Kozu's children than have one more image of the boy in her head. What was she? A scared little fawn to run at the first sign of trouble? No, she was a deer, and she would stand and face what she knew had to be her destiny. If she wanted to be rid of these dreams, she had to do what she had to do, and that was join the herd completely by becoming a mother. "You wanted to see me?" Kozu asked, coming out from a collection of bushes. She was thrilled at the sight of his white coat, but the feeling left her quickly as she thought of the boy. She pushed him out of her head and stepped forward.
Yes, Kozu, I'm ready. I want to have your fawn.
His eyes widened. Ali, are you sure? Just yesterday you ran off when I asked you about it. It seems like a hasty decision. She wanted to say no, to take back what she said, but the boy's golden eyes broke into her mind. She continued,
A few days ago you couldn't wait to have your chance with me.
You're the strongest doe in the forest, so I know our fawns will be the best in the herd. But I want to make sure this is what you truly desire. I don't want to mate with you if this isn't what you want, Kozu insisted. Ali snorted and didn't answer. Kozu danced on his hooves nervously. Ali, are you ready?
She gulped. Of course. If we mate in a few months, the fawn can be born by spring. I already have some names picked out that would fit perfectly.
Ali didn't know why, but she liked the name Zorna best. It wasn't a real name, and she didn't know where her mind had plucked it from, but it was her favourite. It's up to you, Kozu said. He seemed no more interested in picking out names than figuring out the time of day.
Of course it is. Now stop dancing around and get ready to fight. Don't you know half the stags in the herd want me? You'll have to beat all of them if you want your chance. Ali charged at Kozu, and he went bounding away, terrified at her sudden fury. "This is what deer do," she thought, as she watched him leave. "They eat, drink, and play, and then, when they are old enough, they mate, have fawns, and die. I should feel lucky that Kozu picked me. He's the best stag in the herd. So why do I feel like something about this is wrong?" A green dragon's horrified face broke into her mind. She shook her head and tried to vanquish the thought. "If I didn't know any better, that dragon in my head would think it's a terrible idea to mate with Kozu. I must be losing my mind. Dragons eat deer, not care for them." She looked back into the water. "Soon I will forget everything and become a normal deer. I will lose myself and all memories of the boy. I will start a new life." Ali lay down at the river's bend and let her thoughts drift away on the quiet waters. As Reagan was tramping through the woods, she had to reconsider her ridiculous plan. Who was she, anyway, to rescue her dad? She was a 17-year-old city girl whose experience in the wild included 3 weeks of summer camp and living on a beach for a few months. She didn't know these woods like Keanu did, and there was nobody to protect her. She was all alone. She hadn't found Keanu yet. There hadn't been any bodies at the house, so she assumed he and his family must still be alive, unless the fire had burned their remains beyond recognition. With nothing left to do, she decided she was going home. She lifted the bag up on her shoulders and headed back toward the beach, avoiding the burnt forest as much as she could. On her way there, she heard loud voices. She took shelter behind some trees and peered out at a different section of the beach. Several mobile homes had sprung up on shore overnight and appeared to be occupied by dozens of large, burly men who were carrying rifles. They looked like hunters. She wondered what hunters were doing in the lands, until she realized her father had been talking about this one day when she hadn't been paying attention. Money for his research had been running out, so he and his employer had offered the lands as an unregulated hunting space in exchange for a large fee. Reagan had thought that nobody would pay the outlandish price or want to come to this strange island just to shoot animals, but apparently she'd been wrong. Reagan knew she couldn't stay on the beach, not with these hunters who she didn't know. She waited for the hunters to head into the woods with their guns before running into the makeshift community searching for supplies. Reagan grabbed more food out of the closets of the mobile homes, stuffing a small fold-up tent in her bag. "Finders keepers," she snarled as she placed it in the bag. She snatched up a map of the area before looking at her designer tennis shoes sadly. "Sorry, babies, but you have to go," she whispered. She took them off to throw on a pair of sturdy hiking boots that were close to her size. She heard the hunters returning and fled out the back door. She was as ready as she was ever going to be. She didn't know where Keanu was, but maybe she could find one of his wolf friends to give her a clue as to where he went. Anything was better than wandering the woods alone. Keanu licked her chops and continued her scout of the deer herd nearby, feeling desperately hungry. Half the Verinian Forest had been destroyed in the fire, leaving food for everyone scarce, and her father's pack was nowhere to be found. Keanu felt like her own pack was the only group of wolves around for miles. She worried about her mother, her father, and her brother, but there was little time to linger on these morose thoughts. It was difficult to get her paws on prey these days. If they didn't catch something soon, they'd all starve. "How could just one person cause the destruction of everything I know?" she thought sadly. Her paws padded lightly across the ground. Keanu's white coat was a dull yellow now, and her ribs were showing. Since Ali had died a month ago, it seemed the land had died with her. She stared hungrily at the herd of deer hiding in the shadows. She knew she didn't have a chance of taking one down, at least not without her pack. She watched the deer move back and forth within the clearing with her mismatched eyes, trying to keep her drool to a minimum. "Maybe if one ventures too close, I can grab it," she thought. Wolves, as a rule, generally didn't hunt alone, but she was desperate. Eventually, a fawn strayed too far away from his mother and started hopping toward the bushes happily. As the fawn came within reach, she pounced. The fawn screamed. Keanu was tossed backwards by a large deer, one whom she thought was a stag, but on second glance realized was a doe. A familiar scent filled Keanu's nose,
But before she had time to think about it, the doe brayed a challenge, flailing her sharp hooves. Kenai growled and leapt into the air, but the doe kicked at her, landing a sharp blow on her side. Kenai dodged another kick, sliding along the ground to go straight under the doe's stomach. Kenai prepared to sink her teeth in when the doe surprised her and rolled. Kenai used the doe's large weight to slow her down, jumping on top of her. That's when the doe brought her head around and bit her hard. Kenai was so shocked that she fell off the creature, yelping sharply at the injury. Kenai lifted her lips in a vicious growl, but the threat fell away when she saw the mysterious look in the doe's brown eyes, filled with anger and rage. They were more like the eyes of a bird than a deer. Kenai turned and ran. The doe chased her out of the clearing until they were far away from the herd. Kenai looked back, breathing heavily. Her fighting style, her eyes, even that rage, it was all so familiar. Kenai's tail drooped as her ears fell flat against her head. Ali? Kenai wasted no time. She used her remaining energy to sprint back to camp, where the rest of her pack was waiting. "Kenai, what's wrong?" Shadowin asked immediately, tail raised. She wagged her tail back and forth quickly. "Nothing, brother. Everything is great, fantastic." She hopped on her hind legs and did a little dance, spinning in place joyfully. "Have you gone off your paws?" Shadowin asked, jumping out of her way as she did a clumsy twirl. "No, everything's just fine, because Ali's alive, alive, alive!" Kenai sang, her voice creeping up into a high-pitched howl. "Ali's alive?" Shadowin asked. Jade came out from a den of thorns, curious. Kenai screamed. "Yes, I was hunting her down. She was a deer, and she fought me off." The look in Jade's eyes held nothing but pure disgust. Shadowin tilted his head and said, "Kenai, are you sure?" "Positive," she insisted. "There's no other way. I know my best friend when I see her." "I think you're hallucinating from starvation," Jade snapped, poking the few berries she had left dully with one paw. "It was Ali," Kenai protested. "I know it was. Her smell, her eyes, that look she always gets. It was her. Does don't stand and fight off predators, but this doe did. She turned around and looked me in the eye just like Ali used to, and fought me off just like we used to play years ago. I was lucky she didn't kill me." "If it was Ali, then why didn't she recognize you?" Jade replied in a scoff. "She was confused." Kenai started pacing. "She doesn't know who she is, I'm sure of it. I bet the Ortuzans wiped her memory with their venom." "And let her go? Yeah, right," Jade snapped. "Crazier stuff has happened before in our lives," Kenai snapped, and she bared her teeth. "A missing memory isn't that uncommon when it comes to us and the people we know." "If anybody's brain is missing, it's yours, Kenai," Jade screamed. "You're confusing dinner with one of your dead friends. What next? A tree is going to start talking to you, claiming it's Vera. A little hedgehog named Midnight Star is going to curl up in your path. Or perhaps Kia will whisper to you in the water." The sisters began to circle each other. Shadowin stepped in and said, "Come on. The last thing we need is a fight. Things are hard enough as it is." "Well, one thing's for sure," Jade said with a snarl. "We can't stay here. We have no idea where our brother and the rest of his pack are. We have to leave, Ali or no Ali." Kenai stomped her paw. "We'll follow the whole herd then. That way we keep ourselves from starving and we can see if it really is Ali." "And what if your Ali leaves the herd?" Jade snapped. "Then we'll follow her." Kenai sat down simply. Shadowin said, "Fine. If this deer is as strange as you think she is, Kenai, it's worth following up on." "Great plan, everyone," Jade snapped. "Now can we all get back to reality?" Her tail twitched irritably, and she went back into the den, turning her back on Kenai. "Come on, Ali," Stream cheered, bounding off on a hurry underneath the orange light of dusk. "We're going to miss the story if you don't get your tail moving." "Stream, you're such a fawn," Star teased, following the other deer lazily. The does were off to hear what the herd storyteller Hanovi was going to weave tonight, as they did almost every day. Ali tagged along with the two does to find many deer gathered in a circle around an old greying buck that was lying in the middle. Fawns nipped at each other, and the adults chatted excitedly, waiting for the story. When Ali got there, a group of stags pushed each other to the side to make room for her, though she chose a spot by stream and star instead. "Tell the story of the 7-antlered stag, Hanovi," one huge stag cried.
No, the one about the fawn and the 3 stones,
a small fawn giggled. The old deer called Hanovi blinked his blind eyes and said, "Today's a riddle." The whispering in the circle increased. Usually it would take hours for the deer in the herd to figure out one of Hanovi's riddles. Hanovi rubbed his head on his leg and began to recite. "As doe's soft hoof-steps light the ground, cloven and sharp as talons, the horses see her, yet they do not observe her. She is small to them and their mightiness. Yet brown ear and eye does light upon a wisp of wind, which is not wind, but terror. She is frightened, for no antlers protect her stead. She is a beauty, deep coat that blends with her home. She is fast, a stronger jumper than the hare. Although unlike the hare, she cannot crawl into a hole to hide. She can only hide behind trees and run. There is a loud noise, and she falls. Her red blood is lit upon the ground, and she struggles to get up, but she cannot pursue the chase, so she waits." It was only when Hanovi got up from the ground and started walking away that the herd realized the riddle was over. The deer looked at each other in confusion. "Waits for what?" Star asked, and the entire circle leaned forward to watch the old deer walk off. "What is she waiting for?" Hanovi paused a short distance away to glance at Ali. That's when she figured out the answer. Ali whispered, "To die." Bang! There was a rippling noise like thunder across the sky, and the deer leapt to their feet, scattering in different directions. Ali jumped up and watched Hanovi as he stumbled to the ground, a wound gushing from his shoulder. He struggled to get up twice before he finally became still. Several deer screamed. Ali shrank backward, quivering against the trees. "I hate loud noises," she thought. "I hate them, I hate them." The loud bang rang out again, and another stag fell against the ground. Ali rushed to help him, but it was no use. In seconds, he was already gone. It was chaos. Lost fawns cried out for their mothers, as stags and does alike barreled over each other to get out of the way. The noise sounded again and again. Bang, bang, bang! Ali flattened her ears against her head and ran, her brown eyes so wide she felt they would pop out of her head. Kozu called across the field. "Ali!" "Run, Kozu!" she cried, and she tore off into the bushes. Ali bounded through the brush, her legs carrying her as fast as they could. This was absolute terror, and after living so peacefully for so long, it was even more paralyzing than she remembered. Ali realized fear was something she was very familiar with, something she knew so well, she almost fell into it like the arms of an old friend. This wasn't the first time she had fought to save her life. The trees ended, and she came across a great meadow on the edge of the plains. She stopped in her tracks and stared at it, unsure of what to do. Should she go out into the meadow and lose her cover, or stay in the trees and risk being caught by the loud noises? Another bang scared her out into the open. Ali sprinted across the meadow, trying to make it to the shelter of the trees on the other side. She was almost there, but there was one more bang behind her. As the sound echoed across the valley, she felt a sharp pain spreading throughout her body. Ali fell head over heels. Her body crashed into the cover of the trees and slid down a ravine, coming to a rest at the bottom of a sloping hill underneath a patch of ferns. She gasped for air, her thigh aching. She tried getting up, but her leg was just too weak to support her. The injury from the loud noise was bleeding all over her fur. She saw shadows move in the bushes above, and glanced up to see 2 men holding something long and thin in their hands. Guns, Ali thought, but she wasn't sure how she knew what the objects were. She just did. Those men were searching for her. Ali knew she couldn't move, otherwise she'd put herself at risk of being discovered. "I swear I got her. She was right there. I saw her trip. The shot grazed her thigh," the first man said.
"You shot nothing," the other man said. "I guarantee you missed."
"Maybe we shouldn't be hunting here," the other man said nervously.
"What are you whining for?" the other man said. "You paid the price. It's legal. We can take as much game as you want. I don't see why you're upset about losing one doe."
The man chuckled. Yeah, you're right. Come on, there's plenty of other deer around here, though I would have loved to catch that doe. The men walked away, and Ali let out a sigh of relief. Her fading panic made the pain return, and she cringed at the agonizing twinge in her leg, her warm blood soaking her fur. She wouldn't last long in this condition. Even if she did manage to rise to her feet, wolves would smell her blood and track her down, and she couldn't fight them like this. I'm just like the deer in the poem, she thought. I will wait to die, and I'll never see the boy again. She cast a glance back at her leg. I will die of a gunshot, just as Vera did. Her eyes widened. Wait, Vera? Gun? Wound? It was overwhelming, the way her memories came rushing back. She remembered Winter and Nineveh. She remembered Carmilla and Aravon, and how, when feeding on her, they'd wiped her memory with their venom. She remembered how they'd left her body lying on the bridge after devouring her heart, satisfied that they'd performed the necessary dark magic to become bloodlusters. She remembered Vera and Ionan, Kia and Kiota, Vixen, Kasif, Lyrica, Mirabelle, Sunset, Snowdrop, and all her wolf friends. She remembered Vivienne, Melody, Soran, and with a warmer rush of affection, Zona. Everything about them she remembered. But there was still one person she could not remember. Try as she might, she could not recall the boy, or the time she had spent with him. Her recollection was little still, and she knew she must have spent a lot of time with the boy to have few memories without him in it. But how am I still alive? Carmilla and Aravon ate my heart, Ali thought. She listened intently, but just as before, she had no heartbeat. She now understood she couldn't hear it because it simply wasn't there. She no longer had a heart. But how was it possible that she'd survived if that was true? Her griffin amulet glistened in the last rays of the setting sun, creeping through the trees. The necklace, she thought. It must have something to do with it. That's the only reason I survived. But how can a little necklace keep me alive when I don't have a heart? She felt herself growing weaker. It doesn't matter now, she thought dully. They probably think I'm dead, and in a few hours I will be. The necklace can keep me alive without a heart, but I'm losing blood, and how much more can I lose before I will end up dead? It won't end this way, though. Not without a fight. Ali struggled to her hooves. She fell again and again. Disgusted with herself, she laid her head on the ground and tried to find a way out of this situation. She heard a crackle in the bushes. Ali brought her head up in fear, but she saw that it wasn't a hunter. It was a young girl, with hazel eyes and bright blonde highlights in her dark hair. You, Ali snarled. Out of all the people Ali wished that she could forget, this girl was one of them. Reagan's eyes widened, and she whispered, No, it can't be. Ali? Yes, it's me, you bitch. Come to finish me off, or just want to watch and laugh as I suffer, she hissed. Reagan stared at her for a minute, before dropping her gaze. Ali, everyone thinks you're dead. Figured as much, Ali snarled. Why are you here? I have nothing to say to you. First, I'm going to fix you up. She hopped over a log and pulled her bag off her shoulder. Then, you're going to help me find my dad. Excuse me? Ali asked. Reagan snapped. Lie still, this is going to hurt. Winter took my father. I have to get him back. And how is this any of my concern? Ali hissed. Reagan pulled out a brownish liquid and washed the wound. Ali screamed and tried to bite, but Reagan shoved her head away and said, Quit being such a baby. The bullet didn't go in, it only grazed your side. It's just a bleeder. And you're going to help me because I think that wherever my dad is, Keanu's got to be nearby. Ali stopped fidgeting at the sound of his name. Keanu, she whispered. Keanu. Yes, Keanu, Reagan said, irritated. Remember him? Ali was quiet for a while. I remember someone. My memory has been gone for a long time now, but I will follow you anywhere if you know where the boy is. I will rescue tens of thousands of fathers to know where I can find my boy. Oh, brother. Reagan rolled her eyes. Ali wrinkled her nose. Hold on. How do I know you're not making all this up? I don't recall the boy, but I know who the others are and where they live. I can head back there now if I wish. Reagan looked very uncomfortable. I can't explain that one to you, Ali. You're going to have to see for yourself. She put a large bandage on the wound and said, "We'll rest here tonight, and then I'll show you what you need to see in the morning. You should be able to walk by then."
"We?" Ali asked.
Reagan shot her a look.
"You are the most vicious thing I can think of, and something as hideous as you has to scare this evil weirdo into giving me my father back. I'm not going anywhere without you."
The next morning, Ali was indeed able to walk again. They headed out at dawn, Ali following behind Reagan with a limp.
"I hate this place," Reagan moaned. "My hair is a disaster."
Reagan's dark roots were starting to grow out of her head, giving an obvious indication that she wasn't a natural blonde.
"Forget how you look,"
Ali said, branches tangling in her fur as she stumbled through the woods.
"Where are we going?"
Reagan quieted.
"To show you what happened to your old home."
They climbed through brambles and bushes raggedly, and Ali wondered if Reagan knew where she was going. Reagan seemed to be taking difficult terrain when there was a clear path only a short ways away. After they had been creeping around in the thorns for 5 minutes, Ali stopped and asked Reagan about it. The girl got very red in the face and said,
"I was taking a shortcut, but if you want to go the easy way, be my guest."
"A shortcut?" Ali thought scornfully. "A shortcut right into a bunch of prickly plants." Just as Ali suspected, Reagan veered away from the thorns first and went to the path. Ali rose up on her hind legs and jumped over the whole mess, shaking her coat full of burrs.
"It's going to take us forever to get anywhere,"
Ali complained. Reagan put a finger to her lips and said,
"Shh, quiet. There are still hunters out here. You'll give us away."
Ali flattened to the ground. As they drew closer to the hut, the brush vanished, replaced by burnt husks of trees and piles of ashes. Ali's knees buckled when she saw the awful sight before her, the remains of the hut that had once been her home. Tears rose to her eyes as she walked amongst the ashes, head sweeping back and forth slowly.
"What happened here?"
Reagan kicked at the ashes.
"The Verinian was attacked. The rest of the forest is burned to the ground. Nothing lives here anymore. I don't even think your wolf friend stuck around."
If Ali still had a heart, it would have died right then and there.
"Winter's killed everything."
Ali's hoof hit something in the ashes. She bent down and saw that it was a dirty stuffed horse. The boy never had much use for it, she remembered, as he had always snuggled up to her at night. But it was nice to cuddle against when the thunderstorms came, or fun to throw it at the monster in the closet. It was the one stuffed animal they had liked, so it hadn't been torn up by one of Ali's elaborate tug-of-war games.
"Where are the others?"
Her voice trembled as she spoke.
"Are they dead?"
Reagan shrugged.
"I don't know."
Ali thought long and hard about where her family could have gone.
"King Oliver, the elves," Ali said. "Yes, they would go there. It's the only safe place that's left."
Ali stomped her hoof down and asked,
"Who did this?"
Reagan shook her head.
"I'm not sure."
"It must have been Nineveh," Ali said. "Winter's wife. That's why the fire destroyed everything so quickly. It's what dark magic does." "We have to deal with a witch, too?" Reagan moaned. She threw up her hands and asked, "Is there a leprechaun we have to watch out for?"
"No," Ali said, twitching her tail.
"Just Ortuzans."
"And what are those?"
"Creatures who turn into wolves under the full moon and suck your blood any other time." "Wonderful. Now we've got to watch out for vampire werewolves?" Reagan snapped.
Ali began digging through the dirt. Reagan asked, "What are you doing?" Ali pushed the stuffed animal aside as she dug.
"If this survived the fire, there might be some other stuff in here that we could use. Black magic can't destroy everything. Start looking."
Reagan sneered at the ground, as if she hated the thought of getting her hands dirty, but crouched down and began shifting through it anyway. Ali threw herself into the work, turning her brown fur black with the effort. Reagan's hand smacked on something hard, and she let out a yelp. Ali came running over and let out a cheer.
"It's my armor. We'll be needing this." "Armor's too heavy to carry around," Reagan argued. "I can wear it during the day and take it off at night, and the boy's armor doesn't weigh much."
Ali pulled out the headplate and talon sheaths from the ashes. They were in need of a good cleaning. She found the jeweled knife underneath them. Ali threw the blade at Reagan, who caught it in midair. "Here, you'll be needing this." No I won't," Reagan said. She tucked the knife into the bag warily, just to make Ali be quiet. "Not much else," Ali said in disappointment. The last thing she found was the bag she had made Keanu for his birthday. She poked at the armor and said, "The boy isn't here to help me. I guess you'll just have to wear the armor for him." The way she said it sounded like an insult. Reluctantly, Reagan put on the golden breastplate and the arm and leg guards. "Why do I have to carry all this stuff?" "Just deal with it," Ali said. Her own armor was slipping and sliding around on her fur. She blinked as the headplate went over her eyes and said, "I don't think this fits right." "Well, duh," Reagan said. "It's made for a griffin, and you're in doe form." Ali began to marvel. "That's why I was so itchy all the time. I forgot who I was." Ali morphed from a deer into a griffin, coming into her true form and spreading her wings wide as she cawed joyously. "I'm back." "That's still ridiculously creepy," Reagan said. "Now can we get out of here?" Ali shot her a look. The griffin pushed over a large beam that had supported the house and found her dusty saddle along with her bridle. Ali closed her eyes. "This is wrong. Only the boys should ride me." They didn't have a choice. Reagan was too slow, and the human girl couldn't walk to the elves. She yelled at Reagan. "Well, come on. You know what to do, so put them on." "You're not expecting me to get on your back, are you?" Reagan said. "You've ridden me before," Ali said. "Yeah, and you nearly threw me off," Reagan shouted back. "Can you even carry me with that wound?" "I'll manage." "I know you're going to fly. I am not flying on you, not ever." "You'll get used to it." "No, I won't. If you force me to fly, I'm not going anywhere." Reagan crossed her arms. Ali ground her beak. "Fine, whatever. I'll travel on foot, for now." Reagan picked up the saddle, putting it on Ali's back and cinching it up. "Watch it, that's too tight," Ali snapped, kicking out her back leg. "Just deal with it," Reagan said, copying Ali's remark from earlier. "I'm not about to fall off because of your comfort." "The boy was never this rough. He was always gentle with me," Ali growled. "Maybe that's because the little weakling didn't know how to put some backbone into it," Reagan grumbled. Ali turned one lone eye on her. "What is your deal? Why are you always so mean?" "It's how I am. Get over it," Reagan said. "Somebody hurt you," Ali said nastily. "Only people who have been ruined by someone else are this terrible." "Shut up!" Reagan put her hands on her hips and glared at Ali. "Anyway, are you ready? I want to get out of here." "One last thing," Ali said. She picked up the toy horse gingerly in her beak and placed it in Reagan's bag. "Now, let's go." On their way past the plains and through the outskirts of the Verinian, Ali heard a soft noise, the sound of branches cracking underneath small hooves. She stopped walking and turned to see 4 deer wander out of the woods, their ears up and eyes wide. It was Stream, Orpheus, Star, and Kozu. "Why'd you stop walking? We have to go," Reagan insisted. "Wait." Ali walked toward the deer, who seemed bewildered and afraid. "Guys, don't be afraid. It's me, Ali." "Ali?" Stream asked, walking to the griffin. She poked out her nose and touched Ali's beak timidly. When she recognized the scent, she said, "By the Creator, it is you! You're not a magic deer at all. You're a changer?" Ali said. "Yes, we do exist, though I did not remember what I was until now." The deer ignored Reagan as they drew closer to Ali. Orpheus shook his head and said, "So that's the reason you don't eat or sleep. Our Ali, a changer." He looked at her in admiration. Star snorted. "I always knew you were too strange to be a real deer, but I'm happy you know who you are now." Ali glanced at Kozu. He was the only one who hadn't come closer. He stood there like a statue, unmoving and stern. "Kozu?" Ali said, and she started toward him. Kozu tossed his antlers in the air. "Stay away," he warned, dipping his head. Shocked, Ali halted in her tracks. "Kozu, I'm not going to hurt you. It's really me underneath this skin. I haven't changed." "I know," he said. "Just stay away from me." "Don't pay attention to him, Ali," Stream said, but Ali flicked her tail.
You and I will always share a connection, Ali said. But we were never meant to be mates. I can't have your fawn, Kozu.
I understand, Kozu nodded. With that comment, he turned his back on her and went out of her life as if she had never existed to him.
Don't mind,
Star said, seeing the hurt look in Ali's eye.
That's how bucks are. They mate and then are gone. I myself have had 3 lovers. Mates, fawns, they all leave. But you still have us.
The 3 deer touched their heads to hers.
If you ever need anything, come to us, Stream said. We're your friends. We'll do anything for you.
Ali nodded, a tightness in her throat.
I'll see you again. I will see you again.
So I suppose that the boy you were always talking about is your company? Orpheus asked. Or do I have it wrong and the girl with you is your company?
Don't insult me with the thought,
Reagan said, throwing a hand in front of her eyes dramatically. Ali nodded and said,
Yes, Orpheus, the boy is my company. Well, bring him back here when you find him, and we'll see what's so special about him, Star said,
and they all laughed. While Ali was still chuckling, the deer slipped away, as deer do. Orpheus dipped his head and backed into the shadows. Star skipped out of sight, and Stream gave Ali a wink before she blended into the trees. Ali let her head drop sadly, before turning around and starting to walk the other way, toward the south.
Talk about poor taste in guys,
Reagan said, not looking back.
That buck found out who you really were and decided to have nothing to do with you. Typical of a man.
My taste in men is better than yours. At least I know my boundaries, Ali said, still stung over Kozu.
What does that mean?
Reagan asked, pulling out a map from her bag sharply.
You're all wrong for the boy in the first place, Ali said. A human going out with a fairy, it's just not done. Funny, if I remember correctly, he's not all fairy, Reagan said. His parents didn't go by the rules either. Keanu's sort of a freak of nature, like you.
Ali narrowed her eyes.
If I could, I would push you down a hill and leave you there while I go look for my family myself. Too bad you need somebody who can actually read a map, Reagan said.
Ali seethed.
I don't need you that badly. If I wanted to, I could carry you off and drop your pretty little butt in a lake.
Reagan let the map down slowly.
You could, if your fat head would let you fly correctly.
Ali clicked her beak.
At least I don't have these mega boobs I like to stuff in these tiny little clothes. I'd rather have mega boobs than a huge butt, Reagan said, dropping the map and putting her hands on her hips. That's it, honey, you're going down, Ali snapped.
She headbutted Reagan, and the girl fell backward, tripping over a root and landing square in the mud. Reagan got up and stood there in shock for a minute, dripping with muck, before scooping up a handful of mud and throwing it right in Ali's face. The mud slicked off of the griffin's face slowly. Ali started toward Reagan menacingly, then paused in her tracks.
Forget it. It's not worth it. And I don't have time to argue with you when my boy is out there. He's probably starving, cold, alone. He's not a lost puppy, Reagan said, scraping off the mud from her jeans. Look what you did. You made me break a nail. You might break something else if we don't get moving, Ali shouted. Is there anybody around? No, Reagan said. Then climb on quickly before anyone sees, Ali said.
Reagan hopped onto Ali's back. The griffin started off at a quick jog, trying to conserve her energy.
We have to move quickly. The elves aren't far. Not far for you is probably forever for me.
Reagan let out an angry sigh, and Ali did her best to control her temper.
Forget about winter, Ali thought. The real question is which one of us girls is going to kill the other one first.
Kenai, Shadowin breathed, looking down at a patch of dirt strangely. Kenai, you were right. It's really her. It has to be. The wolves were standing around a large footprint with deep impressions from talons. What was more, the prints had Ali's scent all over them, and there were a few scattered golden feathers left along the ground. They all knew it now. Ali was alive. Kenai's eyes were pouring tears of joy.
I knew it! It's her! She may not know me, but it's her. Our wonderful Ali's alive. If this is Ali, she's going away, Jade said, pointing with her paw. Look at those tracks. They're stale. How much of a lead does she have? Kenai asked, sniffing the print.
Shadowin shook his head. At least a few days, and if she flies we may lose her for good. Luckily, or unluckily, depending how you look at it, she seems unable or unwilling to fly. If we leave now, we might be able to catch her. By the looks of it, she's heading south. Let's go then, Shadowin said, already thrilled at the prospect of leaving the ashen forest. Jade followed close behind, but Kenai paused for a minute. If they left now, there would be certainly no possibility of ever seeing her father, mother, or brother again from the other pack. It was also certain that they wouldn't be around to see Midnight Star when, if, she came back from her journey. Everyone else had left the Verinian but them. Kenai had to face facts. The past was over. Perhaps they could get away from the second despondent and the prophecy if they left here. Maybe it would stay here in the northern part of the lands and be forgotten about forever. The southern realm and the chance of catching Ali was their last hope. Kenai looked back one last time at the burnt remains of the forest. Then she charged after her pack, leaving her home behind. Chapter 4. Enemies must work as one. Reagan yawned and stretched her arms after a long day's worth of travelling, eyes drooping. "Can we please stop soon? I think I'm going to fall asleep here." She screamed and clung to the saddle as Ali began to buck sharply, waking her up. "We don't have time to stop," Ali snapped back. "If we stop now, we'll never find the boy or the elves." "Please, Ali, only for a few hours, just so I can get some sleep," Reagan begged, yawning again. "I know you don't have to sleep, but you could still use a little break." "Yeah, a break from carrying all this weight," Ali snarled. "You need to lose a few pounds." "Look who's talking, Miss Big Butt." Reagan smacked Ali's rump, and the changer reared onto her hind legs. Unable to catch herself, Reagan fell off and landed on her back in the dirt. "You will walk unless you take that back," Ali growled angrily. "How can I take it back if it's true?" Reagan snapped, her anger slowly taking hold of her. "If that's how you want to play, let me tell you the boy never loved you. He only hung out with you because he pitied you," Ali said harshly. "Actually, he was going to leave you so he could be with me," Reagan said in a confident tone. "I know he was." "I don't believe that. The boy would never love someone as cruel and ugly as you," Ali said, advancing toward Reagan. The human girl backed up slowly until she was against the tree, with nowhere to go. "He did love me, I know it," Reagan replied, her voice gaining an edge of fear. "You take that back right now, you vile little creature," Ali snapped her beak as if to make a point. "No, I will not take it back." Reagan looked the griffin in the eye. "And you are at least 1,000,000 times more vile than me, so nice try attempting to convince me I'm some terrible person when you're just as bad. Why, you little—" Ali stopped her insults and perked her owl ears up. Both girls fell silent and were still. "Did you hear that?" Ali asked, the anger flowing out of her eyes quickly. "What? I didn't hear anything," Reagan replied, suddenly alert. "Hush, I think somebody's out there," Ali whispered. "We need to be quiet so they don't hear us." "Okay, I can be quiet," Reagan whispered back. She looked around nervously. Ali paused. Whatever that noise was, it stopped. "Maybe they left," Ali said, dropping her ears back down. "But they might come back, whoever they were, so we can't talk." "Yeah, I get it. Not a word." Reagan made a motion as if zipping her lips, but Ali only looked confused. Reagan unzipped her lips. "Oh, you don't know what that means, do you? It means I'll be silent." "Oh, I get it now," Ali said, even though she had no idea what Reagan had done. "Climb on so we can get out of here." "Sounds like a plan to me," Reagan whispered back, climbing onto Ali's back as silently as possible. They began to move on, travelling quietly in order to stay away from whatever had been hiding in the trees. When they had been travelling for about an hour, Ali deemed it safe for them to make conversation once more. "Finally," Reagan said loudly. "You know, I never have been able to be quiet for so long." "I've noticed," Ali said, in an annoyed tone. "Would you mind shutting up so I don't have to listen to your horrid voice?" "At least I don't sound like I'm growling all the time. Honestly, do you have a cold or something?" Reagan asked. "My voice does not sound like I'm growling," Ali growled. "Does too. But I guess it fits since you're such a horrid little witch," Reagan said with a taunting laugh.
Yeah, well, at least I don't go around messing with every boy I meet. Ali bucked slightly, forcing Reagan to grip tightly onto the saddle. I bet that's not true. You've probably pretended to like a lot of guys and never ended up with any of them, Reagan rebutted. No, Ali said guiltily. And I do not mess around, Reagan said. I toy with their emotions. There's a big difference. She shrugged. It's actually a lot of fun. Well, I only tell the ones I really love that I like them, mainly because I'm not a vile woman that only lives to hurt others, Ali retorted. And if you call me one more name, I will drop you down into a hole where you will die slowly and painfully, and I will watch and listen to you scream. Was that a threat? Reagan asked. No, it was a promise, Ali responded. She stopped abruptly and threw Reagan to the ground violently. Ow, my arm! Reagan whined. She lifted her arm to reveal a large scrape along her elbow. The blood was oozing out of the cut slowly in small beads. You'll survive, Ali growled. Now come on, you're going to have to walk for a while, so keep up. I'm tired of carrying you. Ali walked on with her head held up proudly. I will not walk, Reagan yelled, getting up to follow the griffin. The blood from her wound fell onto the dirt and left a small trail on the ground behind them, dripping slowly. Yes, you will, and you'll enjoy it. Besides, walking will help you lose that extra poundage, Ali told her. Now hurry up and... Ali stopped talking as a bulky figure leapt at her from the top of a tree, pinning the griffin to the ground as she screeched loudly. As it fell, Reagan identified human-like features and pointed ears. The figure landed on Ali's back, a knife clasped tightly in its closed fist. Reagan ran forward to help, but was stopped by another one of the figures. Now where exactly is a pretty little thing like you going? The elf said, shoving her backward. To help my friend, Reagan replied harshly, her voice taking on an animalistic edge it had never held before. Her heart was beating much faster than it should have been, but she told herself to remain calm. If she panicked, she and Ali were done for. Why don't you just stay here? The elf whispered, leaning in so he could hiss his words across her skin. You're very pretty. He smiled, revealing teeth in desperate need of care. I don't want to stay, Reagan snapped. In one quick motion, she drew the knife Ali had given her and placed it at the elf's throat. Now, if you would like to stay alive, you will back up and let me go. You wouldn't use that, he told her, laughing. You don't even know how. Try me, Reagan snarled, pressing the tip of the knife into his skin. A small dot of blood formed at the start of the blade. The elf moved his head back a tiny bit, but didn't appear frightened. Is that all you know how to do, little girl? Oh, I can do so much more. Reagan brought up her knee, catching him between his long legs. The elf fell to the forest floor with a groan, and she kicked him in the stomach twice, as hard as she could. She laughed as the elf doubled over, leaping in triumph. Ha! Maybe next time you'll think before messing with Detroit. You little... he snarled. He jumped to his feet quickly, pulling a knife of his own. The elf lunged at her, and Reagan spun backward, lashing out her own knife. Thus the two began a dance that would end in death for at least one of them. As Reagan fought off one elf, Ali viciously attacked the other. The elf on her back had dug his knife into her right wing before she managed to buck him off. The knife was still stuck amongst her golden feathers, but Ali paid it no attention. Ali lashed out at the elf with her sharp talons, but he was quick and agile and managed to leap onto a low branch before she could strike him accurately. She roared at him and took to the air despite her wounded wing. She dived directly toward him, smashing his body to the ground with her landing. The embedded knife fell out of her wing as the elf's bones cracked beneath her feet. It was then that Reagan screamed. Ali turned to see the human girl with a knife buried deep in her side. The other elf was laughing at her, pulling another knife from his belt. The griffin let out a vicious cry and charged at the elf that had stabbed Reagan. In a singular, fluid motion, she dug her sharp claws into his back. He fell forward, the blood from 3 large gashes quickly soaking his skirt. "How dare you harm her?" Ali hissed at the elf. He didn't hear her. He was already dead from her blow. "Ali!" Reagan gasped, clutching her side and falling to the ground. Her hands were wrapped around the hilt of the knife. It was stuck between her ribs on her left side.
Blood oozed between her fingers. "Reagan!" Ali pushed the girl's hands away and grabbed the knife in her beak. Reagan screamed in pain as Ali carefully pulled it out, tearing a scrap of cloth from the girl's shirt to wrap her side. "I know it's not a real bandage, but it will have to do until we get to the elves."
"Thank you, Ali,"
Reagan said weakly. "You would have killed me."
"I may have helped you, but this doesn't make us friends," the Griffin warned, turning around to find the elf that she had been fighting was gone. "Coward must have run off."
"Does it really matter? Let's just get out of here."
Reagan leaned against a tree, clutching her bleeding side.
"I don't want to get attacked by any more fairies if I can help it."
"Those weren't fairies," Ali said. "They were elves."
"What?"
Reagan's mouth dropped open, and she gasped in pain.
"Okay, then we can't go to the elves. They obviously don't like us very much."
"Those elves were thieves, bandits who live in the woods to attack people on the road. The elves we're going to see are actually very welcoming and kind," Ali replied.
"I don't care. They attacked us, so I'm not going anywhere near the rest of them."
Reagan yelped in pain as she banged her arm against her wounded side.
"You don't have much choice in the matter," Ali snapped. "With a wound like that, you'll die within a few days at most if you don't get care."
"I will not die,"
Reagan said firmly, a hint of doubt hidden in her words.
"You will, and I'll celebrate,"
Ali declared, clicking her beak for emphasis.
"Well, you're hurt too. You might die from that,"
Reagan replied, pointing at Ali's wounded wing.
"No, because it's already healing,"
Ali bragged.
"See, it'll be nothing but a scar by tonight."
She flicked her long tail back and forth happily.
"But that's not fair,"
Reagan whined. Her brow furrowed as she clutched at her side. Her lips quivered, showing how much pain she really was in. Ali's ears fell, and her tail drooped.
"Are you all right?"
Ali asked, concerned for the first time.
"Reagan, come on, we have to go."
Ali nudged Reagan until the human forced herself onto the Griffin's back. Reagan clutched at her side as she sat upon the changer.
"We'll be there soon, I promise you,"
Ali said, her voice taking on a kindness it didn't normally hold.
"It's going to be okay, Reagan."
Reagan smiled painfully.
"I don't want to die yet, Ali. You have to go fast. I'm not ready to die."
A tear rolled down the human's cheek, and she leaned over to lay her head on Ali's soft neck.
"You won't die. Not if I have anything to say about it," Ali said in a determined manner. "But if we're going to get there fast enough, I have to fly. I promise I won't drop you."
"I trust you not to."
Reagan's voice was getting weaker by the minute, proving they had limited time.
"I don't care if you fly. Just get me somewhere safe."
Ali spread her wings and took to the sky for the first time since she had lived with the deer. Ali travelled as fast as she could without risking dropping her rider. As she flew, Ali could feel Reagan's warm red blood staining her golden feathers. Every now and then Ali looked down to assess where they were. All the while, Reagan moaned in pain and clutched desperately onto life.
"Hold on, Reagan," Ali said softly. "It's going to be okay. Just hold on a little longer."
Reagan never responded, just whimpered and held on tighter to the wound in her side. Ali turned to look at the human to be sure she hadn't died yet, but her worry cost her. As she carefully watched Reagan, the elvish village zoomed by below her. Ali was too consumed by Reagan's fate to notice. The wolves had been running day and night, and were sure they were only half a day behind the changer they so desperately tracked. Keanu led the group, with Shadowin and Jade behind her.
"Hey, there's blood up here!"
Keanu yelped as they ventured across a main pathway, observing the macabre scene. "Do you think Ali's hurt?" Shadowin came up beside her, looking around. There were several pools of bright red blood, half-dried and mingled with the dirt.
"I don't think she was the one who got hurt,"
Jade said, padding over to an abandoned corpse spread across the forest floor.
"There's a dead elf over here."
"These are claw marks in his back," Shadowin said, examining the body. "Definitely from a griffin."
"Go, Ali!"
Keanu barked.
"She showed him." "It's not just the elf. This is human blood, guys."
Jade sniffed at a pool of blood and cringed.
"What human would be with Ali? She terrifies fairies and elves. A human wouldn't even dare to look at her, let alone follow her around."
Kenai said.
I'm just telling you what I smell, Jade replied defensively. This is definitely human blood. No doubt about it.
Strange, Shadowin commented. The only human I know is one that Ali hates with a passion, so there's no way they're travelling together.
We can't stay here wondering about it, Jade said. We have to keep moving.
It won't do any good. The tracks stop here. Kenai dropped her head sadly. Ali took to the sky. We'll never find her now. We won't lose her, Shadowin assured her. By the looks of things, I'd say she's heading to King Oliver's village. All we have to do is head toward the elves and we'll find her.
He's right, Kenai. Jade nuzzled her sister gently. We'll find her. How can you be so sure? What if she's not going to the elves?
Kenai questioned. Then we look elsewhere. But for now, all we can do is follow our instincts, Shadowin replied. Now let's go. We don't have time to be wasting here. Shadowin began running in the direction he believed would take them to the village King Oliver had set up for his rebels so long ago. Kenai stayed a moment, and Jade lingered with her.
It's going to be fine. You'll see,
Jade said softly. But do you really believe that? Kenai asked. Saying something and believing what you say are two completely different things. Ali's my best friend. Kenai's eyes swam with tears. I can't lose her twice.
I'm sure we'll find her soon, Kenai. She means a lot to all of us, not just you, Jade said. Come on, we can't let ourselves fall behind.
Luciana lay in the middle of the yard outside her small hut, watching the clouds drift by overhead. Nathaniel babbled on her chest and clutched at the white wisps of vapour so high above them. Luciana often sat alone outside her house in the sunlight. It made everything seem right again.
What are you doing, you silly little goofball?
She asked her son, sitting up and holding the infant above her head.
Huh? What's my baby doing?
Nathaniel cooed happily. He smiled down at his mother, small dimples forming in his cheeks.
Oh, you have the cutest little dimples. Yes, you do, Nathaniel.
Luciana lowered him to her level and kissed his nose. As he giggled, Luciana thought to herself that she was so glad to have him. Nathaniel was the only thing in her life that had ever gone right. If she didn't have her son, Luciana truly felt like her existence would have meant nothing. There wouldn't be a point to living without him. She had faded from everyone's memories, but the thought had often crossed her mind to fade altogether from the world, to vanish in every sense of the word, completely.
Luciana, can we talk?
A familiar voice asked. Luciana clutched her child against her chest protectively as Morok approached them. She jumped up, preparing to head into the house.
What do you want? She hissed angrily. Don't come too close or I'll scream.
Don't do that. I just want to talk before I go, he replied.
Where's Rex?
I thought he never left your side.
Rex will be back momentarily, and so will Rose, so I suggest you leave now, she threatened.
Morok stared at her. I'm not going to hurt you, Luciana.
How do I know I can trust you after what you did? She questioned.
Because I didn't know what I was doing. I'm sorry.
Sorry doesn't give me my life back, Luciana screamed. Sorry doesn't fix what was done. Sorry doesn't take away my memories. Sorry doesn't make it better.
Tears began to run down her cheeks. Nathaniel started crying at the sound of his mother's yelling, wailing as loud as a baby could. Morok stayed where he was, dumbfounded.
Luciana, I didn't mean... I don't care what you meant, she yelled over Nathaniel's screams. My life already sucked. Why not add rape after all, as if it wasn't bad enough? That's something I'll never forget. I'll never be able to live normally again.
He looked down at the ground. I'm really, truly sorry.
Take your apologies and find somewhere else to put them. I don't want anything to do with you or your airheaded wife, she screamed. The only reason I haven't erased your memories and made you forget all about me is because I want you to live every day with the guilt of what you did. Just leave me alone.
Luciana sprinted into the house, leaving Morok standing in the yard alone.
Very well, Luciana. I'll let you be,
Morok muttered to himself. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked away slowly, hanging his head. Though he still couldn't control the evil inside of him, he still hated himself for what he had done to Luciana. The worst part was that the evil was coming back. The dark spirit was growing stronger each day. Morok didn't know what he could do to stop him when the monster finally emerged. Chapter 5. Boulders crushing bodies tends to make friends pretty quickly. "This road is so hard." Ali struggled to keep her wings beating. She was hopelessly and horribly lost. Her eyes scanned every inch of ground looking for some sign of the elves, but everything looked unfamiliar. Trees, trees, and more trees. No village. "This is so stupid," Ali hissed. She descended, landing near a small pond. Reagan, who was lying across Ali's back, asked weakly, "Are we there yet?" Ali shifted uneasily. "Not yet, but I know where we're going. We'll be there in no time, I promise." "You're lying." Reagan lifted her head, clutching the wound at her side. "You've got us lost, haven't you?" "No, I just took a wrong turn." "Ali!" "Oh." Ali put Reagan down on the ground and started pacing back and forth along the edge of the pond. "What did the last map say?" "Oh, if you've hit Green Lake, you've gone too far," Reagan said slowly. The makeshift bandage was soaked with blood and starting to sloppily unravel at her stomach. Ali stopped pacing. "I passed that lake an hour ago." "You what?" Reagan screamed. She let out a yell of pain as her wound ached. "I'm sure all I did was take a wrong turn somewhere." "What if you took several wrong turns?" "How should I know? I can't read maps," Ali said, closer to tears than Reagan had ever seen her. "What are you saying? Am I going to die out here?" Reagan squeaked. Ali shook her head. "No, I refuse to let that happen." "I thought you didn't care if I died," Reagan gasped, for the pain in her side was increasing each second. Ali cracked her beak. "Like it or not, I obviously need you, and—" her tail swished viciously as she sighed. "The boy does too. If you die, he'll lose someone else close to him. His pain is my own." "Whatever. Find someone who can help me," Reagan pleaded. Okay. Ali grabbed a map out of Reagan's backpack and started looking at it. "Well, if we start here, then we have to backtrack around. Is that a mountain?" "You're looking at it upside down," Reagan said in frustration. Ali rotated the map and let out an exclamation as she traced her talon over the paper. "It's pretty clear now. We just have to go backwards." "Sure you've got the right direction this time?" "I'm sure. It's half a day's flight through this tiny corner of the Ayana Desert, then a straight shot to the village. It's so obvious even I can see it." "Get me there then," Reagan said, putting her hands over her wound. "Just freaking get me there." Ali picked Reagan up and placed her on her back, gently shifting to support the girl's weight. "You do know the Ayana is the desert of dragons." "Dragons? Like Ionan?" "No, wild dragons." Reagan moaned and laid her head against Ali's neck. The changer sprung into the air fearlessly. Dragons didn't scare her. Dragons were her friends, and if these particular ones were not, then she would have no second thoughts about biting through their tough scales. She might be smaller than a dragon, but she could fight like one. And if not, well, at least she'd go out in a way that was true to a griffin. Lots of blood and glory. Ali kept herself going by counting the number of times her wings went up and down. Reagan lay half dead across her back, moaning every so often, drifting in and out of consciousness. By the time they had reached the desert, Ali noticed something rising over the horizon. A large wall of sand swirled through the air a short distance ahead of her, approaching quickly. Ali halted in mid-air and cried, "It's a sandstorm! I'll get swept away if I don't land! I have to take us down!" Ali plummeted downward and landed, spraying sand everywhere as her body connected with the dunes. She pulled Reagan off her back and laid her down, throwing one wing over the girl and the other over her own face. It was awful. The sands buffeted Ali's wings, stinging through her feathers and cutting her skin. Ali clenched her beak and refused to let even a small squawk escape from her mouth. On and on it went. Ali wondered if the sandstorm was ever going to end. The roaring in her ears caused her jaw to shudder, and the sheer force of the storm nearly lifted her off her feet. It was a good thing she was heavy, because her claws had nothing to grab onto. She was wrenched back and forth by the strength of the wind. She imagined that the storm had giant hands that wanted to toss her around, as if she was some sort of toy. Now she knew how the stuffed animal in her bag felt. After a time, the sand started burying her alive. If the storm didn't stop, there would be no chance of finding the boy. Finally, the winds died down. Head swimming, Ali shook the sand off of her and checked Reagan. The girl was neither better nor worse.
"Feather biters, where are we now?"
Ali whispered to herself. She looked around. Things seemed to be the same in every direction, nothing but large dunes of sand.
"Ali,"
Reagan whimpered.
"Water."
Ali got a water skin out of the backpack and gave it to Reagan. The girl drank from it deeply. Ali looked at it in despair. That was the last of the water, which meant that if Reagan was to live, Ali would have to get her out of the heat, fast.
"I'm putting this over your head,"
Ali said, taking out a spare shirt and wrapping it around Reagan's hair,
"to keep you protected from the sun."
"What's protecting you?"
Ali took off her armor, placing it in her bag before changing into a giraffe, bending down on her long legs.
"I'm a changer. The sun can't hurt me. It only gives me energy."
"People can't ride giraffes,"
Reagan protested. "It's nonsensical."
"You will. Now come on."
Ali scooped Reagan onto her back with her neck, then stood, her hooves sinking down into the deep sand. Ali knew she couldn't let the girl fall, as it was a long way down. In Reagan's current state, she probably wouldn't make it. Ali looked up at the skies for guidance. She had been heading east before the storm, and by the position of the sun, she couldn't tell anything. She had to guess. Ali turned on her heels, blinked her long lashes, and started heading the opposite way. She made each step count, her long legs extending as far as permitted, walking as fast as she could without knocking Reagan off.
"Isn't there anything out here?"
Ali asked desperately. Her legs quivered. She was so tired. She hadn't rested in such a long time. A small dot hovered in the distance. Why did the air do that quivery thing when it was hot? She could barely tell what was in front of her, if anything at all.
Is it a mirage or a place to get Reagan out of the sun?
Ali took her chances and started heading toward the black spot, aware that the odds were far against her. As she kept walking, the spot became a stone, then a rock, and soon a cave. Ali touched her hoof to it and found that it was indeed real. She headed inside the cave, laid down, and put Reagan on the floor, resting her own head against the cool stone. Like it or not, she wasn't going anywhere unless she took a break.
"What's going on here?"
a deep voice rumbled, shaking the walls of the cave. Ali had no sooner closed her eyes before she heard giant footsteps stomping to the spot where she lay, making the stone beneath her tremble. Ali raised her head in irritation and said,
"Hey, Cranky, I'm trying to rest here."
The source of the noise, a large red dragon with a crooked horn and many scars, brought his head back sharply as if insulted. He snorted and said,
"Dinner should not talk back."
"Well, this time dinner does. If you want to do something about it, eat my tongue first," Ali said crossly.
The dragon stretched his paws, rasping his claws against the stone.
"I shall, but we can save that for later. Why aren't you running away?"
The dragon seemed puzzled that Ali wasn't terrified of him.
"I have worse things to deal with in this world besides an old dragon who hardly puffs smoke. Now leave me alone, I'm tired," Ali complained.
"Why is there a human girl here?"
the dragon asked, utterly bewildered.
"She's with me. If you would prefer to eat her first, be my guest. It would take her out of her misery, and mine."
"You are unwise to talk to such a mighty hunter this way, young one," the dragon rumbled.
Ali rose to her feet, turning to the dragon and facing him directly.
"I am Alakenzi, and I shall do as I please, especially when I'm this exhausted."
The dragon began chuckling with great enthusiasm. He laughed so hard that the cave walls shook yet again in a near earthquake. The red dragon wiped tears from his eyes with his tail, his wings beating up and down.
"What's so funny?"
Ali asked, offended. The dragon shook his head.
"So this is the great Alakenzi that the whole lands has been fussing over. What a mouth you have on you!"
"I'm not usually this mean. I'm just very grumpy. You've got to understand I've been travelling for days without rest."
"I see. Greetings, dearest Alakenzi. I am Bloodbath,"
the dragon said. He grinned his collection of sharp, deadly fangs.
"Bloodbath!" Ali exclaimed. "You're a family friend. I've heard of you from my father Ionan's travels. What great luck I've found you."
"I hardly think luck has anything to do with it,"
Bloodbath said.
"The stories I've heard about you, Alakenzi, you've caused a lot of trouble, small thing."
"Tell me something I don't know," Ali said, wincing at Bloodbath's choice of words. She wasn't used to being the tiniest thing around. Bloodbath shook his head.
"Dead and now alive, a prophetess, and perhaps the new Empress of Nesting's Haven, the heroine of the lands, in my cave, no less."
"I don't know about all of that," Ali said, shaking her tail. "Why do you suppose I'm an empress?"
"Why, there must be someone who will rise up to challenge the new king that has taken over. Haven't you heard?"
Bloodbath asked. Ali had not, and she could certainly care less.
"I just want my company back."
"Isn't that her?"
Bloodbath asked, pointing his tail at Reagan. Ali wrinkled her nose.
"Definitely not. My company is a boy. I'm just travelling with this girl as a guide."
"The smell of her blood is what woke me up. I was going to eat her if your salty tongue hadn't gotten in the way," Bloodbath said.
"I would have changed in an instant and killed you,"
Ali said simply, shuffling her hooves. Bloodbath turned to her.
"Oh, really now? You would have killed an experienced old dragon like me?"
"Yes, but you see, I need your help. My guide got hurt, obviously, and if she doesn't make it, I'm lost."
"I can always be your guide if this girl fails. I would be of more use to you," Bloodbath said.
Ali paused. "That's not the only reason. I must keep her living. It's not an option."
"I would hardly let her bleed to death under my watch anyhow. Not if she's my guest instead of my snack."
Bloodbath went to the cave entrance and looked out.
"Hottest part of the day, of course. I'll be back."
Bloodbath spread his great wings and lifted himself into the air. Ali watched him go, not knowing where he was heading, but hoping he was coming back soon. An hour later, Bloodbath trailed into the cave with a small she-dragon at his tail, one who was hardly bigger than Ali. Her scales were as pale as the sand, with brown dots all over them. She carried a black bag in her claws. Ali had to suppress a laugh and turn away. After all, a spotted dragon?
"Ali, this is Sandra. She's the local medic for the desert dragons," Bloodbath said.
"You're not going to use your big claws on the human, are you? You'll rip her worse than you'll fix her," Ali said, horrified.
"You were right about her sassiness, Bloodbath," Sandra said. "And relax, I'm a professional."
"You can't be much older than me,"
Ali argued.
"Maybe younger, actually,"
Bloodbath mumbled, and Ali yelped.
"I'm 18,
Sandra said indignantly before digging around in her bag. Ali shuffled to Bloodbath and asked,
"Is this the best you got?"
He stretched his wings.
"She's not the best we've got. She's the best there is."
Sandra shoved Ali out of the cave.
"Get out. I need quiet time to work."
All right, whatever, pushy," Ali grumbled.
The giraffe lay down outside the cave, but she couldn't rest. An uneasiness filled her, one that caused her organs to twist with anxiety. Would Reagan be okay? A short time later, Bloodbath and Sandra came out of the cave, conversing back and forth with each other quickly.
"Oh, I agree," Sandra said. "Silly ice dragons living in those mountains barely come out to say hello every 100 years.
"Not to mention those underground dragons are pretty much useless, and the forest dragons won't do an inch of work unless you drag them into it."
Bloodbath puffed out some smoke, seemingly unsettled.
"If the second despondent is here, it's certain they won't help to stop it."
Sea dragons are nice to have as friends, if you can find them.
Naturally. Beach dragons aren't too bad either. I've never heard of jungle dragons, but I'm sure they exist and are as useless as the others.
Excuse me, the girl, Ali burst.
The two dragons looked at her. Sandra said,
Come inside and see.
Ali entered the cave and saw Reagan freshly bandaged, looking like she was in a lot less pain. Sandra said,
There, it's the best I can do on such a small patient. It'll hold up for a few days, but beyond that I can't guarantee anything.
Thank you, Ali said, surprised that the dragon had done such a good job. The giraffe came by Reagan's side, and Sandra asked,
By the way, what direction were you going in?
Ali bristled.
East, or west, I think. I was following the sun.
The sun does change in the sky during the day, dear one,
Bloodbath said gently.
I knew that, Ali burst, but I'm just so...
Oh, where were you going?
Sandra asked.
To the elves. We were expecting to find some of our friends there. The Verinian Forest was burnt down by a witch called Nineveh, and we were hoping to find refugees from our home in the elvish village, she said quickly.
Bloodbath froze.
But my sister, Sunset, and her hatchlings, do you...
I don't doubt that they made it out alive, but I'm not sure where they are, Ali said. Reagan and I, that's the human, we found each other and left.
Sunset would never go to the elves. Elves and dragons have been at war with each other for years,
Bloodbath said.
But aren't the elves at war with everyone?
Sandra asked. All except King Oliver, Ali responded. He would let Sunset and the others in.
Bloodbath shook his head.
My sister would refuse to trust him. No, you'll not find her there. But of your other friends I'm unsure. I can take you to the mountain before the elvish village, but after that I must return to my home. The elves would have my pelt in an instant if I dared to venture inside.
Thank you so much, Ali burst, jumping into the air.
Bloodbath turned to Sandra, saying,
Go to our family and tell them to stay inside. It's not safe for anyone out there during these times, not even a dragon.
On my way.
Sandra picked up her bag, nodded to Ali, and then headed out the door, her tail still lashing sand as she went.
Change into something smaller, my dear. I can carry you both all the way, and you can rest on my back. I can see that you're tired,
Bloodbath said gently, placing Reagan between his wings. Ali sagged. Thank you. She changed into a lynx and climbed on to rest next to Reagan. It was a good thing the dragon was so wide. Whatever he did, it would take Bloodbath rolling over in mid-air for them to fall off.
Hold on tight now,
Bloodbath said, and the hot sun was on them once again as the dragon galloped out of the cave and barreled into the blazing heat. Shadowin hoped they were going in the right direction. There were no signs of Ali ever coming through the area. Shadowin knew that she was in the air, but the changer had to land eventually. As far as he could tell, she hadn't touched down even once. Something about the whole situation was off. They should have seen a sign of her by now, and they hadn't for hours.
Look,
Keanu shouted abruptly, and they glanced to her right. The wolves jumped down from the rock they had been standing on, sliding down a muddy ravine, to gaze at a massacre. Dozens of animals were scattered around, lying in various pools of blood. The bodies were everywhere, slumped into patches of mud and dangling from trees freshly dead. The gore went on as far as the wolves could see. It wasn't just prey animals that had been killed, such as deer or rabbits. Large cats, bears and wolverines lay amongst the dead, their glassy eyes wide in surprise, mouths pulled back in a frozen snarl. This hadn't been a hunt. It had been a slaughter.
What happened here?
Shadowin said in despair.
I don't know,
Keanu said, gagging.
But I think their fairy is behind this bush.
Jade trotted to the bush and looked over it, observing the fairy's torn throat.
Yep, that's got to be her. She was dead before she hit the ground. But why?
Keanu asked, truly upset. Shadowin bent down and sniffed one of the corpses.
Artisans,
he said darkly.
I knew I smelled something foul.
So did I. I think they caught our scent, Jade said. They're avoiding us so we don't hunt them down.
Wolves are the only creatures that can kill Ortuzans after all. Our bite is poison to them.
But they killed all of these creatures? How many of them could there be?
Kenai asked.
Had to be dozens, Shadowin said.
It's unusual for Ortuzans to be this risky, Jade said. They don't typically hunt in groups, not even if they have a coven. Wolves have always taken care of them if they've become too big of an issue in a certain area.
Either they're getting brave, or someone's pressuring them to take chances, Shadowin said.
Do you think they're rallying under a leader?
Kenai asked fearfully. Shadowin shook his head.
Ortuzans can't get along. They even fight with each other in small covens. It's the only reason why they haven't overthrown the fairies and taken over the lands. No matter how many times they try, Ortuzans can't work together.
But we're living in different times now,
Kenai protested.
The second despondent is coming, if it's not here already. What if the Ortuzans have found a leader and are making an army against the fairies?
That can't happen. The lands would practically be lost,
Jade argued. Shadowin growled lowly.
If we had time, I'd stay here and take down every single one of these leeches myself.
But we don't have time, Jade said bluntly. There's nothing we can do for anyone here. They're in the Creator's hands now.
Shadowin turned away, and his pack followed. As they trotted away, their hearts were downcast. The pack seemed to have lost all morale, and you could see it in the way they travelled.
It's horrible thinking that what happened to them is what happened to Ali,
Jade moaned, her ears back.
Could have happened. We don't know for certain,
Kenai said back. Jade didn't say anything. She whipped her tail at her sister's face, but the other she-wolf wasn't paying attention. Kenai padded to her brother and said,
Shadowin, I need to talk to you.
Can't it wait?
Shadowin asked. His whole form dragged with each step. If the situation would have permitted him to, he surely would have sunk into a low, desperate howl.
Absolutely not. Let's go.
Kenai grabbed her brother by the scruff and dragged him away with her teeth.
What is this about?
Shadowin said when Kenai had let him go, and they were far enough away not to be overheard by Jade. Kenai's fur rippled in the wind.
We're taking this far too casually, she said. Ali is out there, somewhere, and so is everything else that could kill her. We're running out of time.
Kenai.
The lands rest on us finding her, Shadowin, she pleaded. So stop letting Jade step all over you. Let's face it, if Ali really is gone, there isn't any hope for ending the second despondent. Her magic is strong, perhaps even stronger than Vixen's. If she's gone, we might as well give up now.
Since when did Kenai make all the decisions?
Jade asked, stepping out from behind the concealment of the bushes.
I'm trying to have a private conversation,
Kenai said sharply.
Without me? I'm your sister. I'm in this with you,
Jade growled.
Yes, and you're constantly getting in the way,
Kenai said angrily.
I don't want to find Ali just for myself or for us, you know. She is a prophetess, and her power is the only way to stop Winter.
This isn't our war, Jade snapped.
This is everybody's war. This is the second despondent,
Kenai yelled.
Kenai, Shadowin said warningly. Be quiet.
Look around you, Jade,
Kenai said, ignoring her brother.
There's no food. Ortuzans are becoming reckless and killing everything. They think they run the lands now, and with Kia gone, the fairies have no queen and no leader. We thought the last place in the world that would be affected by all of this was the Verinian Forest, but they burned it down. I guarantee Winter will ruin everything unless we do something about it.
Who died and made you prophetess? Jade snarled. Oh, that's right. Ali did. And somebody has to take her place. And since our stupid airheaded sister left the den, you've taken it upon yourself to try and play Midnight Star's role.
Kenai leapt and landed on Jade's back. Jade retaliated instantly, and soon both sisters were fighting with each other on the ground, spinning in circles. Shadowin watched the battle patiently, waiting for them both to stop. After each wolf had gotten a few bites in, they separated, breathing heavily. Shadowin came between them and said,
Come on, guys. Ali's out there.
So are Snapfoot and Mom and Dad and Midnight Star, along with Kia, Keanu and the rest of them. But we aren't looking for them, are we? Jade hissed. You know what, Kenai? Next time you try to find a missing person, why not try looking for somebody who's still alive first? Jade growled and padded away to wait for her siblings at a distance. Shadowin shook his head. Kenai, you're being a little dramatic, don't you think?
No, I'm not,
Kenai said, taking ragged, angry breaths. Ali is the only one who still poses a threat to Winter. If she's here, we all stick together, but when she's gone, we fall apart. We're in pieces now that she's missing. Getting her back is going to be the one thing that'll bring us all together again. You're assuming the rest of them, wherever they are still alive, Shadowin barked back. We're all connected, all of us. We'd know it if something happened, Kenai said. That's stupid to say. I don't think so. Kenai swished her tail. I miss Kia and our pack and Midnight Star, but they're not coming back. Tears sparked in her mismatched eyes. You know that. They're all gone. The last time we saw Midnight Star was... Kenai, Shadowin said, pressing up against her. There was nothing we could do to stop her from running away. She promised to stop the war between the pack and the unicorns, and we couldn't prevent her from following her fate. Then we shouldn't avoid following ours. Kenai blinked away tears. That's why we must find Ali, though she's making it very difficult for us to get to her. I'll say. Why doesn't she stay on one path? She's impossible to track. It's like she doesn't know where she's going, Shadowin said. Maybe she's with Keanu, Kenai said hopefully. And none of the others? Unlikely. Shadowin sat down. Ali wouldn't have turned against us. No, not unless she's been brainwashed, Shadowin shook his head. Kenai sighed. It's possible. But still, unlikely. Could she be trying to find the others? Probably, but it appears she's having about as much success as we are. Kenai dully licked her paw. She's got to be on some sort of mission then. Ali's only concern in life was keeping Keanu alive. She had no other purpose, Kenai said slowly, staring at her brother. You're wrong, and you know it. Winter was after her because she has a sporadic talent of telling prophecies. No, Kenai said. Winter had other things he wanted from her too. Like what? Kenai thought. Do you remember that story Sunset told us about the 3 items of immense power? They're the only items that stand a chance of breaking the binding curse upon the Changers, the one that forces them to obey orders from companies, even against their will. Shadowin's ears perked up. Yeah. What are you getting at? Maybe those items aren't a myth. Maybe Ali is the one who is supposed to bring them together. Why would he want to kill her if that's true? Kenai twirled in a circle. He tried taking her when she was a baby. When that failed, he kidnapped her when she was 5, but she got away. Now that she's older, she's more dangerous. She would never help him, not even if it meant her life. So instead of using her to find the 3 items of power, like he wanted to do when she was a child, maybe Winter's afraid she'll find them first. That's why he wanted to kill her, to prevent her from obtaining them before he does. What could Winter use these items for? Shadowin said impatiently, feeling like they were going around in circles. I don't know. Think. There has to be stories that mentioned them, ones that we know. There was that one with the wolf that ate up all the deer and he was so fat he had to roll everywhere. No, not that one. Well, I always liked that one. Think, Kenai repeated. After a few minutes, Kenai said, Do you remember the last line of Ali's newest prophecy? To set the Changers free? Somewhat. Shadowin wrinkled his nose. Listen, if those items can set the Changers free, and I'm guessing make it so they don't have to follow commands, they probably can do the opposite and control any Changer. And if Winter gets his hands on them, he could use the items to control any Changer he wants. If he did that, he'd be unstoppable. But he needs Ali to get to them, correct? Shadowin said fearfully. But what if Winter doesn't need her anymore? Kenai said slowly. What if he's already found the items? Shadowin shook his head. Impossible. He would have won by now, and there's still rebels opposing him, even though he's the king of Nesting's Haven.
Obviously. So he has to have a better alternative.
Your theory's a stretch, but it does seem somewhat plausible, Shadowin said, shaking his fur. What's his alternative?
Are there any other prophecies that coincide with this one? Kenai asked. Anything at all?
Shadowin closed his eyes.
Nothing that I can... Wait.
Yes?
In Flaria's house, we were just pups. Couldn't have been more than a few weeks after we were kidnapped, Shadowin said in a rush. I overheard Ali talking to Kia and Ionin about a prophecy. She kept dreaming about twin changers, bound to one a company. The prophecy said that whoever these twin changers would side with would be the side that won.
Are you sure?
I didn't make it up. It scared me out of my fur to think about it, Shadowin shivered. That's why I never told anyone before. I tried to forget about it.
That's it then. Since he can't find the items, Winter's after the twin changers, whoever they are, so he can get them on his side. But he can't, because if he does...
It means we lose.
Exactly. So we have to find Ali first. It's not an option, Kenai insisted. She'll find the items so Winter won't get his filthy hands on them, and maybe we can stop him before he manages to convince these twins to join him.
And what if Ali's dead? Shadowin said. We're still on a wild goose chase, Kenai.
If she's dead, then we're dead too, Kenai said firmly. We don't have any idea where or who the twin changers are, and if I know anything about the enemy, it's that Winter will already know everything about them. He's always 2 steps ahead.
So we've got to move, now, Shadowin said.
Shouldn't we try to figure out what these items are first? Kenai asked.
No time. If we find Ali, we might not need to.
Shadowin bounded into the woods to rejoin Jade. The 3 wolves travelled quickly, growing closer to the village of the elves, and hoping they weren't too late. When Ali rose out of her memories, she realized that the desert had been left far behind, to be replaced once again by leafy green trees. Bloodbath had flown much farther and faster than she'd hoped in the time she'd been resting. When Ali finally got her bearings, she found Bloodbath was descending. He landed on the base of a small mountain, coming to a halt and swinging his head around.
"This is where I leave you. I dare not cross over this mountain or I risk angering the elves," Bloodbath said. "The village should be at the base of this peak on the other side. If you hurry, it'll only take you a day or so to cross, maybe less."
Ali slid off his back and transformed into a griffin, her wings drooping as she saw how high the mountain was. Another mountain, Ali thought, her heart sinking in despair. There's always another mountain to climb, another rock to move, another battle, another war, another fight that's impossible to win.
"You can do it, young one,"
Bloodbath said encouragingly, and Ali was strongly reminded of Ionin.
"You are too far valuable to fail."
She nodded. She reached up and slid Reagan off of Bloodbath's back and onto her own. By this time, the human girl was weak and unconscious. "Shall I see you again?" The dragon laughed kindly.
"One day we will meet again, even if it will be with our ancestors in the next world. It has been a pleasure, Alakenzi. It's the least I can do to repay your father for the freedom that he and Kirtana gave me."
"You are more than welcome, good friend," Ali said. She waved a wing in farewell. Bloodbath slid down the side of the mountain, causing the whole monument to shake as he pushed off of it and launched himself into the air. Ali did not permit herself to watch as he flew away. Instead, she let herself dread the task ahead of her, getting up the mountain. Glaring in determination at the hard stone, she sunk her talons into the sides of the mountain and started up. She gasped for air as she constantly slipped downward. She nearly tossed Reagan several times. Once she lost her footing and slid all the way back down the mountain and had to start over. She would have flown over it, but she didn't have the strength left to carry both herself and Reagan through the sky. She pushed on, remembering how her mothers persevered. Alia and Vera had both fought to protect their children until the very last breath. They had fought to save their loved ones in the same way Ali was saving Reagan now, and the thought gave Ali strength. When she had gotten halfway up the mountain, Ali managed to find a place large enough where she could spread her wings. Using all her effort, she hovered over the peak of the mountain, crashing painfully down on the other side. Reagan went spilling off, rolling away several feet. "Oh no!" Ali cried as Reagan tumbled downward. The griffin scrambled down the side of the peak to try and catch her, but soon lost her balance. Both girls tumbled down the mountain, their bodies battered and tossed against the hard rock. "Feather biters!" Ali snapped. She grabbed Reagan's shirt with her beak, digging her talons into the stone to slow their fall. They were brought to a halt, but not without a price. Ali's scream rung out against the dark sky as blood spurted from her front foot. Her one claw had been ripped clean off after catching in a split in the rock. Ali managed to limp to a ledge, dragging Reagan behind her. She collapsed on her side, heaving. Ali looked closely at Reagan's bandages and saw that much of Sandra's work had been reversed by the nasty tumble. To top it all off, it started to rain. Reagan moaned and shook her head. The human blearily looked at Ali, confusion raining in her eyes.
"Where are we now?"
she asked, looking delirious.
"Nice of you to drop in," Ali snapped. "Do me a favor and faint again. That way I won't have to deal with your big mouth."
Excuse me, I just asked a question,"
Reagan said over the sound of the rain, her tone becoming indignant.
"And I just gave you an answer. Shut up," Ali said.
"Look, are we there yet or not? Did you get us more lost if possible?"
Reagan questioned.
"The elf village is right down there, stupid," Ali hissed. "You can see it from here."
She pointed with her wing.
"What is your problem?"
Reagan asked.
"And why is your foot bleeding?" "I had to save your life again, and I lost a beautiful talon in the process," Ali mourned. "Number one, you haven't managed to save my life properly yet. I'm still gonna die if we don't get there soon," Reagan said. "And number two, I thought you weren't the type of girl to get upset over a broken nail. You didn't care when I ruined my manicure." "It's not broken, it's ripped clean off. How would you like it if I pulled out one of your fingernails?"
Reagan ignored her.
"Hey, my bandages are changed."
"Yeah, some dragon in the desert did it."
"You got a dragon to work on me?"
Reagan yelled. "Are you crazy?" "You owe your life to her. If not, you would have died by now," Ali growled. "Well, next time get somebody to do the job right instead of one of your smelly, slithery animal friends that can only do a half-decent job," Reagan grouched. "And while you're at it, come shield me with your wing. I'm getting all wet."
Ali didn't move. She began shaking in rage, her eyes a deadly threat of terror. Anyone else would have seen this and run, but not Reagan. She could go toe-to-toe with the griffin herself and not bat an eye, because she was just as scary as Ali was. The girl added insult to injury by saying,
"Well, come on, what are you waiting for? Pick me up and carry me down this thing, or are you too weak to do it?"
Ali let out a low hiss.
I've gone through all this work for you, and you just don't care."
"I never said I didn't care."
"Listen, Ali, I know what you're going through, but I'd appreciate it if—" "Stop saying that you know what I've been through," Ali shrieked. "You have no idea. My family and friends are missing, and the most important person in the world to me thinks I'm dead. He probably thinks it's his fault." "What do you think I had to deal with after my mom ran off?" Reagan said angrily.
Ali rolled her eyes.
"You've had a pampered life. You're the biggest princess I've ever seen. You've had it easy. You never had nightmares every night of abuse. You never had to be scared that you would be kidnapped again. You're just a spoilt brat." "You don't know where I grew up, do you? You have no idea what kind of hell I lived in," Reagan laughed. "The most horrible thing you've dealt with is a bad hair day," Ali said, lashing her tail.
Reagan's eyes widened.
"Oh, really? I'll tell you what I've been through, you oversized turkey. My dad was flat-ass broke. Nobody wanted to hire him as a scientist because of his crazy experiments, so we were dirt poor. I wished and wished he'd take a simple job at a company just so we could have something to eat most nights, but no, his precious inventions were more important than feeding his kids, so we went hungry while my dad experimented in the name of trying to be a big shot in the scientific community and got nowhere."
Reagan shuddered.
"We had to live in the worst part of town, which meant the schools in the area where I grew up in sucked. The teachers didn't teach us anything. All I learned was how to survive. I had 5 girls corner me in the bathroom at high school on my first day, and they took turns beating me up. I saw my best friend get stabbed by some kid from a gang, and not 2 days after that, my little brother got jumped on the playground. He got taken away from my dad after that. One of my friends was even murdered. Dad always told me when we went outside the house to never leave his side or else bad things would happen to me. So I never did." Ali stared, her beak open. The girl's eyes were blurred, but from tears or rain the griffin couldn't tell. "So you know what I did? I learned how to fight back. I hurt all the people who hurt me. It took 3 of my friends at a time to hold me back from a fight, and sometimes even then that didn't stop me. I got kicked out of my school multiple times for brawling. But once I turned 16, I realized that there were better ways to make people afraid of you. I became the leader of the popular group and started making friends with all the rich kids outside of the city, so I had influence. I led on so many boys that I can't even remember most of their names. I wrote rumors on the bathroom walls about people who hated me to make their lives more miserable than mine. I criticized kids on how they looked, teased them about who they hung out with or who their families were. I was vicious. But back there in that place, it was the only way I knew how to survive. After all, I never had a mother to teach me how to be a lady. When my brother got taken away, she ran off a few days later. She dumped me with my dad, and then she never came back." Reagan laughed cruelly, though it just sounded more miserable than anything. "And now I'm just a mean girl in a little fantasy world. Sorry that I messed up your life, but the only thing I know how to do is be cruel, just like my mom." "You're a monster," Ali said, shaking her head. Reagan laughed again and put a hand to her side as she did so. "I know I'm a monster and I accept it, but you're no better. I know you've done bad things too." Ali was quiet. "When I was a hatchling, I saw a squirrel in a tree. This bloodlust came over me. I ran up the tree and I killed it. I tore it apart until its blood was all over my face and my claws, and I knew I had done something awful. I buried it and hid all the evidence, but that only made it worse. I knew I had taken away the life of a being the Creator took time to make, and it made me feel awful." "That's worse than what I did. You didn't even have a reason. You took a life for nothing," Reagan said. It's in my nature. I'm a griffin, a ruthless kind of creature. But that doesn't mean I have to be that way," Ali burst. "I've still got a soul and a name. I'm not just some animal left to follow its instincts. What I do has consequences. But you did everything on purpose." "That's right. I never said I was proud of it. I can't stand to look at you." Reagan let out a sniff as she started to cry. "Well, babe, you're not the only one. Just be glad when you wake up in the morning you see your face staring back at you, rather than mine, because I can't stand myself and the things I've done. You think you're better than me, but you're wrong. You're just as mean." Ali dropped her eyes. She noticed her bleeding foot again and blinked, murmuring, "I wonder if this'll be gone when I change." She tried to transform, but when she did, the wound the elves had given her on her wing split open, oozing sickly blood. "You lied," Reagan spat. "Your wound is as bad as mine." Ali wavered, and granite fell from the rocks above. "I can handle it." "Yeah, okay." A rock split from above. Reagan looked up, watching as a massive boulder fell from the top of the mountain, rolling in Ali's direction. Reagan gave a cry and grabbed Ali around the neck, pulling her out of the way. The boulder spun by, smashing against the rocks below. Ali gave a loud squawk and leapt away, quivering. Ali was in shock. That rock would have easily crushed her flat. The changer looked back, breathing hard, and saw that Reagan's face was turned away. The human girl had just risked her life to save her own. Rain poured across Reagan's face. "Would it help to say I was sorry?" she asked. "I regret everything that I did to those girls. I wish I could take it all back. But it's too late, I can't." Ali's wet feathers fell into her eyes. She shook herself free of them and said, "I'm not the one you should be apologizing to." Reagan looked downward. "I can't fix it now," she said, helplessly. "You never could," Ali said. "But you can be a better person now, a changed person, and you've shown me that you are. You do care, Reagan. Perhaps you and we are the same, and no matter what you think, you are a friend to me." Tears slipped down Reagan's face, and she failed to say anything. Puddles started collecting at their feet. Ali stomped the ground and said, "Come on, We've got to get moving, otherwise we'll be caught in a landslide.
Allie,
Reagan said. She drew a hand away from her side. Allie watched in horror as blood started seeping out from the ruined bandages much quicker than before. "No!" Allie screamed. "I'm not letting this happen to you!" Reagan passed out. Allie scooped the girl onto her back, a fierce stubbornness in her eyes. She spread her wings to take to the air, ignoring the vast pain in her membranes and the blood that spilled from the cut on her wing. Reagan would bleed out within a short time, and the elf village was all the long way down this vicious mountain. But that didn't matter to the Changer. She was Alakenzi, and her will would bend the world around her. She could not and would not let another friend die.
Chapter 6. If family fights, how can we win? Allie bolted down the mountain, flying toward the center of the village below. As she grew closer, a group of elves saw her and ran into their homes, terrified. Good, they'll stay out of my way, Allie thought to herself as she descended. Reagan moaned on her back, but all Allie was focused on was getting to that village. She beat her wings faster and faster until they began to ache from the effort. Must reach elves, she breathed heavily. She was halfway down the mountain, with only a little ways to go. But Reagan couldn't hold on much longer, and Allie's quickening speed made it harder for the human to grip onto her feathers. The girl tried to call out, but the only sound she could produce was a pained moan muffled by the wind. She slipped, falling off one side of the massive Changer and plummeting toward the mountain rock below. Allie screamed and dove for her. She grabbed Reagan with her talons and rose into the air to prevent scraping the human across the stone. Reagan screamed as the griffin's foot wrapped around her injured middle, and Allie tried not to dig her claws into her soft skin. "Stop squirming! I'm trying not to hurt you and you're making it harder!" Reagan fell limp. "Help me," she managed to croak. "We're almost there, Reagan, I promise." Reagan had wrapped her hands around Allie's legs tightly, hanging on for dear life. She whimpered softly. Allie reached the outskirts of the village. She flew through the streets, calling out as she went, "I need help! Somebody, please! Help my friend! She's dying!" When she reached the middle of the village, King Oliver was there waiting for her. "Hand me the child," Oliver commanded as she landed. Allie did what she was told. The moment she touched the ground, the griffin collapsed from exhaustion. She lay on her side, unable to move, her entire body aching. Her wings screamed the loudest, pained from the work of carrying Reagan down the mountain. The knife wound throbbed angrily and seeped dark blood, but her pain was the least of her worries. "Save Reagan," she said, her voice coming out as a pained growl. "Save her, please." King Oliver gestured to the crowd that had quickly formed around him, and several elven women appeared from within it. "Take this girl to our medics." He handed Reagan to them, and the women left. When they were gone, he knelt by Allie's side. "You need just as much help as she does, young Changer. You will bleed out if that wound remains." "I'll be fine. Help Reagan," Allie huffed. She tried lifting her head, but found she lacked the strength for even that simple task. "The human will be fine. Our medics are skilled, and she will be better in no time." Oliver stroked the feathers of her head gently. "You need help too." "Good luck moving me," she said. "Rex!" Oliver looked around as he called the name. A large black dog maneuvered his way through the elves and approached the griffin with caution. Oliver stood taller. "Can you take her to the medics for me?" "Rex," Allie moaned as she recognized him. "I'm so glad I found you." "Of course, Oliver. It's the least I can do." The dog turned into a large panther, and with help from a few elves, he lifted Allie onto his back. "I would take a smaller form if I could, but I can't," Allie moaned. "I'm sorry." "It's okay, young Alakenzi," he replied. "You must rest now. You will be better in no time." Allie lifted her head to respond, but instead she fell into darkness. Allie opened her eyes slowly and looked around. She was lying on a large mattress in a small room, which was decorated with the simple wood furnishings of the elves. Reagan was on a bed a short distance away, fresh bandages covering the wound. Allie smiled, for she knew the girl would not be lost. The wound in her wing was stitched closed, and wrapped with the same bandages that were on Reagan. Allie tried standing, but her legs were weak beneath her. "Come on, stupid legs, work!" she cried.
You need to remain still, miss, an elven woman said, walking into the room. Where is Rex? Ali demanded. I can go find him for you if you like, the elf said. Please do. I need to talk to him, Ali replied.
After a short while, Rex walked in as a large dog, his accompanee Luciana by his side. In her arms was an infant who clung to his mother tightly. "What do you need, Alakenzi?" Rex asked.
"It's Ali," she told him. "Is Reagan going to be okay?"
Ali looked toward the sleeping girl. "The young human will be fine. She just needs a few days of rest and she'll be good as new," Rex replied. "So will you."
"You can't change form until you heal completely," Luciana put in. "If you do, the stitches will tear out and they'll have to be redone."
"Featherbiters, I don't have time for this," Ali yelled loudly.
Luciana gasped and held the infant closer. "Alakenzi, that is not the type of language a child should be using," Rex scolded.
"I'm not a child and you're not my mum," Ali snapped back.
"But I am your elder," Rex responded.
Ali grumbled a little, then looked at Luciana. "Congratulations. What's the baby's name?" "Nathaniel," Luciana smiled. "Isn't he just so cute and precious?" "His eyes are a very pretty colour," Ali said, "but they seem odd."
Reagan shifted, her eyes opening slowly. Luciana gasped as she saw the hazel colour of the humans, which were identical to her son's.
"Thank the Creator you're okay," Ali said, scrambling out of bed and to Reagan's side as she began to awaken.
Rex nudged Luciana, but the accompanee gave a glare that was clearly meant to tell him to hush, so he did.
"I'm so sore," Reagan complained. "Look at all these bruises."
"That's from when we fell down the mountain," Ali told her, "and the cuts on your arms are from when I dropped you and had to carry you in my claws. I tried not to squeeze too tight, but I panicked."
"Wait, you dropped me? How could you drop me?" Reagan yelled.
"Hey, she risked her life to save you," Luciana snapped. "When the two of you got here, Ali looked like she was going to die of exhaustion."
"Ali didn't have to save you, human. She chose to. Now lay back down," Rex ordered. "You too, Ali, back in bed."
"But I feel fine," Ali grumbled.
"The two of you need to rest," Luciana said. "You don't want to tear your stitches, do you?"
"No, but I don't want to lay down either," Ali replied. "I want to go find the boy right now." "I'm not going to rest when my family is out there in the hands of a crazy man." Reagan tried to get up and ended up only putting a hand to her side. "Ow!"
She bent over quickly, face racked with pain. "Rest, and you can search for your friends and family later," Rex commanded. He nudged Reagan back into bed, and then glanced at Ali. The young changer stuck out her tongue, but laid down without another complaint.
"The two of you will be better soon enough. For now, just relax," Luciana said kindly. "I promise, everything will be okay."
"How much longer is this going to take?" Jade whined.
She trailed slowly behind the other wolves as they wandered through the woods looking for the elves. Her heart obviously wasn't in the search.
"Until we find Ali,"
Kenai yipped back.
"If she's even alive," Jade mumbled.
"I know she is. I saw her, Jade," Kenai growled.
"Can we not start this fight again?" Shadowin looked at his two sisters. "We've been over this, Jade. Kenai believes she found Ali, so we must find her."
"But if she isn't alive, we're all going to waste our time looking for her, only to have our hearts broken again," Jade replied. "We've lost so many people already. Why must we raise our hopes only to be let down again and again?"
"But what if we find her? We'll have lost one less," Kenai nuzzled her sister gently. "I promise you won't get hurt again, Jade. I know she's out there."
"I only hope you're right, Kenai."
Jade shook her head. "I'm sure I am," Kenai replied. "Come on, if we don't get going, we'll never make it to the elf village."
The young wolf raced ahead again, leaving her green-eyed sister to trail behind.
"Kenai, none of us can keep up with you if you keep speeding up like that," Shadowin cried.
"It won't take much longer," Kenai barked. "The elves have to be close."
"Do you even know where you're going?" Shadowin yelled.
"Maybe," Kenai answered. "I'm just following my instincts." "And if they're wrong?" Jade asked. Then we'll have to turn around and go back, Kenai replied. But I think this is right. I smell something.
She placed her nose to the ground, sniffing intently, and the pack grew quiet.
Up there, Jade whispered. It's an elf.
Let's follow him. He's sure to be heading toward the village,
Shadowin suggested.
What if he's one of the thieves, or one of the elves that want to overthrow the fairies?
Kenai asked.
It's a chance we'll have to take.
Shadowin took the lead once more, and the group began to follow the unsuspecting elf silently through the trees. After a few hours, the wolves grew impatient.
I don't think he's going to the village. If he was, we'd be there by now,
Shadowin said quietly.
He may have to hunt or find food of some kind before he goes back. We shouldn't give up,
Kenai said.
I'm so tired, though,
Jade whined.
We're all tired, but we have to keep moving until we find Ali,
Shadowin replied.
I don't want to walk anymore,
Jade moaned, her voice rising to a volume the elf could hear. The elf stopped abruptly and turned around. The wolves darted into the bushes, falling silent. They sat and waited as the elf scanned his surroundings.
Who's out there?
He called, pulling a knife from the sheath at his side.
I heard you. Might as well give yourselves up.
As he said this, a squirrel darted out of a tree and across the path. The elf laughed.
Oh, look at me, freaking out over a squirrel.
He shook his head with a smile and turned back the way he had been going. The wolves slowly emerged from their hiding place.
Thank the Creator that squirrel was there, Shadowin whispered.
Maybe if Jade would be quiet and stop complaining, we wouldn't be at risk of getting caught,
Kenai snapped.
This isn't my fault, Jade barked.
Quiet, both of you,
Shadowin ordered. The elf had stopped again to look around, and had almost caught sight of Jade's tail. The group of wolves followed as closely as they dared, but had fallen back quite a ways since the last time they'd been heard.
We have to be there by now, Shadowin whispered. Honestly, how far away is this village?
Maybe if Jade could keep quiet, we wouldn't have to keep stopping,
Kenai accused, glaring at her sister.
Maybe I don't want to keep quiet. We all know Ali's dead, Jade hissed. Why must we live in this fantasy?
Have some faith in your sister, Jade, Shadowin said. You've been nothing but negative and rude this entire time. Kenai saw Ali. Isn't that enough proof for you?
It's not enough. I can say I saw Vera, but that doesn't make her alive, does it? Jade snapped.
Why did you have to bring Vera up? This isn't about her, and you know it,
Kenai snarled.
You're trying to bring back the dead, Kenai. Ali is gone. You saw a deer, not Ali, Jade growled back. Those tracks were probably another griffin's.
I know it was her. I could see it in her eyes,
Kenai barked.
You're seeing what you want to see, not what's really there,
Jade retorted.
Your precious friend Ali is dead, so move on and get over it like the rest of us.
Kenai snapped and dove for her sister. Jade tried to run, but the suddenness of the attack made it impossible for her to get away. Kenai landed on Jade's shoulders and latched onto her sister's back with her strong jaws. Jade rolled in an effort to toss Kenai, but Kenai held on even as she went under Jade. The girls snapped and scratched at each other, Kenai wanting only to inflict pain, Jade trying to get free of her sister's grasp. Shadowin rushed forward to pull the sisters apart, but Kenai snapped at him fiercely, and he quickly backed away. Jade stopped fighting and let Kenai stand over her in triumph.
Kenai, let me up,
Jade demanded.
Why should I?
Kenai growled.
You won't believe me. You keep yelling at me for no reason other than you don't want me to be right. You always have to be the smartest, Jade.
You two need to stop fighting. You're sisters. This isn't right.
Shadowin took a few steps closer to them cautiously.
Back off, Shadowin. This has nothing to do with you,
Kenai snarled.
This is our fight.
What's going on here? Sisters shouldn't fight like this.
The elf they had been following broke into the clearing, staring at the wolves.
How long have you been trailing me?
He asked. Jade looked up at him, still lying on her back.
A while now, she stuttered. We have to get to the village. We think someone we know is there, but we didn't know the way. I would have taken you if you had asked, he smiled. Now, why did this whole fight start?
Family matters, Shadowin answered quickly. We don't need your help to fix it. It's under control.
Then I won't butt in. the elf replied. I am Tanalit. I will take you to my village.
Very well, Shadowin nodded. Let us leave. We have to keep moving if we're going to get there before Ali decides to move again.
Ali? Tanalit questioned. She's a friend of ours, Jade said quietly. Supposedly she went to your village, although the last I heard of her she died. Well, perhaps she is still alive and your fears are just that, only fears, Tanalit told her. Jade looked up at him, disbelief in her eyes. He grinned at her again. One must always hope for the best, for if you hope for the worst, nothing good will ever happen. The elf started on his way. Jade padded along behind Tanalit, seemingly a bit more hopeful. Kenai followed, Shadowin between the sisters to prevent another fight from breaking out. Here we are, Tanalit said as they reached the outskirts of the town. Welcome to the village of the elves. Kenai sniffed the air, inhaling deeply, then let out a joyous howl. It smells like Ali! Come on! She bolted forward and the others followed, leaving Tanalit behind. Kenai tore through the village, her nostrils flaring as she picked up the scent she so desperately missed. Slow down, Kenai, Shadowin called. He was a short ways behind, Jade practically on his heels. No time to slow down, Kenai whooped. Ali's here! She yipped and barked as she ran, her voice creating a wonderful serenade. The elves of the village stopped what they were doing at the commotion and watched as the small pack bolted past their houses. Kenai halted when she reached the closed door to the medic's home. She sniffed at the ground anxiously. She's in there! I can smell her! Shadowin came up beside his sister and sniffed. It is her, he barked happily. It has to be. Kenai began to howl as Jade joined them outside the house. Shadowin copied her, adding his deeper voice to hers in sweet harmony. A few seconds later, Jade followed, as to not be left out. The wolves' sweet song echoed throughout the village, and a medic opened the door. Kenai burst past her, the rest of her pack only seconds behind. They ran to the back room of the home, following the scent. As Kenai slid through the doorway, she stopped dead in her tracks. Across the room stood a fierce golden griffin, with sparkling brown eyes. The young wolf's heart skipped a beat, and she forgot to breathe. She was so lost in those eyes that she didn't even notice the other wolves gathering around her. The griffin stared back at her, taking in the white wolf she knew so well. Kenai, the griffin whispered, breaking the trance that had fallen over them both. Ali, Kenai whispered back. She charged toward the griffin, springing against her happily. Ali pressed her head against the wolf's and smiled. Kenai, it's Kenai! Ali jumped up into the air and onto the bed, then back down again. Kenai! Oh, Ali, Kenai barked. They said I was crazy, but I knew you were alive. Kenai licked Ali's cheek happily, getting a mouthful of feathers. Ali! Shadowin ran up and headbutted the changer playfully. I can't believe this! You're alive! Jade's eyes were overwhelmed with tears. She first touched Ali with her nose to make sure she was real, before turning to her sister. I'm so sorry I doubted you, Kenai. It's okay, Jade. I hardly believed myself, Kenai replied tearfully. This is just amazing! Jade ran at Ali, jumping upon the griffin in a yowl. How did you find me? Ali asked. Her eyes darted from one wolf to the next, eyes never resting on one face for too long. I saw you with the deer herd, Kenai barked. By the time I went back, you were gone, so we tracked you here. That's amazing, Ali cheered. You found me, Kenai. I did, Kenai declared. Now we have you back. She howled, and the other wolves answered. Ali added her own voice to the mix, even though she couldn't howl. The fear and the pain had been temporarily forgotten in the joy of the moment. There was hope in the world again. If Ali could survive the Ortuzans, then together they could do anything, even win the war. As the sun set on their day, the wolves and Ali rested together in a large heap without nightmares for the first time in months. Meanwhile, Reagan tossed and turned in the next room, her dreams full of talking wolves, absent fathers, and a green-haired boy she missed terribly.
Part 2. Nesting's Haven. Chapter 8. Absent Thoughts and Steel Traps.
We're on the road, oh, on the road, Shadowin sang. Road, road, road.
What are you singing? Jade asked slowly, swinging her head around to look at her companion.
"A little song I made up," the wolf said, bouncing to his tune. "It gets boring out here, and music might cheer us all up."
"Unlikely," Kenai said. They were once again travelling, after leaving the elf village late. Ali's bad mood, plus the thick swampland they were crossing, had put a damper on everyone's spirits. Kenai doubled back to try and encourage Ali to go a little faster. Reagan sat on Ali's back and kicked her sides to try and make her move. "All these bugs are quite ouchy," Kenai said, moving her ears around as a swarm of mosquitoes attacked them. "If you fly, Ali, we can run and maybe we can move out of this swamp faster. Want to try?" "How could Rex say that to me?" Ali huffed. "The nerve of that changer!" "Why do you care what he says? You don't even know the guy that well," Reagan said. "That's not the point. It's the way Rex said it. He and his company are terrible." Ali kicked a pile of mud and it went flying right onto Shadowin's head.
"Hey now,"
the leader said, turning around.
"Watch where you're kicking things."
In a reply, Ali stuck out her tongue. Shadowin shook his head, and they all continued on as the mud slunk off the wolf's face. "Be a little more sensitive," Kenai said, nudging her sides. "Luciana had a hard life, and she's been through so much." "Yeah, asking her to help is kind of an asshole move," Reagan added. "A lot of other people have lives just as bad as hers, and more will also if we don't stop Winter," Ali spat back. She shook her head and said, "Fine, it's fine. She'd just slow us down anyway." "You're being very critical," Reagan said. "Look who's talking, and if you kick me one more time—" "I'll go flying off into the swamp, I know, heard it all before," Reagan rolled her eyes. "Hey, look, I found a toad," Kenai said, laughing and batting the amphibian around with her paws.
"Stop playing around, Kenai. We've got work to do," Shadowin said crossly. "Leave the toad alone."
"Oh, but it's squishy. I haven't seen one of these."
"Now, Kenai."
The bad mood passed from traveller to traveller until it had finally run its course days later, and they were all sick of being grumpy. Days lengthened, with Reagan crowding out the others for more sleeping room and Jade wanting a bigger share of the meat. Ali got thorns stuck in her talons and claimed it was Shadowin's fault. Shadowin got rocks stuck in his paw and claimed it was Ali's fault. And, always and at every second, there was Kenai constantly blabbing on about what the 3 items of power could be. "It wouldn't be anything new, obviously, as they're very old," Kenai said, jumping over a fallen oak tree. "And items that important wouldn't be just anything. They have to be something regal, something that someone wouldn't just throw away." "We've been through this 100 times. You're going around in circles." Reagan tried to jump over the oak too, but ended up tripping and tumbled over it. "Quick!" Kenai cried, and the group slammed into her as she halted in her tracks. "Was there anything we know of that may have had importance to the prophecy?"
"Thousands of things, I bet,"
Shadowin said, rubbing his squashed nose. "Let's run through them all," Kenai said, and everyone groaned. "Let's see, there was... no, that wouldn't be it." "There is no point talking about this now," Ali said crossly. "If my prophecy hints that I am the one to bring these 3 items of power together, I am sure they will come across my path eventually without me having to put much effort into finding them, so I'd rather not waste my energy. I'm sure they will fall into my possession at some time, and I will use them against Winter." "Why not fly back to King Oliver and promise him that, too?" Jade asked snidely. Ali whacked her in the face with her tail. At last, the swamplands drew to an end, and they reached the seashore. The sight of the crystal ocean made each one of them breathless. The rocky shore sparkled in the sunlight, while the beach reeds waved in the warm breeze. It was extremely peaceful here. The quiet was comforting in a way that none of them had experienced since early spring, before all the trouble had started. It seemed like the one place on Earth that Winter hadn't yet touched. "It's not Cali, but it'll do," Reagan said. "The ocean's so big," Kenai exclaimed. "What did you expect? That you'd be able to see Nesting's Haven from here?" Jade said jokingly. "No, but I didn't think it was that... wow." Kenai wagged her tail. "It's beautiful," Ali whispered. "Just as beautiful as the beach back home." A mischievous look came into her eye, and she said, "Last one in the water has to eat sand."
"Oh, you're on," Shadowin said.
Ali and the wolves took off howling and yipping into the water, while Reagan simply changed into her bikini, put down a blanket, and laid down to tan in the sun. "Waha!" Shadowin shouted as he took his paw and battered some water at Jade. The she-wolf jumped up and splashed Shadowin, getting him soaked. Once Ali was in the sea, she scooped up cheekfuls of water into her mouth, then spit it out into streams that hit the wolves' faces. "Absolutely not fair," Jade said, and she leapt up to splash at Ali. Ali used her wings to slap water everywhere, so everyone was drenched. With her fur covering her eyes, Kenai exclaimed, "I can't see! I can't see!" They all laughed, and Kenai rushed blindly at Ali. The play continued until all of them were soaked to the bone. Ali looked at Reagan, then smiled at the rest of them. "You wouldn't," Shadowin said in horror. Ali opened her beak and let water funnel in, closing her mouth when it was full, and trotting to the shore where Reagan lay. The animals gathered around Reagan in a circle and watched Ali anxiously. Reagan opened her eyes. "Why did it just get so quiet, Oliver? Ah!" Ali opened her mouth, and water came splashing down upon the human. With her blanket waterlogged, Reagan got up and said, "Oh, no, you didn't!" The girl chased Ali back into the water, and the wolves followed. Their playing continued for a couple more minutes until Ali's laughter subsided and her happy face became sad. She slowly dragged herself up to shore and sat there, watching the sand become soaked as her feathers dripped salt water onto the land. "Ali, what's wrong?" Kenai asked, and the rest of them paused to look at their friend. Ali spoke to the ground. "How can I be so happy when all this horrible stuff is happening? How can I feel joy when the boy isn't here?" Kenai sat beside her. "You can't be miserable all the time. Besides, we'll get Keanu back." "How can you be so sure?" she asked. "I can't be," Kenai said. "But we have a plan, don't we?" Ali said nothing. Kenai nudged her gently and said, "Come on, let's see what you can do." The group gathered around Ali in anticipation. "Stand back," she warned, and she closed her eyes tightly in concentration as she started to change. Nothing happened for a minute, and then, without warning, Ali exploded, her feathers flying into the air. A large brown dragon was there for a second or two before Ali's griffin form reappeared again. She panted for air, with her eyes wide. "That hurt," she exclaimed. It took a while for her to feel like herself again. The feathers that had flown off of her in the explosion were scattered along the shore. "I don't think the dragon idea is going to work," Kenai said doubtfully. "It seems like changers have main forms that fit their personality, and to change into something that's outside of their soul's embodiment can result in physical pain." "Well, let's not do that again," Ali said crossly. There was a large bald spot near her neck where feathers had come flying off, and she tried to cover it up with her wing. "So, where do we find a boat?" Jade asked. "Might as well start looking," Shadowin suggested. "There might be one abandoned on the beach somewhere." 3 hours later, the group was gathered in the same spot again, all shaking their heads. "Did you guys find a boat?" Jade asked. "We didn't find anything," Shadowin said, gesturing to Kenai, "and we ran for miles." "Nothing in that direction either," Jade said, pointing the opposite way. "I don't think this is a good year for shipwrecks." "Maybe Ali and Reagan found something up high," Kenai said, looking up. Ali hovered above them hundreds of feet in the air with Reagan on her back. Reagan waved her hand, gesturing them to follow. Ali turned downward to land. In a cove off the side of the coast rested a bunch of broken wood in the shape of a crescent moon. The wolves halted in disappointment when they saw it, but Reagan stood over it with a big smile on her face. "Here we are," Reagan said cheerfully. "It's a boat." "It's a wreck," Shadowin said. "If we stand on it, will the boards crack?" Jade asked. "Oh, come on, it's not that bad," Reagan said, jumping on a rickety piece. They could all hear the wood breaking as her feet landed on it, but it held. "Only half the boat is here," Shadowin exclaimed. "If we look, we could find enough wood for the other half," Reagan said. "It can't be that hard to build something that floats. If we just put our heads together, I'm sure we could do it." "You just want to be right," Jade grumbled. "This barge won't support me, let alone hold up in a storm if we hit one. Reagan, I think that we need to improvise," Ali said. "Sure thing. Anyone have a better alternative?" Reagan challenged. When nobody answered, she said, "Good, we'll start in the morning."
Building, building, how I love building.
"Shadowin', you've been singing a lot lately," Jade mumbled, carrying a bucket full of old nails they had found in her mouth.
And what's wrong with that?
He asked, putting on a big smile as he moved one board of the boat to the other side. "There's nothing wrong with it, unless you count that it's annoying," Jade replied. "Mend that sail," Reagan cried, pointing to Ali, and then to a large piece of fabric that looked more like a bedsheet than anything else. "With what? Whatever I pull out of my ass?" Ali responded. "Find something. And where's our scout?" Reagan asked. Ever since the building had started, Reagan had officially made herself captain and was clearly enjoying bossing everyone around. "What have you done lately?" Jade grumbled, putting down the bucket. "Someone has to supervise," she said. She jumped up on a broken barrel and said, "Wolf ahoy!" "Ahoy!" Kenai said as she trotted up to the boat, head cocked. "Did you find anything else we can use?" Reagan asked in a pushy manner. "No, but I've got bad news," she said. "There's artisans out in those woods." "You're kidding, right?" Jade asked, her tail dropping. "No, their smell is all around." "Why didn't we sense them when we first came in?" Ali asked. "They've been coming in and out. We must have passed them by without noticing." Kenai sat on her haunches and shook her head. "What do we have to worry about? You're wolves, aren't you? I thought those things died when you bit them," Reagan said, proud to show off all her new knowledge of the land she had gathered over the past few weeks.
Yes, but it's not us I'm worried about, Shadowin said, looking over his shoulder. From now on, no one heads anywhere alone, especially Ali and Reagan.
"I'd give those Ortusans a run for their heads," Ali hissed.
"I'm sure you would, but you're not doing it without me or my sisters," Shadowin said sternly. "How's the boat coming?"
"I actually think we're making it worse," Ali said, kicking over a plank. "Nonsense," Reagan said. "It's going great." She stepped down from her barrel and leaned against a recently patched-up wall. The boards fell through, and she landed in the sand. She lifted her head and screamed, "Shadowin, I thought I told you to fix that!"
"I just did,"
Shadowin whined, his face screwed up in frustration.
"All that hard work for nothing."
"Well, somebody had better go get lunch," Jade said, her stomach growling. "I'm hungry." "That makes two of us. Kenai, Jade, go hunt something," Reagan ordered.
"Hey, I'm the leader of this pack," Shadowin said.
Slowly the wolf turned around and mumbled,
"Go get something to eat, but stay close to each other."
"Right away," Kenai said, bounding off into the woods. Jade followed, happy to leave the boat behind. When they hit a patch of trees nearby, Kenai said, "You know, I don't think the boat idea is going to work." "Yeah, but try telling that to Reagan," Jade grumbled. A thick, bloody scent caught her nose, and she said, "Oh, you're right, they're all over." Something shiny in the ground caught her attention. "Look here," Jade said, brushing aside some old fallen leaves and gesturing for Kenai to come over. A metal device with sharp, spiky jaws lay waiting for a victim. "What is it?" Kenai asked. Jade carefully sniffed the leaves it had been hiding under. "It's a wolf trap. Probably dozens around here. And by the scent, it's those filthy posers. The Ortusans want to clear out our kind so they can have free rein. We'd better watch our step. One snap and our leg will be torn clean off." Kenai gingerly jumped past the trap, and on they went. After a half an hour, they hadn't found a hint of another creature, not even a bird. "Maybe the Ortusans got all the prey already," Kenai said. "That deer we pulled down yesterday was the only one I've seen in days." "I'm not going to let a blood-sucking beast take away my lunch," Jade growled. "We'll have to split up." "Shadowin said stick together," Kenai argued. "We won't really split up. We'll just scout ahead until we can find something good. We'll stay within eyesight of each other, so it'll be fine," Jade said. Kenai jilted her head. "Fine by me. I'll head this way, and you head that way." "Gotcha." Kenai trotted away, and her head was instantly swarmed with ideas. Even though everyone else was tired of thinking what the items of power could be, Kenai found herself staying up late at night, puzzling into the darkness. Even when she was doing something, she was thinking about the items. For some reason she couldn't put a paw on. She felt that at least one of them had to be in their possession already.
"Think, Keanu, think," she said,
not at all paying attention to where she was going.
"If we get everyone together again, but we don't know where to go from here, then we're sunk. Think."
She blindly walked through the woods.
"Maybe I'm not looking in the right places," she said. "Try something more recent."
Had Ali and Keanu received anything old for their birthday? There was Keanu's knife, but Reagan had that, and there was nothing special about it. Everything else had high value but was brand new. But didn't Ali get something else? Something from Vixen, maybe?
I could have sworn.
Kenai's eyes widened. Keanu had been wearing Ali's necklace when he had fled. It was a necklace Vixen had given her, and Vixen was very old, was she not? Kenai remembered the amulet Ali currently wore. It looked very old, centuries even. If it was magical, did that mean the amulet was the only thing that kept Ali alive after Winter and his Ortuzans attacked? Kenai shook her head. No, it couldn't be possible, could it? And yet, those necklaces had been passed down in Vixen's family generation after generation. Ali had one necklace. Could Keanu possibly still have the other? Her heart skipped a beat. She had figured out the first two. Winter hadn't gotten his hands on them, not yet. She wanted to race off and tell everyone, jump up and down for the joy of it. They already had one of the necklaces in their hands, and they'd have another if they found Keanu. But her mind didn't stop there. She raced through past memories, browsing through everything she could remember. She recalled her father telling her about the old journey he took with Ionan, Kiotana, Kiota, and Lottie, which led to the first battle for the Verinian Forest.
"They never received anything from that trip, did they?"
Kenai whispered.
"Wait."
The crown. The one the creature Nagli had given to her father and his friends. The one that changed each time someone put it on. Had that been a defense mechanism? A way that ensured nobody would know what it was unless they were looking for it? By the look of things, the crown was as old as the necklaces and just as precious. It was a stretch, but it all made sense. Unable to contain her excitement, Kenai completely forgot about dinner. She raced down the hill she had travelled up, baying to her companion.
"Jade!"
Kenai shouted, bolting as fast as her legs could carry her.
"I figured it out! The crown and the necklaces! They're—"
Her sentence was cut off as a loud snap echoed throughout the swamp. Kenai's head went underneath a patch of tall grass, and she let out a loud howl of agony, her back leg throbbing. She turned to see the teeth of a metal device carved into her leg. The trap. She'd ran right into it. Just as Jade had said, the device had snapped her limb clean off. Kenai stumbled, watching as a rushing, steady flow of blood came streaming out of the severed limb.
"Kenai! Kenai!"
Jade cried in panic, racing through the weeds.
"Kenai!"
It was too late. Just as suddenly as the trap had sprung upon her, Kenai had bled to death before Jade could reach her in time to utter a goodbye.
"What's taking them so long?"
Shadowin asked, looking toward the woods.
"It's dark already. The stars are out."
"Didn't they say they were going to get lunch? It's dinner time and I still have to cook my food," Reagan complained, rubbing her empty stomach.
"You've got enough supplies in your bag to keep you healthy. Eat those,"
Shadowin said in reply. He laid his head down on his paws near the campfire they had gathered around.
"You'd have thought Ali would have found them by now, but she isn't back yet either."
"Maybe something—" "Look!" Reagan got up off the ground.
"What's that?"
A small dot appeared at the edge of the woods. The waves of the ocean were the only sound, the sand under their feet the only feeling.
"It's Jade," Shadowin cried. "But it looks like she's carrying something on her back. What is she? Oh no."
Shadowin let out a mournful howl and burst into a run. As he got to his sister's side, he moaned,
"Please, no, Creator, no, no."
Jade let Kenai's body slide onto the soil, her mangled leg drooping sadly. Jade howled, falling to the sand and pressing her face against Kenai's fur.
"I'm sorry, Shadowin, I'm sorry,"
Jade sobbed.
"She was away from me for 2 seconds, and the next time I turned around—"
"What happened?"
Shadowin screamed, and he lunged at Jade.
"Did you two get into another argument? What did you do to her?"
"It was an Ortuzan trap,"
Jade bawled, scampering away from Shadowin's jaws.
Her foot got caught. It took me hours to drag her back.
Reagan had finally caught up. When she saw the scene, she put a shaking hand over her mouth.
You could have saved her. Why didn't you get me?
Shadowin growled, turning on his companion.
Shadowin, she was dead before I got to her,
Jade wept. Reagan bit her lip and looked away. From afar, she saw a golden shape drift to the ground, trotting over to see what all the fuss was about. Reagan's heart dropped. She put herself in front of Kenai and tried to shield the wolf's body from the griffin.
Keep Allie away. Don't let her see,
Reagan hissed. But there was nothing anyone could do. Jade and Shadowin backed away, with their tails tucked between their legs, as the griffin came closer. The griffin made an agonized noise. Allie shoved Reagan out of the way and looked down with an open beak at Kenai's body.
Kenai?
Allie said, and she put her head down. Kenai, get up.
Allie, it won't do any good,
Reagan said. The changer ignored her. Allie nudged the body.
Kenai, get up, she repeated.
Get up, Kenai.
Oh no,
Jade whispered, retreating further. Tears evolved in Allie's eyes.
Kenai, you have to get up, she shouted, nudging the wolf harder. Stop sleeping. We can fix your leg. Wake up.
She's not going to wake,
Shadowin snapped, his anger boiling over. Allie reared up on her hind legs and gave a cry so fierce that its terror caused the very land to bend away.
She has to get up. Kenai! Kenai!
Allie, she's dead. The Ortuzan set a trap. She's gone,
Reagan whimpered.
Get away!
Allie lunged at Shadowin first, and then the rest of them. She spread out her wings and buffeted them at the group, slashing her talons in the air and cawing violently. As the group backed off, Allie turned around and lay next to Kenai's body. She placed her head on Kenai's fur and cried loudly as if she was the only one there.
Why is she acting like this?
Reagan asked, looking at Jade. The wolf closed her eyes and gritted her teeth.
Allie's instinct has taken over her pain. She just doesn't know how to handle it.
Allie,
Shadowin said, his voice harsh.
Let me bury my sister.
The griffin hissed at him, clacking her beak. Shadowin simply sat down and held her gaze. Allie was no longer seeing a friend, but an enemy. The sky only grew darker as the night went on. Allie didn't get better, but worse. She remained by Kenai's side, snapping at anyone who came within distance. Both Jade and Shadowin cried all night. With her knees drawn up to her chest, Reagan simply pretended that nothing was happening at all, that it was just a terrible dream. She didn't watch the scene, only gazed at the woods, not wanting to remember the beauty of the ocean and what it had cost to stay there. Reagan's throat seized up as she saw figures.
Ortuzans,
she said, panicking. The wolves got off the ground at once, their forms rigid.
Let them come,
Shadowin growled, his face pleading for revenge.
All of them will suffer.
We'll destroy them,
Jade rasped, and she stood ready to take the plunge. Reagan knew that in the state everyone was in, the monsters wouldn't get out alive. But those figures had backup. Out from the shadows emerged their companions, a snow-white Pegasus and a colossal unicorn.
Kia!
Jade whispered, and the wolf sagged. It was their friends, Kasif, Vixen, Snowdrop, Dragonstar, and the Queen of the Lands herself, Keanu. Yet none of them looked well. All of them were thin, ragged, and tired. And yet they were alive, barely alive, but living still.
My friends,
Kia said, drawing close to the wolves.
Kia, how are you still alive? The Verinian burned,
Shadowin said. Kia smiled faintly.
Enough of my animals got out alive that the curse didn't kill me, but they're scattered all over the lands now. As long as the Verinian regrows, I'll be okay.
Kia glanced over and saw Allie, her wings draped protectively over Kenai's body and concealing it from view. As Kia recognized the changer, tears came to her eyes.
Allie, you're alive, she cried.
Allie's alive, Kasif yelled in excitement.
The prophetess lives,
Vixen exclaimed in triumph. All of the fairies cheered, running forward to embrace her. Allie lunged out at them with a hiss. The fairies leapt back in terror. Kasif fell upon the sand, slipping backward and tripping over his feet to scramble away.
What's her problem?
Kasif asked.
It is her, right? It is.
Ali shifted her position forward to be more intimidating. As she did so, her wings folded, and the adults saw Kenai spread upon the sand.
"It can't be," Snowdrop said from afar, shaking her head.
"Oh no," Kasif said. "Not again."
"I'm sorry, Kia. I'm so sorry," Jade whispered. "I tried to—"
"Shh," Kia said. She froze in the moment as she watched Ali grieve. Vixen did nothing, only put her hand upon her heart for a tribute to Kenai. The horses dipped their heads.
"A beautiful soul she was," Snowdrop said, "even if she was a wolf."
"Yes," Dragonstar mumbled, "and she will be sorely missed."
"Just another casualty of this terrible war,"
Jade hushed bitterly. Kia looked at the other two fairies and asked,
"Help me with Ali."
"Of course," Vixen said softly.
The fairies crept forward calmly, and Kia said,
"Ali, it's us. Do you remember me? I'm Kia. I helped raise you."
Ali snapped her beak in a threat, but stayed immobile, the fear in her eyes exploding over her anger.
"That's it,"
Kia said, and she came closer.
"Come away. Let Kenai be."
"No!" Ali leapt forward, and everybody scattered to avoid her claws. Kia didn't go far, but turned around after Ali had stopped charging and said,
"Ali, sweetie, you're not thinking clearly. Just come away from her. That's it."
Ali charged again. Vixen got up and pulled Kia back seconds before Ali ripped the fairy's arm off. Dragonstar buffeted Ali away with his massive weight and snorted a warning at her. Ali cackled at him in reply, but went back to guarding Kenai.
"Kia, we must leave now," Vixen said quickly. "The Ortuzans are nearby. They smell blood. There are too many for the wolves to protect us."
"Can't you just change and blast them all away?" Kia snarled, gritting her teeth. "Become the Great One and kill them all for Creator's sake."
"Vixen cannot change at the blink of an eye anymore. She's told you this. It gives her dire consequences now. She is getting old."
The Great One appeared weary, as if her weathered soul could no longer bear any more of the world.
"You're getting old. That's all I've heard since we left home," Kia said nastily. "If you have no more power, we might as well stay here and let the Ortuzans take us."
"Stop, stop,"
Snowdrop said, barging between them.
"We mustn't fight. Not now."
Kia sighed.
"You're right."
She looked at Ali again, who appeared like she had truly gone mad.
"Where's Ionan when you need him?"
Kia groaned.
"Let me talk to her,"
Reagan said. She walked out of the gloom from behind the fairies, making them all jump.
"You?"
Kia said, and her eyes sharpened in anger.
"What are you doing here?" "Windhair kidnapped my father. Long story, tell you later," Reagan said quickly. "But let me try. We've travelled for weeks together. I'm sure she'll listen to me."
"What are you going to do?" Kasif said boorishly. "We've known her all our life, and she's not paying any attention to us."
"I can really get under her, feathers," Reagan said. "Look, nothing else is working. You just have to trust me."
Kia rolled her eyes.
"Fine. It's your own leg she'll tear off, Princess."
Reagan ignored the comment and instead walked forward.
"Ali," Reagan said, and the griffin's head whipped up. "Ali, let's go. Come on. I'm not kidding around."
Ali huffed in her direction. Reagan took another step closer and said,
"We've got to get out of here. Now. Let's move."
Ali crouched. Reagan came within Ali's reach and said,
"I'm not going to let a giant turkey like you scare me. We're going with you or without you. So what's it going to be?"
It was somewhat working. Reagan's words were making Ali focus on what was really going on.
"I'm not leaving without Kenai," she said. "We can't carry her with us," Reagan said. "Her blood will attract the Ortuzans." "Let them come. I'll kill them all," Ali rasped. "You'll risk all of our lives." "Ali, let her go." "No." "Ali, that's not her. It's just her body," Reagan said gently. "She's not in there. She's long gone. She'll forgive you if you leave her body behind." "We can't just leave her here. The Ortuzans were the ones that set the trap," Ali screamed. "Ali, if we don't leave now, they'll kill us too. We're outnumbered," Reagan pleaded. "She was my best friend," Ali sobbed. "I know," Reagan said slowly. "But sometimes we have to let our best friends go. Remember what I said about my friend being murdered? I watched them get killed. They died in my arms. I've been where you've been. I know how awful this feels. But you're going to have to let her go. and I'm going to have to be your best friend from now on. You could never replace her. I know, I couldn't. But Allie, if you stay here, you'll lose Keanu. Kenai wouldn't have wanted that. She died trying to get you back to him. Please, listen to your best friend. Listen to me. Allie's eyes darted to each and every person there. Her gaze widened once she saw the fairies, as if she just realized they were there. Kia, she whispered. Kasif, Vixen, Snowdrop, and Dragonstar too. You're all alive. And so are you, Allie, Reagan said, and Allie's attention shot back to her again. Now let her go. Let her rest. Allie's head dropped down to look at Kenai. She dipped her head, gritted her beak, and ran her head through Kenai's fur. Then, as if a league of dragons was forcibly pulling her in the opposite direction, she stumbled over to Kia. Don't cry for our lovely Kenai, Vixen said calmly. She is finally at peace. She cheated, Allie wept. Nobody quite understood what Allie meant but Reagan, because she'd had the same thought about her own lost friend. Kenai had left this miserable world behind for a new one, and the rest of them had to remain in it without her. Vixen stroked Allie's feathers. No, it was her time. There were only a few more precious minutes to say goodbye. They would never be enough. Once Shadowin had finally pushed the last pile of sand on top of Kenai's grave, they took one last look at the resting place of the gorgeous white wolf that had been their faithful friend for so many years. Then they fled.
They ran till the sun came up, and slept until the sun went down. Although they were now well away from the Ortuzans, the threat still lingered in the swamplands nearby. "You mentioned Kenai had shouted something to you before she died," Shadowin noted sadly to Jade as they travelled along the edge of the ocean. "Do you remember what it was?" Jade shakily raised her head. Even though all of them felt Kenai's loss, Jade was the one who seemed to be the worst off. "I'm sorry, Shadowin," Jade whispered. "I don't." Reagan and Allie stood nearby, looking at the ocean. Kia walked up behind them and put a hand on the griffin's shoulder. Allie did not move. "I miss my boy, Kia," Allie whispered. Reagan glanced at her, tearing her eyes away from the sea. Kia nodded and said, "I know. I miss him too." "We're going to make Winter pay," Allie growled. "He can't take Vera and Kenai too without feeling my wrath." The waves caressed their feet gently. Kia looked over her shoulder at Vixen and Kasif, who were loading up the horses. "Time to say goodbye." "Already?" Allie said. Her voice broke. "Goodbye?" Reagan asked, and she looked at both of them in surprise. "What are you talking about?" "There's no time to build a boat, and we can't carry the wolves. It won't work," Allie said bluntly. Reagan sighed in defeat. Without flinching, Allie said, "Vixen and Dragonstar say it's a short flight to Southwild from here, which is where they believe Ionan must have taken the boy. Even I can make the trip if we don't exert ourselves." "Snowdrop has to take it easy," Kia said quietly. "Now she's the one that's really getting old." "We'll help her," Allie promised. Kia gestured to the wolves and said, "It's time." Without a word, all of the friends seemed to drift together naturally. "Leaving so soon, Kiatana?" Shadowin asked. He wasn't stupid. It was obvious he and Jade had already figured out what needed to happen. "I'm sorry, Shadowin. You can't come with us," Kia said, touching the leader's head. "You have to stay here and fight the Ortuzans." "But you're Queen of the Lands, Kia. If you call in the fairies, they'll come fight for you," Jade said weakly. "There aren't any fairies left to fight, Jade," Kia said weakly. "I've already tried. I've sent out a call and it's gone unheard. The fairies that are still alive are too afraid to stand with me against the Ortuzans. They're refusing to fight, even at my orders."
"If the fairies won't fight, how do we stop the Ortuzans from ruining the realm?" Shadowin asked angrily.
"I need you and Jade to get an army of wolves together to take them down," Kia said fiercely. "You're the only ones that can. A wolf's bite is the deadliest thing to an Ortuzan. It's the only thing that can kill them. With enough wolves, we might be able to save the lands yet." "But what about you?" Jade asked, coming closer. "We've got to leave, Jade," Allie said. "They need us to fight in Nesting's Haven."
But we just got you back, Jade said. Jade, you and your siblings are the land's last hope. If the wolves don't defend our home, we're going to lose it, Ali whispered. Keanu, Jade hushed. We'll take care of Keanu, we promise, Reagan said. Kasif stepped forward and said, Come on, Jade. You're still looking for your brother and his pack, aren't you? Your mom and dad, too. You have to find them. Together, your family can stop the Ortuzans. Not without you, Jade insisted. Kasif stroked her fur. That's the way it has to be. Jade settled at his touch. Kasif has always had a way with wolves, Vixen said, smiling. Don't you wish you got a cooler talent? Snowdrop teased. The only thing I wish is that I didn't pick such weird friends, Kasif said, and they all laughed. It felt good to laugh. The tension and the hurt was carried away with it. As the wind blew, Ali enveloped her wings around the wolves and said, You will be safe. For me. And you will be safe for us, Shadowin said. It wasn't like him to say something like that. For a second, Ali thought she was glimpsing Kenai's mismatched eyes within her brother's, but she supposed she was seeing things. Gotta go now, Ali said, and she drew back. Everyone else had already climbed aboard their chosen steeds. Dragonstar, who had changed into a massive Pegasus, said, All ready for takeoff? There was the sound of the waves again. Shadowin laughed aloud and said, Go on and stop winter, guys. We've got Ortuzans to hunt. Ali waved her wing in farewell as the wolves whisked themselves away, unable to make their destinies wait any longer. The griffin walked with a low head, following her guardians as they headed to the highest nearby cliff in order to take flight. What's up? Reagan asked, concerned. Ali raised her head. I've been thinking, and you know, maybe dying isn't such a big deal. Quit being so melodramatic, Reagan said sarcastically, trying to lighten the mood the only way she knew how. No, really, I've faced death every day, with all these adventures and risks we take. I know a lot of people that have died, and with the boy's illness, I could be dealing with death again soon enough. We don't know that for sure, Reagan said. Keanu's sick, but if I know anything about that kid, he'd do anything to be with you again. We just have to reach him. Reagan? Uh-huh. Is it wrong to be jealous of Kenai for dying? Reagan thought. Maybe it is and maybe it's not. But I don't think death is anything to be envious of, because you still have so much to do here. With her feet still on the ground, Ali watched her friends soar into the sky. This is it, Ali said. I'm finally going to see my birthplace, and once I start going toward it, I'm not coming back to the lands until all of this is done. Either he's finished or I'm finished. Then let's see it done. Reagan hopped onto Ali's back. Ali hesitated. The lands had been her sanctuary for the last 16 years. She didn't know if she wanted to leave. How can I bear to say goodbye to everything I've known? Reagan leaned down and patted the griffin's neck, saying, Ali, all of that's in the past. There's nothing left for you here. True, Ali glanced behind her. But there's so much I'm leaving behind. Don't look back, Reagan said. We can never look back. You've got to move forward if you ever want to have this done with. For better or for worse, we're in this together. With a familiar, fierce glow in her eyes, Ali said, You're right. We're going to finish this war, and we're going to win. That's right, Ali, Reagan said confidently. We are going to win. Now get your big butt up in the air. Keanu's waiting for you. Chapter 9. The Darkness Takes Another Victim. Chameleon walked toward the bed in Keanu's room, enjoying all the pleasantries Ionia's palace had to offer. In the 3 months that she'd been in Southwild, she felt like a queen. She was able to do whatever she wanted and obtain whatever she pleased with no consequences whatsoever. After losing her godparents, her home, and her fortune, she felt she deserved to be treated like royalty. Chameleon sat on Keanu's lap without any other greeting. Keanu smiled faintly as she faced him. I love this hair, she whispered, running her fingers through his green locks. I'm glad you do. Keanu wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her near. Chameleon kissed him gently, passionately joining his mouth with hers. When she pulled away and sat beside him, he grimaced.
"Guess what, Keanu?"
Chameleon said, jumping up to stand on the bed.
"What is it, Cammy?"
Keanu's eyes were distant as he asked the question.
"I can fly," she announced,
flapping her arms up and down like a bird. She giggled, and Keanu winced at the noise.
"No, you can't. Come back down,"
he told her.
"Yes, I can. Watch me."
She jumped even higher, making the bed creak.
"That's not flying."
He followed her motions with his eyes, but he wasn't really seeing her. The fairy seemed to look past her, at something only he could witness.
"No, but this is—"
She jumped off the bed and her skirt puffed out around her as she travelled down to land on her knees in the middle of the room.
"Ow! Damn, that hurt."
Keanu got up and grabbed her hand.
"I told you that you couldn't fly,"
he said, helping her to her feet. He pulled her back to the bed and they laid beside each other. Keanu stared blankly up at the ceiling, while Chameleon watched him with interest.
"What do you see up there?"
she asked.
"Nothing,"
he answered.
"Then why look?"
She grabbed his face and turned him to face her.
"Look at me instead. I'm better to look at than anything else here."
"I suppose." She kissed him once again, though it was obvious Keanu's thoughts were far away. "What's on your mind, Ionan?" Keanu placed his hand on the large dragon's shoulder as they walked through the gardens, watching the children of Southwild play under the massive floodgates that kept the ocean out of the tropical landscape.
"I need to ask you something," Ionan replied. "Something important. Do you think Sunset suspects?"
"She might, but what does it matter?"
Keanu said.
"Just go ahead and propose. You love her, and I can see that she loves you too. No harm can come of it. I'm almost positive she won't say no."
"What if she does? What if she never really wanted anything more than friendship?"
Ionan trailed off, a nervous look coming across his face.
"Ionan, she wants exactly what you want," Keanu responded. "I can see it in her eyes when she looks at you."
He bowed his head slightly.
"Kia used to look at me like that."
"I'm not sure if I should go through with this."
Ionan began to pace, his big feet stomping back and forth amongst the flowers. Keanu grabbed his horns and pulled him so that the green dragon was looking him in the eye.
"You should, and you will," Keanu said. "Don't make me turn it into an order."
"You really believe she will say yes to an old fool like me?"
Ionan questioned, pulling his horns free of the accompany's grasp.
"You aren't old or a fool. You happen to be the brains between the two of us," Keanu told him. "If I think she'll say yes, there's no question about it."
"Perhaps you are right,"
Ionan nodded.
"I am right. Now go and make her yours,"
Keanu told him, smiling.
"Right now?"
"Yes, right now. Go."
Keanu pushed Ionan gently to guide him in the right direction.
"I believe she's out by the ocean again."
"The ocean is so beautiful. It would be the perfect place."
Ionan stared off toward the ocean, but didn't move.
"So go and ask her,"
Keanu prodded.
"I just don't know if I can."
Ionan ducked his head.
"Do you love her?"
Keanu asked.
"Yes, I love her with everything Vera didn't take with her after she left,"
Ionan replied.
"Then I order you as your company to ask Sunset to marry you right now,"
Keanu demanded. Ionan rumbled angrily at having been ordered, but did as he had been told, both by Keanu and by his heart. As he stomped away, an equally large dragon swept up behind Keanu, shaking his long beard.
"Wait a minute. My Ionan is going to ask Sunset to marry him today?"
Ignis asked, tilting his head sideways.
"Yes, right now,"
Keanu replied.
"I must see this."
Ignis followed his son's path, chuckling.
"I'll just go about spreading the word."
Keanu sprinted out of the garden and ran through the halls, looking for anyone else he could surprise with the news.
"Where are you off to in such a hurry?"
Anna asked him as her brother nearly knocked her over in one of the palace's massive hallways.
"Ionan's asking Sunset at last," Keanu declared. "They're in the garden." "Finally! Let me grab Mackerel and we'll be out there."
Anna smiled and ran back to find her lover. By the time Ionan had found Sunset on the seashore, a large crowd had gathered there, as if there was to be a sporting event instead of a proposal. The changer grumbled, angry that Kyoto had opened his big mouth and told everyone what was going on, instead of allowing them privacy. Sunset was lying upon the sand just before the water, watching the waves roll in peacefully. It was early evening, so the sky behind her matched her scales perfectly, the setting sun blending in with her magnificent exterior.
"Sunset?"
Ionan murmured softly, bowing his head.
"Hello there, Ionan. What is it?"
She looked up at him, her eyes locking on his.
"Well,
Ionan tripped over his words, unable to voice what he had been thinking.
"What's on your mind?"
Sunset rose to her feet as Ionan backed up to make room on the beach for her, so she wouldn't have to stand in the water.
"I want to ask you something,"
he managed to croak.
"Something very important."
"Ask me, then."
She looked at him expectantly.
"Well, I wanted to know if you would,
You better hurry. We have an audience,"
she chuckled. Ionan turned around to see the faces of half the palace grinning back at him eagerly. He resisted snarling at Kyoto, who was watching the scene with a stupid, bumbling face.
"I'm sorry, Sunset, I'm not very good at this,"
he mumbled. "Just ask already," Kyoto yelled.
"Will you, marry me?"
He looked up at her with pleading eyes.
"Of course I will,"
Sunset replied, gently nudging him with her nose.
"I've been waiting for you to ask me."
"You have?"
Ionan questioned.
"I thought you would have ages ago, but it seems you've had a terrible case of nerves,"
she laughed.
"Enough chatter. We have a wedding to plan, and I'm throwing a party tomorrow,"
Ignis cheered. As he said this, the entire group whooped and hollered, running toward the palace in excitement.
"What a large group. Did you tell them all to come?"
Sunset asked, as she and Ionan began to walk back.
"The only one I told was Kyoto, but he has a rather large mouth,"
Ionan answered. Sunset laughed again, and a puff of smoke emerged from her lips.
"That a company can never keep a secret."
Keanu and Chameleon had stayed just long enough to hear Ionan propose before running off. Pumpkin and Martin followed them at a distance, warily watching their company as she led the fairy up to her room.
"Do you think they're going to,
Martin asked his sister the very vague question as the two ferrets ran up the stairs together.
"Why else would they go to her room?"
Pumpkin retorted.
"They aren't good together, Martin. Chameleon thinks he's fun to be with, but Keanu's just using her to distract himself from Ali's death. Angel told me so."
"Well, it seems to be helping Chameleon. She's not afraid of losing control of the darkness anymore," Martin added.
"Because she's obsessed with Keanu,"
Pumpkin growled.
"He'll break her heart if this keeps going. He won't mean to, but he doesn't realize Chameleon isn't just with him for fun. She actually likes him, and it's clear he doesn't feel the same way."
"Then we have to stop them from doing this," Martin said.
"Exactly what I planned to do."
They reached Chameleon's door and turned into beetles to sneak under the crack.
"Chameleon, we have to talk,"
Pumpkin said as she retook her ferret form.
"Go away,"
Chameleon said. Her hair was currently a shade of various colours, making her locks resemble a flowing rainbow down her back.
"Can't you see me and my baby are busy?"
She kissed Keanu on the cheek, but the boy hardly grinned.
"It's important. Please listen,"
Martin pleaded.
"You two are being annoying," Chameleon snapped. "I order you to go away. I'll come get you later." "But Chameleon,"
Pumpkin argued.
"Wait, before you leave, get Keanu some food,"
Chameleon said to her changers, cackling lightly.
"Yes, Chameleon,"
the twins said in unison, exiting the door meekly.
"Food sounds good right now. I'm so hungry,"
Keanu said, staring blankly at Chameleon. He didn't look very hungry at all. Chameleon ran her fingers through his hair and down his neck.
"You're such a sweet kid."
"And you're amazing," Keanu replied dully. A few minutes later, Pumpkin and Martin dropped a bag of bread and cheeses on Chameleon's bed.
"Anything else you need?"
Pumpkin asked bitterly. Chameleon shook her head, dismissing them with a wave of her hand. The changers left, disgusted by what their company had turned into. For the past several weeks, Chameleon had grown angrier and angrier that her godparents were missing. She'd assumed they had abandoned her when really they were most likely killed by Winter's soldiers. She used her pain as an excuse to do whatever she wanted. She wouldn't listen to anyone about her horrid behaviour. She never spoke to Pumpkin or Martin unless she needed something. She acted like they were her servants and treated them even worse. Soran had thrown a fit when Chameleon had asked Keanu to be her boyfriend. Everybody knew it was because Soran had a crush on Chameleon and he had wanted to ask her out first. But it seemed Chameleon had forgotten everything that Soran did for her back at Bumbleberry University. She barely even talked to him anymore. She only had her sights on pleasing herself whenever possible, and to her, Keanu was a shiny new toy, one who, unlike Soran, she could easily manipulate. Keanu had said yes to being Chameleon's boyfriend, but Martin suspected it was more or less because he didn't have the heart to tell her no. He was far too depressed to put up much of a fight with anything these days. Keanu went for the food, but Chameleon refused to let him go. As he reached for the bread, she pushed him up against the bed where he couldn't get to the bag. He was too weak to push her away, so he gave in and let her kiss him. He just sat there as she brushed her lips against his neck, his eyes staring off into space like he always did.
"Why aren't you kissing back?" she asked, pulling back slightly.
"Huh?" Keanu said blankly. "I'm hungry."
"Then go eat. I'll be right here when you're full."
She jumped up on the bed, twirling around again.
"I can fly! I can fly!"
"We already went over this. You can't fly," Keanu told her sharply. "Not even a little bit."
"Well, who cares what you think?" she snapped,
all affection gone. "I know you care, because otherwise I wouldn't be here." He finished off the bread and began to munch on the cheese, sullenly. Chameleon stood up and wrapped her arms around him.
"You're lucky you're so adorable. Otherwise I'd have to get rid of you."
She said the words like they were a threat, but Keanu didn't seem to care. The fairy pulled away from her. "I want to go for a walk. Be back in a bit." Chameleon scowled, but she let him walk off. This time. Keanu struggled to make it down to the gardens below Ionia's palace. He wasn't doing good, that was for sure, but he hadn't had a seizure in a while, so he supposed he should feel grateful. He couldn't, though. All he could feel was cold emptiness eating him away from the inside. There was a hidden patch toward the back that he and Chameleon had made their own. A drawing he had done of Chameleon hung from one tree. She had put it there as a warning, so anyone who came to this spot knew it had already been taken. Keanu laid down in the grass and looked up at the sky. He watched the patches of clouds through the thick leaves above him until the stars slowly came out of hiding, and he saw Ali's face amongst them. He longed to see the young griffin again, to hear her voice and feel her soft feathers beneath his hands as he flew on her back over the Verinian Forest. But she was gone, and he was alone. Chameleon seemed to be the only one who didn't question how he felt, who didn't pressure him to move on or talk about his feelings. He didn't really like Chameleon, but being with her made him forget about Ali. But there was something else. It was easy being with Chameleon, because with her, he knew he couldn't get hurt. He wanted to care about Chameleon, but he just couldn't. Keanu thought about someone else he'd lost. A beautiful girl with hazel eyes. His heart panged, and he shoved the memories away. He wouldn't be there for Chameleon, because his heart had already been taken by a girl who had broken it. There was no room for anyone else. Later that night, Chameleon wandered into Keanu's room shortly after he'd fallen asleep. She would have come in sooner, but she'd overheard him crying, and his sobs frightened her. She was unsure of their cause and didn't want to find out he was upset because of something she did. Chameleon smiled as she looked down at him. He looked so fragile, curled up on a large armchair. She picked him up in her arms easily. Chameleon was strong, and Keanu was light and easy to move. Gently, she placed him in bed.
"It's all right, my darling. I am here,"
she whispered, kissing his eyelids gently.
"Everything is going to be all right."
She curled up against his limp body and tried desperately to lose herself in happy memories, but found herself unable to think of anything but the darkness. She said nothing, immobile and rigid as she lay beside Keanu. Ever since they came to Southwild, she'd felt the power within her growing. No matter what she did, it wouldn't go away. After a few hours, Pumpkin and Martin came in to comfort their company. Angel came in as a swan shortly after, tired of wandering the palace halls. Although Keanu had promised her he'd be her company, he frequently wished to be alone. In order to give him time to heal, Angel obliged his wishes. She hadn't expected anyone to be here except Keanu, so she walked over and nudged Chameleon, wanting to take her place.
"Go away, you stupid thing."
Chameleon pushed at the swan angrily, smacking her upside the head.
"Just leave me alone."
Tears welled in Chameleon's eyes as Angel glared at her intently.
"It may be best to do as she says,"
Martin mumbled, stepping in front of Angel and putting a hand against the soft feathers on her chest.
"She's not doing very well right now."
Angel nodded. She changed into an ermine and climbed on top of the bed, stubbornly laying by Keanu's head and refusing to move. Martin and Pumpkin left after a while, when Chameleon had only met their comforting words with insults. They'd grown tired of hearing their company whimper like a puppy. They would have stayed, except they knew there was nothing they could do. All Chameleon wanted was Keanu, not them. They left her to cry with the boy she thought she loved, heading to her empty bedroom to wait for her silently. Keanu found Chameleon laying on his son the next morning, squishing him against the mattress. "What are you doing in here?" the company asked coldly. "You know you're not supposed to be in Keanu's room. Leave." Chameleon looked up at him desperately.
"Please let me stay."
"No, you need to go." Keanu's voice was harsh and angry. "Now." Chameleon went to speak, then realized it wasn't worth it. She got up, kissed Keanu's lips gently, and walked out. Keanu watched her go, looking like he wanted nothing more than to get her away from his son. When she was gone, he gently shook Keanu awake. Keanu groaned and rubbed his red-rimmed eyes. "What is it?" "Keanu, we need to talk," Keanu said softly. "I feel like I'm losing my son." "You already lost me," Keanu answered immediately. "I was lost when Ali died, and when you left Mum." "No," Keanu shook his head. "There has to be a little piece of the old Keanu in there somewhere. I know there is." "The old Keanu is dead," Keanu said darkly. "He died with his changer, and he isn't coming back. Not now, not ever." "Why are you talking like this?" Keanu said with a hurt expression. "None of this makes any sense to me. I have no problem with you having a girlfriend, but I'm not convinced you like her, Keanu. You're just acting out." "I'm not a little kid anymore, Dad," Keanu shouted. "I'm not ignorant like before. I've learned that life hurts, and I've learned how to deal with the pain. There are few things in life I have control over. Chameleon is the reason I have those things. She helped me to find the person I have to be, not who I want to be." "You don't have to be like that, Keanu." Keanu wrapped his arm around his son, but Keanu pulled away. He got up to stand by the bed. "If I'm not like this, I'm just going to get hurt again. I have to stay away from everyone, otherwise I'm only going to ruin everyone's lives when I go," Keanu snapped. "I don't need anyone else but Chameleon. I'm fine." "What about me? What about your mother and your cousins? What about Anna and Makrel?" Keanu asked. His voice began to shake, as if he was about to start crying. "What about everyone back in the lands?" "No one cares about me," Keanu said. "Anna and Makrel don't want to be here. They're just in Southwild because you are. They were forced to come here, just like my cousins. And everyone in the lands is dead, Dad. Even Mum. She's gone. Get over it. I have." He locked eyes with his father. "Besides, you've never been there when I needed you to be, so why are you here now? I've been crying out for help for months, and never once have you come to save me." "You haven't asked me to help you. You just ignore everyone," Keanu said, his voice choked. "I shouldn't have to ask. You're my dad. You should have known when I needed you, like Mum did," Keanu shouted. "You used to be my dad, but you're not anymore. You're just a stupid idiot parading around like nothing's wrong. So stop butting into my business. If I want to date Chameleon, I will. If I want to shut out all my friends, I will. Hell, if I want to jump a cliff, I will. Leave me alone, because it's my life." Keanu stormed out of the room and toward the hallway, most likely to find Chameleon. Keanu dropped his head as his son left him behind. "Keanu, come back," he whispered softly. When his son didn't return, Keanu dropped his head into his hand and cried. He couldn't avoid the fact that everything Keanu had said was true. When Soran heard the sobs coming from his cousin's room, he paused, wondering if he should intrude. He decided to walk in slowly, preparing to leave if Chameleon was there with him. "Keanu, are you okay?" He was completely surprised to see that it wasn't Keanu but his uncle. "Uncle Kyoto, why are you crying in Keanu's room?" Soran sat down next to the accompany. "Are you all right?"
"I'm losing my baby boy," Kyoto bawled loudly and obnoxiously. "He's changed into someone I don't know."
"Keanu won't ever be the same since he lost Ali, but I'm sure that it's not that hopeless," Soran said. "He's just lost right now."
"I knew he was hurting, but I never guessed how much," Kyoto sniffed. "Half of it is because of that girl. I can't get close to him with her around."
"No one can. Chameleon tries to hurt anyone who gets between the two of them."
Soran dropped his head glumly and mumbled, "She doesn't even notice me anymore."
"It's not your fault," Kyoto said. "I should have been there for him."
"You shouldn't have left the lands. But now there isn't much you can do. When Chameleon's attached to someone, she doesn't let go." Soran sighed. "At least until she's tired of them, at least. She'll lose interest eventually, like she did with me, and then maybe Keanu will go back to being normal. As normal as he can be, anyway."
"I suppose you're right. Even I'm afraid of that freak of a girl," Kyoto shivered.
"Yeah, she's pretty scary when she wants to be," Soran said.
"What does Keanu see in her? She's so horrid," Kyoto shuddered.
"She's a gorgeous girl," Soran whispered. "She just has this vibrancy for life. It's hard not to fall in love with her."
Kyoto ignored Soran's comment and looked around at the drawings Keanu had put up. The one closest to his bed was of Ali and Angel, both in griffin form. There was another of Vera and all those that called themselves her children. There was one of Chameleon. But there were many more drawings of a different girl, the human called Reagan. In one picture she was dressed in her swimsuit and sunglasses, and in another flower petals swirled around her while she wore a crown of black glass. Reagan's face looked soft and kind in the drawings, rather than hard and bitter as Kyoto had always seen it. In a way, she was beautiful. Even though Reagan hadn't been his favourite, Kyoto wished Keanu was with the human girl rather than the company he seemed to have fallen for recently. Keanu had 3 pictures hung up that he had drawn of Kia. One included Kyoto, but his face had been scribbled out.
"Look at that. I'm not in any of his pictures," Kyoto said softly.
"You used to be in that one," Soran said offhandedly, pointing. "But I guess it would hurt to see that huge mess of pencil all over your face."
"It hurts more than you know," Kyoto said, breathing deeply. "Look at me. I'm a mess."
"Maybe you should go find Ionan. I'm sure he'd know what to do," Soran said. He knew Ionan and Kyoto didn't have the best history, but they'd forgiven each other for what happened in the lands, so maybe the dragon could help. Besides, the first thing Soran did every time he had a problem was talk to Zona. He couldn't think of anything better than going to his changer in a mess, and this was definitely a big mess.
"That's a good idea." Kyoto clapped a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Thanks, Soran. You're a good kid, even though your father wasn't."
"I try to be the exact opposite of Winter," Soran said solemnly. "Feel better, okay? Keanu will come around."
"I'll try my best."
Kyoto stood, moseying to the door in a depressing manner, to go find Ionan. Soran sat on the bed and watched him go, clenching his fists tightly. A ball of unwanted rage grew tightly within his chest, causing him to grow hot with rage. Furious, Soran walked to the door and wrenched it open, storming into the hallway. He glanced left and right quickly, searching for Keanu. He had to be around the palace somewhere. Soran would search every crevice until he found him.
"Soran? Soran, what's wrong?"
Zona asked, his telepathic voice echoing in Soran's head from the other side of the palace. His changer could feel his fury even from this distance. Soran felt the phoenix take off in a flurry. "It's nothing, Zona. I'm just looking for Keanu," he responded.
"That's not a good idea. Calm down,"
Zona said, quickening his flight through the halls. "It's fine, I just want to talk." Soran's fists clenched tighter as he continued his search. He was determined to give his cousin a piece of his mind. He finally ran into Keanu and Chameleon as they were crossing a large bridge next to the massive waterfall that flowed inside the palace. "What did you say to him?" Soran demanded immediately, shoving Keanu.
"Get your hands off me! What did I say to who?"
Keanu asked. "Your dad. All he's doing is trying to help," Soran snapped.
"I told him the truth," Keanu said calmly, "and he's not my father anymore. If he won't act like my dad, he can't be one."
"How can you say that?" Soran yelled. "You're all he has left since Aunt Kia died."
"That's his own fault. Mum would still be here if he hadn't left her," Keanu shouted.
"You're being ridiculous. He loves you, Keanu."
"No, he loved me. Now he doesn't anymore," Keanu replied. "No one loves me except Cammy."
Chameleon giggled behind her hand.
"And I'll always love you, baby."
She wrapped her arms around him from behind, squeezing him tight.
"Forever and ever."
"Of course you will, Cammy."
Keanu turned his head and smiled vacantly at her before glaring at his cousin.
"Now why don't you leave us be, Soran? We have things to do."
"Like what? You want to keep stealing my best friend?" Soran shouted, and Chameleon gasped. "There is no way I'm going to let you two go off and keep doing this. She's changed you, Keanu. You're a horrible person ever since you started hanging out with her." Soran pointed at Chameleon angrily.
"You leave Cammy out of this," Keanu said, standing in front of her.
"I'm not going to, because this is her fault." Soran shoved Keanu once again, harder this time.
"You're just jealous because Chameleon's dating me and not you. I can't help it she wants to be my girlfriend and not yours. Back off."
Keanu brought his face within inches of Soran's. He was drastically shorter than the older boy and had to stand on his toes to reach Soran's height.
"Make me,"
Soran snarled. Keanu smirked, and without thinking about what he was doing, punched Soran directly in the nose. The larger boy fell back from the unexpected force of the blow. His nose began to gush blood immediately, which was now cracked to the side.
"Come on," Keanu shouted, standing over him. "Fight back."
"I'm not going to hit a cripple," Soran spat harshly, holding his nose. Keanu screamed in rage, raising another fist to attack his cousin. But the blow was stopped mid-swing as the fairy's body twisted upon itself. He fell to his knees, slumping to the floor as his body racked with uncontrollable convulsions. Soran immediately panicked. He felt awful for what he'd said to Keanu, because he knew better. Nobody should ever call Keanu a cripple, especially not someone who claimed to love him. And Soran did love Keanu, quite dearly. That was his little cousin, even if he was being a royal jackass at the moment. Now he was having a seizure. This one looked worse than the others Soran had seen before. He knew he needed to take action so Keanu didn't get hurt. Chameleon screamed and went to grab Keanu, but Soran snatched her by the arm and held her back. "Don't touch him! You don't know what to do!"
"What did you do to him?"
Chameleon screeched, pushing Soran off of her. He fell backward, slamming against the side of the bridge, his nose spraying blood on his shirt. Soran pushed himself off the railing and advanced toward Chameleon slowly, who was parked between himself and his cousin. Keanu continued to writhe helplessly on the floor. "I'm not doing anything. It's a condition he has, Chameleon. We can't stop it," Soran said, holding his hands up defensively. "Now you need to get out of the way so I can help him."
"You're lying."
Chameleon lost all sense of control. A dark liquid like water began filling her eyes. Chameleon let out a rattling, demonic noise that rattled the bridge they stood on. She ran at Soran and tackled him to the ground, slamming her fist into his face. More blood came spurting out his nose, and Soran struggled to see through the gushes of red liquid.
"What did you do?"
she screamed, sitting on top of him and punching his face over and over again. One eye began to swell shut, and Soran struggled to breathe as she wrapped a hand around his throat, squeezing tightly. He wasn't weak by any means, but for some reason Chameleon was far stronger than he was. Though he tried desperately, he couldn't get her off of him. She pinned him down with one hand, raising her other one slowly.
"You hurt Keanu! You're going to pay!" she hissed.
From her fingertips emerged the black, smoky water he'd seen her use on the changes in the council hall. The water filtered through the air, and the minute it touched his lips, Soran began screaming in horrific pain. The water felt like hot tar upon him, riddled with sharp knives and razors. As the darkness crawled into his mouth, Soran gasped, feeling the air leave his lungs to be replaced by the wretched water. He was going to die. He knew he was. There was no way he'd be able to recover from this. "Soran!" Chameleon burst into a ball of flame as Zorna tackled her off of his company, pinning her to the side of the bridge. The dark water left his lungs, and Soran gasped, springing upward as he took a breath of life. He started coughing uncontrollably as he clutched at his chest. He was used to pain. He couldn't remember the last time he cried because something hurt. But this was far different. The dark water ate away at his insides, and although it was gone, the harsh burning still remained. Chameleon screamed as the flames tore away at her skin, vanishing to leave small black wounds behind. She'd be all right, but Zorna refused to get off of her, spreading his wings wide.
"You tried to kill Soran, now I'm gonna kill you," Zorna hissed.
"Zorna, no!" Soran croaked, but the phoenix had already dived. He was only stopped from ramming his beak into Chameleon's eye by 2 horses, one orange and one brown, who threw him off their company. Pumpkin and Martin stomped their hooves and screamed viciously at Zorna, who had crawled to Soran's side. The 3 changers danced back and forth, preparing to spring at each other. Friendship was forgotten between them. There was nothing left except a primal instinct to protect their companies.
"That is enough."
Ionan, along with his mother, Belle, had appeared. As the dragon landed on the bridge, the structure quivered. Soran held his mouth to keep from throwing up.
"Come on, baby."
Chameleon was back at Keanu's side, looking at him in horror as he continued to convulse.
"You're all right. Make it stop."
Angel had come with Belle and Ionan. The griffin stampeded to Keanu and stood over him, her feathers bristling as she snapped her beak sharply at Chameleon. The girl glared at the changer, slowly backing away to stand by her own companions. Slowly, Keanu's seizure eased, but he didn't look okay. He was paler than before.
"We need to get him to the hospital now."
Belle scooped up Keanu and flew off, toward the direction of the palace clinic. Angel followed. Soran moaned, coughing once more. Blood spilled out of his mouth and onto the floor.
"He needs help,"
Zorna said frantically, losing his head.
"Somebody, please do something."
"Follow my mother and carry Soran to the medic, Zorna. I'll take care of this one," Ionan growled, turning toward Chameleon.
"What are you going to do?"
Chameleon snarled as Zorna changed into a Pegasus, swinging Soran onto his back.
"I didn't do anything."
"I saw what happened, you wretched girl. You made an attempt on Soran's life," Ionan hissed. "Such a thing has never happened in Southwild before. You are under arrest until further notice. You're coming with me."
"You can't stop me. I'm more powerful than you could ever be,"
Chameleon said. Her eyes began filling with that dark, evil magic once again. Then her gaze caught Soran's. Slumped onto Zorna's back, the company struggled to hold back tears.
"Cam,"
he whispered,
"you promised you would never hurt me."
The darkness left Chameleon's eyes just as quickly as it came. Chameleon bit her lip, then turned her head away.
"I told you to stay away from me, Soran. I said to run if it ever got bad. You didn't listen."
"You have a choice. You can either put up a fight or come quietly and await a fair trial," Ionan said. "Your changers can stay behind. They've done nothing wrong."
"I'll go," Chameleon muttered. "Just make sure Keanu's okay."
Martin and Pumpkin shifted uneasily against each other as Ionan moved forward to take Chameleon to the palace's dungeons. Soran didn't have a chance to watch them leave. He passed out almost immediately afterward, blood dripping from between his lips in a steady stream upon Zorna's coat. Keanu was allowed to leave the hospital a few hours after the fight, though Soran was forced to stay. Soran was still bleeding from the mouth, and although the medics didn't think Chameleon had done permanent damage, they were sure that if she had kept up with what she was doing, she would have killed him. Keanu tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. He was angry with Soran, but he felt horribly guilty for what his girlfriend had done to his cousin. Soran was only trying to speak his mind. Although Keanu disagreed with what he'd said, he appreciated that he was brave enough to be honest. Just before the first rays of dawn broke through Southwild, Keanu sat upright in bed, and not of his own accord. His eyes changed from their golden shade, replaced by a shining light. Unable to control himself, Keanu began walking directly to his desk.
"Keanu, what are you doing?"
Angel asked. She was in the form of a white fox upon his bed. She hadn't left him alone since the fight, and had told him that she wasn't going to leave his side ever again. He didn't answer her, only dropped down into his desk chair. 3 pads of paper and a set of coloured leads that Angel had brought him sat upon the desk, untouched. He hadn't drawn in weeks, not since he started dating Chameleon. That was about to change. Eyes still glowing, Keanu picked up a black lead and began to make an outline. He didn't know what he was drawing or why. All he understood was that he couldn't stop what had already begun. Angel watched him, observing as closely as she could. As the picture took form, his eyes began to glow even brighter, as they had when he and Ali had created the prophecy. But there was no mystic voice this time, and no Ali to share the feeling. When Keanu returned to reality, he looked down at the paper and gasped in sickening realization. It was a battle scene. The dead were everywhere, scattered in piles amongst a bloody wreckage. The entire picture was in black and white, save for the topmost corner, which he'd shaded in colour. In that part of the drawing, Pumpkin lay dead amongst the other bodies on top of a tall cliffside. Martin seemed to be yelling desperately to her, while Chameleon soared through the air just past the changers. Her body was about to fall off the cliff's edge. Keanu's eyes stopped glowing. His blank expression turned to horror as he observed what he created.
What is this?
Frightened, Keanu crumpled up the paper and threw it under the bed. Angel nosed at the picture, pushing it around curiously. She wasn't sure what the picture meant, but she knew Keanu had just prophesied something. She didn't understand how, since he didn't have Ali anymore, but she desperately hoped the picture was wrong. Keanu ignored her and started drawing something else. There was no strange prophecy this time, no glowing eyes, only the enjoyment of losing himself in his art. So easily that it was like breathing, he produced a perfect heart, then drew a crack down the centre of it. On one side, he drew the griffin he would never see again. On the other, he portrayed the human girl who had captivated him so. It hurt to see their faces, but yet it gave him some sort of comfort. He felt almost normal again, at least for a short while. After he was done, he drew Angel encircling the heart as a griffin, and smiled at the portrait. There. Now it was complete. Keanu looked up. Without a second thought, he pulled down the picture of Chameleon above his desk and posted up the new one. It belonged there. Chameleon's did not. He crumpled the picture he had taken down and threw it under the bed with the other one, abandoning what care he had left for Chameleon with the discarded drawing. He didn't need Chameleon anymore. She had tried to kill his cousin, and even though Keanu knew it had been to protect him, he also knew that it wasn't right. He couldn't keep leading Chameleon on anymore just because he was unhappy. He'd lied to himself. She couldn't take away his pain. No one could. Keanu smiled at his newfound independence. He was free at last. No one could tell him what to do now. Not Chameleon, not his mother, not his father. He was his own person now. Finally free.
Baby!
Chameleon called from behind the bars of her cell. Keanu clambered down the stairs to the dungeon with difficulty, Angel holding him up.
I knew you'd come for me.
Hello, Keanu said. He stopped before Chameleon's cell, glad that there were bars between them for what he was about to do.
Help me get out of here, Chameleon said eagerly. Pumpkin and Martin won't. They're too scared of Ignis, the traitorous cowards. But I know you won't leave me. Come on, figure out a way to cut these bars so we can run away together. I'll even let you take Angel.
Her eyes flickered toward the griffin as she said the words, and Angel ruffled her feathers irritably. No, Chameleon, that's not what we're doing, Keanu said.
What do you mean? You need me, baby.
Chameleon reached through the bars and grabbed his arm.
I helped you.
Yeah, you helped me. Keanu withdrew his arm. But now I know how to help myself. He stepped away from the bars, shaking his head. What you did to Soran yesterday proves I don't need you. You belong in here.
But I need you, she yelled. Please, you promised you would never leave me. You said you loved me.
I was just trying to make myself feel something besides emptiness, Chameleon. He turned away from her, heading back toward the stairs. It was wrong to say those things, because I didn't mean them. Find someone who truly loves you. because it's not me. I'm sorry."
"You can't just leave me. I've done so much for you." She slammed herself against the bars, her hurt taken over by rage. "I need you."
"You don't need me, Chameleon," Keanu said. "I'm no good for anybody."
"Keanu!"
Chameleon cried as the fairy and angel headed back up the stairs.
"Come back!"
When he didn't return, Chameleon wept relentlessly in the dark dungeons beneath the palace. Sometime later, another figure emerged from the winding staircase. Chameleon looked up through her long locks of hair to see Darren wispily standing in front of her cell, looking uncomfortable. "Hey," he said, kneeling down to her level. "I guess it's not very comfortable in here, huh?"
"Get away from me," she snarled. "You've been holed up in your room for weeks. Why would I want to see you?"
A flash of hurt resounded in his eyes, but Darren gazed back at her and said, "I want to get you out."
"What?"
Chameleon jerked her head up to look at him.
"Why do you want to do that?"
Darren took a shaky, unstable breath. "I kind of like you, Chameleon. Always have."
"Really?"
She blinked at him.
"Why didn't you tell me before?"
"Because Soran liked you. Then you started dating Keanu," he mumbled. "I knew I didn't have a chance."
"But what about Soran? I almost killed him and he's your best friend."
"I don't care." There was a steeliness in Darren's eyes. "He never even gave me a chance with you. He had to snatch you up first. He knew I liked you, but he still tried to be your boyfriend. I backed off because I knew we both had a thing for you. He didn't even think about doing the same. As far as I'm concerned, he's not my friend anymore."
"You didn't tell me about this."
"I didn't tell anyone. Why do you think I've been in my room all the time?" Darren huffed angrily. "I just can't face him. It makes me sick to look at him."
"Darren."
She reached through the bars to grab his hand, and the boy looked up in amazement.
"Can you get me out of here?"
Darren smiled coyly, and he snapped his fingers. At the tips of them, a soft fire emerged, glittering and bright.
"You've been practicing dark magic,"
Chameleon gasped. Darren's power would have scared most people, but not Chameleon. It only made her eyes light up deviously.
"Darren, where'd you learn to do this?"
"I was walking around the palace and I found some old spell books hidden away," Darren said with a shrug, though his voice was excited. "I've been practicing for a while now, and I'm really good."
"Darren, if they discover you're practicing dark magic, you're in as much trouble as I am," Chameleon whispered. "People hate warlocks as much as they hate witches. The only reason they allow Vivienna to stay is because she doesn't use her powers."
"Which is why I have to leave before they find out what I am, and I'm taking you with me," Darren said. "Do you want to go or not?"
"Of course I want to go," she hissed. "Hurry up and get me out of here."
Chameleon glanced at Darren's pockets.
"Where's Fedorin? Is he resting?"
"Fedorin doesn't understand, and he's useless anyway. He's staying behind," Darren said. Darren didn't even give a second thought to abandoning his changer. He merely did what he desired to do. Fedorin was weak and could not help Darren in his pursuit of power. He liked dark magic and how strong it made him feel. If his changer wasn't strong too, then he was all but nothing to Darren.
"That's fine by me," Chameleon said, sitting back on her heels. "Anyway, do what you have to do. They could come any minute to take me to trial."
"Okay, stand back." Darren raised his hand, and at his bidding, the dark fire in his hand spread, melting the bars that held Chameleon captive. When the bars had dissolved into nothing more than piles of sludge, Chameleon stepped through the opening, looked at Darren, and asked,
"Now what?"
"This." Darren turned to face the wall. The dark fire shot from his hand in a powerful blast, slamming against the wall and causing the stone to fling outward in a magnificent flaming display. With an opening, the two ran through the gaping exit and into the gardens of Southwild, making their escape. Chapter 10. Darren's Mistake.
"She could have killed you,"
Zorna shouted for what had to be the 100th time. The phoenix twisted in midair as he came crashing down in the hospital room, scattering flames every which way. Flopping upon the ground, Zorna shook his black feathers and burst,
"I've had enough of Chameleon. She used to be one of us, but now I see her true colours."
"Come on, Zorna, that's not fair," Soran protested. He tried sitting up in bed. It didn't work very well, and the company fell back onto his pillows, feeling useless and exhausted. He coughed again, and a glob of blackish blood spat out of his mouth and onto the handkerchief he was holding. The blood emerging from his lungs had slowed, but hadn't stopped completely. His sides ached, and his middle felt like someone had crawled inside his organs and beaten them with their bare hands. He knew he'd recover, but it was going to take a while.
I'm serious. She's trouble. You know it's true. Our group's falling apart.
I'll say, Soran grumbled unhappily. Soran didn't know what happened, but over the past few weeks his friends had gone off to do their own thing, no matter how destructive it was to themselves or anyone else. He didn't think anything in particular had caused it. It had just happened. But you don't need to remind me. If Vivi or Melody lecture me one more time about what happened...
You deserve it. You need to learn to control your temper. It's dangerous, Soran. One day, something awful is going to happen because of it, and you won't be able to take it back.
I know, Zo. You don't have to keep telling me, Soran said, irritated.
Yes, I do, because so far you haven't listened. If you can't handle yourself, you're going to put yourself in a situation I can't get you out of.
Zorna's voice began to wobble, on the brink of tears.
If I hadn't gotten to you in time, you'd be dead. I can't lose you like Keanu lost Ali, Soran. I'm not strong enough for that. It'll kill me.
Oh, Zo, come here, Soran said. Zorna hopped onto the bed, snuggling under his company's arm. Nothing's going to happen to me. I promise I'll learn to keep my cool. Zorna pushed his head up under Zorna's chin.
You'd better. I don't know what I'd do without you.
You're the only one.
Don't say that. You have friends who care about you.
Is that why Darren hasn't come to see me? Not even once? Soran stated bitterly.
Everyone else has come to see you. Darren's just weird. You know that. Don't take it personally.
Honestly, I don't know where Darren is. Does he even know I'm in the hospital?
Probably not. He's always locked in his room doing something unusual. So far, nobody has been able to get him to unlock his door and come out.
Soran looked up at the ceiling. Keanu's the worst out of all of us. I know it's not fair how he treats everyone, but I can't really blame him.
You haven't seen Pumpkin and Martin. They're both wrecks ever since Chameleon got arrested, Zorna said. Personally, I don't see how they can miss her. All she does is bark orders at them every 2 seconds. She kicked Martin the other day.
You're not serious, Soran gasped. Zorna hopped off of him, fluttering his wings.
She did. I was there. I slammed her up against the wall for it when she tried to go after Pumpkin next. She can boss them around, but I'm not bound to her, and I won't stand for that type of treatment to any changer. I didn't hurt her, but I'm pretty sure I got the message across.
What happened to her? Soran asked meekly, dropping his head. We loved her. We were inseparable at the start of school. His eyes watered with tears, and he whispered, I loved her.
Things change, Zorna added, waddling closer to Soran. I thought moving to Southwild would have made us closer, but it turns out that everything's just falling apart even worse than before.
Soran's hands moved through his hair. I guess so.
You should have come to get me if you were going to get in a fight with Keanu.
I didn't want to get into a fight with him. I just wanted to tell him off. Soran sighed and reached out to pat his changer's head. Sometimes I think it's just you and me against the world, buddy.
I hope she gets locked up,
Zorna said viciously. She doesn't deserve that.
No, Soran, she's insane. I have no idea what she's truly capable of. I want her out of here tonight. I'm going to Ignis.
Do you really want to take it to extremes? Soran grimaced. Zorna put his head close to Soran's face.
Look at what she's done to Keanu.
That was his own fault. He chose to push everyone away.
Because of her.
When did you get in such a bad mood? Soran demanded.
Since I found out you were in danger.
Zorna fluttered off the bed and flew toward the exit. Zorna?
It's got to be done. I'm asking Ignis to consider kicking her out.
I have a feeling you're just going to make everything worse.
Maybe for her, but not for everyone else.
Zorna paused as he headed out the door, hovering in the air.
She poses a threat to everyone I love, especially you. If it's a threat, it has to go. Changer rule number 1.
Zorna! The large bird was soaring through the hall before Soran had a chance to get in another word. So this is Nesting's Haven, Ali said quietly, looking around at the sandy beach they'd landed on. She observed the masses of tropical jungles and lovely flora that surrounded her. It had been a long flight over the ocean, but with every beat of her wings, Ali grew stronger because she was that much closer to finding Keanu. Now that she knew he was so close by, she had to do all she could to contain herself. She couldn't go flying off, leaving the group behind in the search for her company. Not quite. This is Southwild. Dragonstar came up silently behind her, gazing at the magnificent jungle. Has anybody ever thought of putting a resort here? Reagan said, running a hand through her tangled hair. Southwild needs none of that. Everything here is as completely whole as it can be, Dragonstar said.
Are the people here fighting for us and not Winter? Kia asked, patting Snowdrop on the side. The Pegasus was breathing heavily and was obviously exhausted. She couldn't carry Kia on long flights like she used to. They should be. They're all under Ionan's house, Dragonstar responded. Ali nodded. It figures. I should have known better. She flew over the trees so she could peer out at a tiny speck in the distance. That looks like a palace. It's where we're going, isn't it? Yes, Ionan should be there. What about that big wooden gate near the palace? What is that? Ali asked. Those are the Southwild gates. It's a dam holding back the water from the ocean. It stops the water from flooding the palace and the surrounding area. Is there a way to open them? Ali asked curiously. There is, but it would take a lot of effort. I imagine those gates haven't been opened since they've been built. Dragonstar's forelock fell in front of his eyes, and he didn't bother tossing his head to sweep it away. Everything about the unicorn seemed ancient and worn.
Vixen and her friends will arrive when the sun sets the next day, Vixen hushed, leaning against Kasif. Without a second thought, the fairy cradled her against him, swaying under her weight. You've got to be kidding me. You're not that tired, Kia protested. Vixen feebly opened one eye. Vixen knows all are stretched to their limits, especially you, fair queen.
Kia let out a humph and turned away. Ali shivered, looking at her exhausted group. We have to hurry and fly to the palace as fast as our wings can carry us. After we take a break. One more night of rest, everyone, Dragonstar commanded, and all of them sank to the ground. We'll leave in the morning.
So you see, sir, Zorna said, stepping forward and making his inquiry to Ignis. You have to throw her out. Chameleon's a danger to all of us here. We can't trust her.
The old dragon shifted on his feet, peering down at Zorna far below. They were in the royal courtroom, which was being prepped for the upcoming trial. Ignis would be the judge. With Ionan's wedding the next day, he was severely aggravated that he'd had to bother with something as trivial as a trial for attempted murder when there was a big party coming up. But at Zorna's suggestion to outcast Chameleon, the changer balked.
I've never banned anyone from Southwild. This is a safe haven for all changers and companies. If I banish her, Ionia's palace has failed, Ignis said. Her choices are not your fault, sire, Zorna added. She's taking advantage of the hospitality your house has shown her. I would ask you to forgive her, Zorna, but I am reminded she attacked your company. That is not an easy thing for a changer to forgive, Ignis mused. But if she is dangerous here, wouldn't she be even more of a threat outside the control of my house? I know you want to keep tabs on her, but I'm afraid she's a bigger danger in the palace than she is on her own, Zorna stated. She won't know how to survive out there.
Ignis snorted.
Very well. Her changers will be allowed to stay, if she is indeed exiled. But you know how such things go. Chameleon still has full power over them. Unless she lets them go, they won't be able to stay, Zorna said sadly.
His gaze lifted.
And what about Keanu? Chameleon isn't the only one causing trouble. I cannot ban young Keanu, as he is the grandson of my company and therefore my responsibility, Ignis said. But if you believe Chameleon should no longer be under the House of Ionia, then I will consider your words in my judgment. Thank you, my lord. You won't regret this, Zorna promised.
Ignis closed his eyes and watched the phoenix sail away.
I surely hope not, Zorna. I surely hope not.
When the time came later that day to bring Chameleon to trial, she was nowhere to be found. The only thing Ignis had discovered was a giant hole where the dungeon wall had been, leading out into the safety of the jungle surrounding the palace.
I might have been easier on her if she hadn't tried to escape. Chameleon!
Ignis bellowed her name, his voice echoing throughout the palace. He searched the main bedrooms, apologizing to each of his guests when Chameleon wasn't found behind any of them.
She completely ruined my wall. I should have stationed changers to watch her, but I hadn't assumed such a small thing could create such a big hole. She must be stronger than she looks.
You should let me deal with this, father. It is my noble responsibility,
Ionan said, following Ignis through the various rooms.
You've got a wedding to plan. Do you think that I can keep inventing party themes forever? Chameleon!
Ignis called once again, banging his claws on door after door.
I surely think you could, Ionan said. But it is not right for a lord to go out looking for convicts. Send out more of our guards.
Half the palace is in the jungle looking for her already. I can't just sit around and wait in the courtroom all day. I have things to do, such as finish laying out the decorations and playing with the color scheme. I don't know why we went with chartreuse and cyan. It's all wrong. We should have picked orange and pink, like sunset scales. Young girl, come out immediately.
It is far too easy for anyone to become invisible in the palace. The estate is massive. This search could go on for months, Ionan complained.
It could, but it won't. I'll find her.
Ignis paused outside another bedroom, knocking on the door and asking,
Open up, we're looking for someone.
There was no answer or movement inside. Ionan sank his head down to the floor to peek at the crack underneath the frame.
There's a light in there, he told Ignis. I believe this is young Darren's room.
Open this door. There's no time to waste,
Ignis demanded.
Father?
Oh, right. Stand back.
Ignis lifted up his tail and swung it at the door, shattering it to splinters. Chunks of wood flew everywhere as he changed from dragon to white lion. Ionan did the same as they rushed into the room. A singular candle burned inside, a mere black flame caressing the wick. On the desk, 3 spellbooks were scattered about in a hasty fashion. On top of one of the books, a lonely hamster sat upon the pages, glumly staring at the text, as if he'd lost his entire world. Chapter 11. A Wedding Not Well Taken. "Come on, Keanu, put your crown on," Angel thrummed in the fairy's room. She held a beautiful round headpiece in her beak, golden in colour and sparkling with a variety of emerald jewels. The griffin had washed her white feathers clean until they shone for the wedding, and she wore a long silver cloak on her back. She tapped her talon impatiently as she stared at Keanu, who had his arms crossed stubbornly. "No, I'm not wearing it. It's bad enough I got stuffed in this outfit," he responded telepathically. Keanu looked down at his golden doublet, annoyed that every time he moved, fabric like scales shimmered across his body. "You're a prince, so you need to look like it. Now here." Angel shoved the crown on top of Keanu's head just before he could duck to avoid her. He looked at himself painstakingly in the mirror, hating how the crown shimmered on his head. "I don't want to go," he complained with a sigh. "I'm only doing this for Ionan." "Right, so you should be happy," Angel said. "Ionan has spent most of his life being sad, so you need to be there for him today. Don't be upset over Chameleon. It's not your fault she escaped with Darren." "It kind of is." Keanu scuffed the ground with his boot sheepishly. "The whole thing happened because I punched Soran, and now his best friend ran away with her." "Soran will forgive you. He's family," Angel said. "Are you mad at me?" Keanu asked. "Because Martin left the palace? I know you liked him." Angel gave him a steely, detached look. "Pumpkin and Martin chose to go after Chameleon. Any changer would do the same for their company. Now come on." Angel nudged him toward the door. "Let's go." Keanu proceeded throughout Southwild's halls and to the outside, wishing the party would hurry up and get itself over with so he could go back to his room and sleep. Kyoto would be performing the ceremony, as Ionan was his changer. Keanu and Angel met Amancio, Belle, Lyrica, Mirabelle, Viviana, Melody, Soran and Zona outside in the gardens, at the edge of the jungle they would be entering. Soran was dressed in a black suit and clinging to crutches. He gave Keanu a surly look. Keanu wrinkled his nose in reply and didn't bother glancing his way again. Without asking, Angel lifted Keanu onto her back, carrying him throughout the rainforest to the site of the ceremony. Ionan wore a set of gold armor, while Mirabelle's jeweled cape matched Lyrica's blue party dress. Ignis had gone full out for the wedding, his outfit complete with a giant purple feathered robe and matching puffy hat. His ankles were covered with expensive wristlets, tail decorated in sparkling gems the size of Keanu's head. The outfit was topped off with an enormous diamond hanging off a silver chain around his neck. "He looks ridiculous," Keanu commented as Ignis trailed through the palm trees, grinning toothily. "Oh, come now, he's having fun. Let him be. This is a happy day." Angel's mood was very bouncy, as she had never been to a wedding before and was excited to see how it was done. Keanu hadn't either, but that didn't stop him from keeping up his bad mood. Belle had beautiful flowing scarves wrapped around her neck that trailed down around her and whispered in the wind within her wings. Sunset herself wore nothing but her polished scales, preferring to be married in the way of her wild ancestors. When they had come to a clearing big enough for everyone to squeeze into, Keota made his way to the front and asked Sunset and Ionan to come forward. The witnesses gathered into a semicircle around them and waited. "Hello, everyone," Keota offered, and the group offered low, warm formalities. Keota smiled and said, "Let all creation look upon us as we observe the binding of one to another this day, and the Creator himself light his blessing upon this union. Ionan, do you—" and on it went. Angel's eyes were observant as she watched the ceremony. Ignis's and Belle's faces were proud, Mirabelle's bright and cheery as she stood beside her mother. Even Zona and Soran's faces were alight and excited. Keanu watched the ceremony blandly, and as he did so, a sort of sad peace came over him. Try as he might, he couldn't manage to bring a smile to his face. Uncontrollably, an image broke into his head, one of himself standing before an audience, and Reagan beside him in a long, beautiful gown. Tears came to his eyes, and he shook himself out of his delirious fantasy. He wasn't sure if he'd make it to next week, let alone get a chance to give his soul to someone special someday. Who was he kidding? He'd never get married. He wouldn't have the chance. Through the past couple of months, Keanu had felt desperately alone. Everything he did was for his own benefit. He missed caring about people. He missed putting others first before himself. He couldn't stand trying to make himself happy anymore. It didn't work. He had been too dependent on Ali, too attached to her survival for his own health. She had been his light and his world, and once she was gone, there had been little left for him. Keanu glanced to the side and saw Angel's pure, untainted serenity. He wondered what her secret was, what kept her going through life, even though she never had a family to love her and never had a voice to speak out. Then it hit him. Her contentment wasn't about suffering through with what she'd been given. It came from being thankful for what she had. Keanu looked at Sunset and Ionan and saw how happy they were. They're willing to try again, Keanu thought. He'd promised Angel he'd try to make her his changer, but so far he'd been doing a terrible job of it. Maybe I'll get it right this time. Together you are joined, Keota said, and Keanu realized the ceremony was almost over.
Together we will be,
Sunset and Ionan both finished. The two dragons leaned forward, touching their heads together, as Keota pronounced them dragon and wife. Cheers went up from the congregation, and Ignis cried,
"Excellent! Now let us party!"
Ignis stampeded back to the reception, his guests rushing after him. They were followed by Ionan and Sunset, who were lagging behind in their own little world. By the time Keanu and Angel arrived, the reception was in full swing, hundreds of guests dancing to the band. When Sunset and Ionan entered, the place went into an explosion. People started falling into the garden fountains just to congratulate them. After most of the guests were dripping wet, Keanu swallowed and asked Angel to carry him to a quieter spot behind some hedges. Keanu dismounted. "Angel," Keanu said, and she turned to him. I There were loud screams behind him. Keanu winced and said, "Can't they keep it down? I'm trying to tell you something important."
"What is it, Keanu?"
Angel inquired. He swallowed thickly.
I wanted to apologize for how I've been acting lately. I promised you I'd try to be your company, but all I did was run around with Chameleon and push you away. I'm sorry."
"You don't have to apologize for anything. I told you I would give you all the time you need," Angel said.
"I do need to say I'm sorry. You're my friend, and you've been here with me through everything," Keanu said. "I still consider you my changer, and I do care about you, very much."
Angel's blue eyes swam with affection and light. "I care about you too, Keanu. You mean more to me than anything in the world. You've given me my voice." Keanu opened his mouth to say more, but he was interrupted by more screaming, which was high-pitched and shrill.
"They might be getting a little reckless," Angel said simply.
"They were already reckless." The screeching continued, and Keanu said, "Oh, fly me up so we see what's causing all the noise."
"Certainly."
Keanu climbed on Angel's back, and they burst into the sky, overlooking the celebration with curious eyes. The entire party was at a standstill, the guests gazing toward the jungle. Keanu and Angel hovered in mid-air, paralyzed, as they saw a large line of soldiers, both changer and a company, lining the edge of the jungle. They were fitted with suits of armor and waving banners that portrayed a long, thin icicle. Flying above the army was a large brown wyvern who was barking orders. Winter's changer, Lucas. Far below, you could hear Ignis bellowing orders.
"Hermancio,"
Ignis roared, and he shook off his many accessories.
"Fetch my armor. If there's anything my house hates more than an interrupted party, it's tyranny, and this company is causing both. Inexcusable. This ends tonight. He ends tonight. Positions!"
Keanu felt like fainting, but he forced himself to fight off his illness, clinging to Angel's feathers. Winter's army had gathered in a surprise attack, and Ionia's palace was completely unprepared and vastly outnumbered. They were done for. Chapter 12. Shanks and spears are weapons for war.
"What is going on over there?"
Reagan called, pointing out a large line of soldiers. The group was nearly to Ionia's palace and was upon a cliff looking down at the jungle below. The palace was surrounded by hundreds of companies and changers who seemed to be panicking at the sight of the approaching army.
"Winter," Ali growled angrily. "We have to get to that palace. They're going to need as many fighters as they can get." "We can't get there any faster," Kia said. "We've been traveling forever through this hot, miserable jungle, and we don't have any energy left to give. They'll have to wait."
Ali paced back and forth along the side of the cliff, her eye catching the gargantuan massive floodgates behind the palace.
"I know how to help them," Ali declared, "but someone needs to take Reagan right now. I won't be able to go as fast with her on my back."
"I may be able to carry her, since it is such a short way," Dragonstar said. "Jump on my back, child."
"Why are you getting rid of me? I thought we were all going to the palace. Where are you going?"
Reagan said as she slid off Ali's back.
"I have an idea that just might get rid of all those soldiers," Ali responded. "If I don't come back, tell the boy that I love him."
She soared into the air, flying in the direction of the large floodgates.
"She can't go alone. We should follow her,"
Snowdrop whinnied, beating her wings.
"I agree. We've already lost her once," Kia said. "Maybe—"
"No, let her go," Kasif responded. "She knows how to take care of herself."
"I'm sure she'll be fine," Reagan added. "I've seen her in a fight before. She could go off in the middle of Detroit by herself and make it out without a scratch."
The others looked at the girl in confusion, but Reagan just shrugged.
"Never mind. It's a human thing, I guess."
"Oh, well, I'm sure whatever it was a compliment," Kasif smiled weakly. "Now, let's get down to that palace."
As the group travelled, they could see Ali off in the distance as she made her way to the gates. It took them some time to reach the palace, and by the time they arrived, the soldiers were even closer, and the battle was about to begin. Snowdrop touched down first, landing gingerly on her hoofs and folding her sore wings. Kia slid off her back as the others landed, holding her stomach for a moment, before helping Vixen dismount her large steed.
"How can you be so weak at a time like this?" Kia asked, as the fairy crumpled off of Dragonstar,
leaning against her for support.
Vixen is getting older every day, Vixen replied. Vixen knows her time is soon.
Don't talk like that. Kasif grabbed his wife tenderly, pulling her away from Kia. You still have life in you, darling. You'll live a long time, I just know it.
Vixen loves Kasif's optimism. It makes every day seem a little brighter.
Vixen smiled, though her grin was shadowed by a grim hint of doubt. They began toward the front door when they heard a loud bellow from the gardens, followed by several angry roars. I guess that means they're all this way, Reagan said, walking in the other direction. She turned the corner and gasped. There were hundreds of changers and companies gathered in the space around the palace. A large dragon stood in the middle of the crowd, decorated in silver armor that gleamed in the light. Everyone else was quickly changing into armor of their own.
There are so many of them,
Reagan breathed.
Keanu,
Kia whispered, as she spotted the company. He looked tired and lost as he donned his armor, as if he didn't know what was real anymore.
He looks so alone.
You should go to him. Kasif placed a hand on Kia's shoulder. He looks like he really needs you right now.
He probably hates me, Kia mumbled. I threw him out.
Vixen thinks you need to forget about that nonsense. If Keanu hated Kia, Kia wouldn't be here right now, and she knows that,
Vixen said in a breathy voice. She reached out for her husband, clutching Kasif's shirt.
Vixen also needs to lay down.
I know, my precious one. Kasif kissed her forehead gently, supporting his wife as best he could. Hello, can we get some help here? Kasif called, his voice booming across the courtyard. The large dragon looked up from the horse he had been talking to.
Who comes to the house of Ionia?
We are travellers from the lands, come to seek shelter and help to fight off the coming army, Kasif replied. My wife is ill and needs a place to sleep.
Any who come are welcome here, the dragon boomed. I am Ignis. What are your names?
This is Vixen and Kasif.
Kia stepped forward and took control, gesturing to her friends.
The girl is Reagan, and this is Snowdrop and Dragonstar. I am Queen of the Lands, Keanu.
Mom?
A soft voice said from behind them. A small fairy girl, her eyes wide, was staring at them from a short distance away.
Mom!
Lyrica ran to Vixen quickly, Mirabelle right at her side. She jumped into Vixen's arms, and the fairy held her close as she stroked her daughter's hair.
Yes, child, Vixen is here,
Vixen said as Lyrica cried into the front of her dress.
Quiet, little one. All shall be well, I promise.
I thought you were gone forever,
Lyrica sniffed.
Vixen will never ever be gone,
the fairy said forcefully. She lifted her daughter's chin with her hand to look her in the eyes.
She will always be with you, no matter what is to come.
She clutched Lyrica to her.
Never forget that, my dear one.
It seems you know our guests that arrived earlier, Ignis said cheerfully. You are welcome here as long as you like.
Thank you,
Kia nodded and looked toward her husband. He stood where he had been earlier and had finally noticed her. Keanu watched her with sad eyes, appearing as if he wanted nothing more than to lunge out and embrace her, but was too afraid.
Keanu,
Kia whispered, knowing he couldn't hear her. She was startled out of her reverie by a pair of wings wrapping around her, squeezing her in a tight hug.
Keanu,
Ionan shouted as he embraced her.
You're alive! This bears well. Keanu will be so happy to see you.
Ionan,
Kia gasped as the dragon choked the air out of her lungs.
I'm glad I found you. I have to tell you, Ali's...
There's no time. We'll talk later, Kia,
Ionan said. He let her go, off to make preparations before she could tell him what she knew.
We must prepare for battle, Ignis called. The enemy is almost upon us.
We need weapons, Keanu shouted. Kia felt like she was being punched in the gut as she heard his voice echo over the small army. There aren't enough swords and spears here for everyone. We can do nothing without weapons.
We can make weapons,
Ignis boomed.
Everyone, find large branches that can be carved into spears, Ionan ordered.
A large group of changers disappeared into the jungle and reappeared with arms full of sticks. They passed them out, and changers carved them with their claws so their companies would be armed with something for battle. It would be nothing against the swords Winter's army carried, but it was better than going defenseless. Reagan sat down with a stick and began to work at it with her knife.
And everyone says I'm so helpless, she muttered happily, talking to herself. I'm not helpless. I can make a shank.
What is she babbling about? Kasif asked Kia.
I have no idea. It must be a human thing, Kia replied, getting to work on a spear. She looked around. Where's Vixen?
She took Lyrica and Mirabelle inside to hide. They're with Dragonstar, Kasif replied.
But we need her help, Kia shouted. She can save us, like she saved the Verinian, right?
Kasif frowned. I don't know, Kia. Kia sighed.
Go grab me a few more of these big sticks, will you?
Of course, though you could ask your husband to do it, Kasif said pointedly.
Kia ignored him. Kasif ran over to the growing stick pile and found 6 that were about the size that Kia already had. Kyoto stopped him on his return back, snagging Kasif by the arm and holding him tight.
Is she okay? Kyoto asked, eyes dark. Thanks for asking how I am, Kasif sniped. Yeah, the trip was hard, but she's fine. How is Keanu? I don't know where he is, Kyoto said in a slight panic. I've looked everywhere, but I can't find him. He can't fight. He's not well. I'm sure he'll be just fine, Kasif said, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. Everything is going to work out for the best. I hope you're right. Kyoto retreated back to Ionan, who had already carved a good 20 branches to use as spears. Kasif returned to Kia. Reagan was still working on the one small stick she had found, intricately sharpening it to a deadly point. What are you planning on doing with that? Kasif asked her skeptically. It's a shank, Reagan replied. You shank people with it. Okay. Kasif scratched his head slightly. Don't bother asking her to explain, Kasif, Kia said. It doesn't make any sense. Don't you have your own weapons to make? Reagan asked critically, raising her brow. I'm making his because he's not the best at carving, Kia answered for him. Just go back to your, shank. I will. Reagan looked back to her stick. She whittled it down to a fine point, and then smiled. Ha ha! I'd like to see them mess with me now. I'm armed and dangerous. She stabbed at the air with a sinister smile. Well, someone's ready to fight, Snowdrop whinnied. I'm gonna tear them apart, Reagan replied. Look at this. It's the best one I've ever made. It's sharp and cruel. It's perfect. Wonderful, Reagan, Kia said, forcing a smile. She grabbed a spear and felt its light weight in her small hands. I haven't used one of these in ages. You were the best at fighting, out of all of us kids, Kasif said, grabbing a spear of his own. He tried to toss it back and forth between his hands, but it fell and struck into the ground near his foot. Be careful, Kasif, Kia chuckled. It's hard enough to fight, let alone do it with only one foot. I didn't do that on purpose, Kasif snapped. It just fell. Maybe I need a different spear. That must be it, Kia said sarcastically. Try this one. She handed him the smallest of the bunch. Thank you. Kasif spun the spear around and lost control once again, flinging it outward until it stuck in a tree next to Ionan's head. Mind your clumsiness, Kasif, Ionan shouted, but there was laughter in his eyes as he looked at his old friend. I will try my best, Kasif responded, but it's not my fault it almost hit you. You're a very large target. At least I can maneuver my bulk with grace, Ionan answered. Unlike you, said Trips-a-lot. That's unfair, Kasif whined. Ionan, Kia said, but he didn't pay attention to her. You two know each other, son? Ignis called out to Ionan. Yes, he happens to be married to the Great One, Ionan replied. That little fox fairy inside? She cannot be the Great One, Ignis replied. She is, Ionan answered, but I fear her age is weakening her. I doubt her powers will linger much longer. He's right. Soon she will just be Vixen, Kasif said dreamily. There was a hint of pleasure in his voice, and a strange, otherworldly look came upon his face as he said the words. Just Vixen and nothing more. No more Great One duties or magic to worry about. She'll be mine completely, and we won't have to worry about anything but our little family ever again. They're almost upon us, Ignis, Kyoto called. We must act now. Form your lines, Ignis called. Quickly now, we have no time to lose. The hundreds of accompanies and changers before him quickly lined themselves up, making sloppy formations. It was obvious the residents of Ionia's palace weren't practiced for battle. Kia, Kasif, Reagan, and Snowdrop lined up toward the back, with a mass of wild changers. Look up there, Kasif pointed.
It's Soran and Vivi."
"My niece and nephew," Kia beamed. "They look so old."
"This war has aged us all." A tall woman, one with a golden-haired companion, took Kia's hand lightly.
Anna,
Kia smiled and embraced the other woman tightly.
Kyoto said the two of you had a fight,
Anna said softly as she pulled away.
"Are things all right now?" "Not entirely," Kia muttered. "I haven't had the chance to talk to him yet in all this commotion."
"Well, don't die, and you can talk to him when this is all done," Anna said with a laugh.
"I do hope we survive this," Kia said sadly. "But there are so many of them. I don't know how we can."
"We'll win," Mackerel said confidently. "They interrupted Ignis's party, and there is nothing my father hates more than party crashers." "You've got that right," Anna giggled. "He's going to tear them to pieces."
"On my order," Ignis boomed from the front of the lines. "Hold your positions. Hold! Hold! Now!"
As the order was given, the time for talking was over. The group surged forward and out of the gardens, stampeding toward Winter's army with a ruthless vengeance. Chapter 13. Here Comes Ignis. The battle for Southwild began as the two sides met on the perimeters of the jungle. Kia went right to work, matching herself against an company slightly shorter than she was. He fought much like Kyoto did, making it easy for her to predict and counter his attacks. She jammed a spear into the empty gap between his helmet and his breastplate, where his neck showed bare, and he fell with a moan. She let out a cry of triumph, but just seconds after he died, 3 more were upon her. Kasif stayed as far back as he could, throwing the spears he had at the soldiers. His first 3 spears missed, but the 4th hit its mark. It landed in the mouth of a tigress, shooting through the back of her neck and snapping her spinal cord. The tigress died while her company wailed at her side. Kasif wasted no time and finished him off as well, using what spears remained to attack his foes. Snowdrop snagged an company by the back of his shirt and launched him into the air, braying angrily as his helmet was flung off his head. As he came back down, Snowdrop kicked out with her back legs, smashing the man's skull. A group of hyenas soon circled her, and she did what she could to fend them off, dueling them furiously with her hooves. Kyoto sat upon Ionan's back, riding gracefully over the battle. They had taken to the sky, gaining a slight advantage over the soldiers on the ground. The large dragon sent scorching flames across the field as his company launched one spear after another into the bodies of his foes. Most of the spears snapped upon the armor of Winter's soldiers, but some did not, and many fell under the great fire emitted from the dragon. Vivienna rode atop Melody, who had taken the form of a Dranan. She was so large that everyone scattered as she came by, scampering away from her large feet. Melody rampaged around the battlefield, stomping on all the enemies in her way. Her feet were so large, hundreds were smashed beneath each paw. Vivienna's red hair flared behind her in a beautiful array as she raised her hands and commanded magic to spring from them. She sent flames of black magic rushing toward the enemies who Melody missed on the ground. Each soldier who met her flames screamed in agony as their bodies burned to a crisp within their armor, becoming nothing more than charred husks that collapsed upon the ground. Vivienna winced at the carnage, but did nothing to stop herself or her changer as they continued their tirade throughout the battle. Soran and Zorna weren't far behind. Zorna changed forms constantly throughout the battle, ripping out the throat of one changer as a coyote, trampling an company underneath his hooves as a pegasus, and shooting flame at a group of soldiers as a phoenix, eyes as dark as his feathers. Soran watched his changer fight, feeling his blood begin to boil beneath his skin as the fighting continued. Unable to control himself any longer, Soran snapped and threw the crutches he'd been using aside. Running on nothing but pure fury, Soran ignored his pain and ran into the fray, screaming, "This is for you, Dad, for not being there, for not loving me, for hurting Zorna! Die!" Entrapped by blind rage, Soran shoved his spear through an company and her changer at the same time. They died together on the same stake. Completely lost in the heat of war, Soran turned on another enemy, and he and Zorna fought viciously in the wake of the battle with no regard as to who died or how. They'd always thought themselves kind, but now there was no time to be. It was either kill or be killed, and if they died, that meant Winter would massacre their friends. They couldn't allow that to happen, so without thought, the bonded pair charged willfully into the devastation of the fight. Anna and Makrel fought side by side, striking out with their spears crudely. Makrel easily pulled a pouncing panther out of the sky and threw her into her company, knocking them both out. Anna stabbed a small knife she had forward, catching an company in the arm. The foe hollered in pain, then charged in a rage at Anna. Anna used her carelessness to impale the company through the middle. The spear stuck inside the company, and despite her best efforts, Anna couldn't pull it free again. "Oh well, at least I have more," she said, smirking as the company coughed out globs of blood from her mouth. She was still alive on the stake Anna had impaled her on. "Have fun down there, darling." Makrel watched the scene in horror, swallowing lightly. "Anna, don't let her suffer. Remember that we aren't Winter, and though they fight for him, they aren't either." Anna gazed at the company bitterly, as if she was the one responsible for all this and not Winter. But as her victim gasped for breath, Anna's expression softened. "I guess you're right. That would be cruel." Anna took another spear and drove into the company's heart, killing her instantly. "And we aren't cruel." Reagan had stopped dead halfway across the battlefield, a frightened expression on her face. Her sharpened stick was held in one hand and Keanu's knife was in the other. Both hands were trembling in fear.
"Is the little girl too afraid to fight?"
her enemy taunted, a tall company with a husky voice.
"It would seem so," the python at the company's side hissed. "Poor thing is frozen in fear."
"Do you even know how to use that?"
the company teased, gesturing toward the stick and laughing loudly.
"I can do this," Reagan whispered to herself. "I can do this. It's for Keanu."
"What was that?"
the company questioned, still laughing.
"What did you say, girl?"
"I said, I can do this!"
Reagan jumped forward and buried the shank into the company's thigh, where his leg guards offered no cover. The company fell, unable to support himself. His changer launched himself forward, fangs exposed, but Reagan lunged to the side and jammed her weapon into the center of the snake, wrenching it out and leaving a fierce, thick wound.
"Don't mess with me,"
Reagan declared, running away before the two of them could follow her. The battle raged on, and despite Southwild's best putting up a valiant fight, Winter's highly trained soldiers were clearly winning. The free changers and companies of Southwild watched many friends fall under the expertise of their enemies, who had much better gear and more weapons than they did. As a bloody sunset descended on the battle, a loud shout rang across the field.
"Here comes Ignis!"
Kyoto called as loudly as he could. Southwild's group of fighters cleared the way as the huge dragon came barreling through, roaring his rage as he charged into the battle. He lashed out with his tail, knocking 9 soldiers to the ground with a loud thud. He then brought up his head, screaming wildly, and snatched up 3 companies in his mighty jaws. He shook them like dolls before throwing them across the field. They landed in 3 different spots hundreds of feet away. Ignis reared up on his hind legs, lashing out with claws and spikes. As he came down, an entire battalion of Winter's soldiers was crushed beneath him. The dragon continued rampaging through the battle, the citizens of Southwild having enough common sense to get out of the way. As Ignis advanced, Winter's soldiers backed off just enough to get themselves in order. Then, with ropes in hand, they charged at Ignis, ignoring the other fighters. Ignis reared up on his hind legs once more, letting a burst of flame shoot high into the air. A large eagle caught fire and came spiraling down with a scream, crying out with a torturous yell as it hit the ground. The eagle's company ran out of the crowd to aid the dying bird as his fellow soldiers yelled amongst each other, tying the ropes into lassos. Ignis lashed out with sharp claws, knocking 2 enemies aside and making several others retreat in fear.
"Get out of my way!"
the dragon roared. His tail whipped around and 4 more soldiers hit the ground as Ignis' tail broke their backs. One company was stuck to the spikes on Ignis' tail and screamed as he was dragged around by the changer. Ignis ignored him, focusing on the tight circle forming. One company stepped forward, lasso in hand. She swung it around and easily hooked the ring of rope over Ignis' front leg. Ignis bellowed angrily, swinging his giant head like a weapon. Another lasso wrapped around his muzzle, shutting his jaw. Several companies attached rope to arrows and sent them cascading over Ignis' body. The arrows stuck into the ground and others joined in to help pull the ropes down and keep the dragon under control. It took nearly 36 soldiers to pull Ignis off his feet. The dragon went down with a great thud, and as he did, more ropes were quickly wrapped around him. The company who had been impaled upon the dragon's tailspike was removed and left to die, as most of the soldiers cleared away to fight other foes. Ignis was down, and he wasn't getting up any time soon.
"He's the best fighter we have," Kia called to several of her allies. "See if you can get him back up."
"We'll do our best, but they have a lot of guards around him," an older company responded.
"Get others to help," Kia replied. "We're outnumbered as it is. We can't have someone like him out of the fighting."
The company scurried off with his friends to make an attempt at freeing the ruler of Southwild, but it was impossible to get close enough to free the dragon. The guards that surrounded Ignis were much stronger than any of the fighters from Southwild, and they kept them at a distance, making it impossible to get anywhere near Ignis without being killed. While Kia watched Ignis struggle, she didn't realize that Winter's soldiers were surrounding her. When she finally noticed, there were at least 5 soldiers encircling her, and she had nowhere to run.
"Not so strong now, are you, little fairy?"
And company taunted.
"Your friends are gone, and now you're all alone," a lion sneered. "You poor thing. It's a pity you'll die so brutally."
"I'm not afraid of any of you," Kia hissed through clenched teeth.
She raised her knives, enjoying the weight of them in her hands as she lifted them to glitter against the sunlight.
"What are you going to do, sweetheart?" the company asked. "You're surrounded, and there's no one left to save you."
Kia prepared herself, set on murdering him where he stood. But though she was ready to take down her foe, she knew there was little hope for her. This battle would be her last. Chapter 14. The Wyvern and the Dragon.
"Angel!"
Keanu roared as he pushed his way through the massive crowd, his eyes scanning the scene as he ran through the battlefield.
"Angel!"
When everyone in Southwild had begun making preparations for the battle, Angel had forced Keanu to go inside to hide with the others who couldn't fight, while she prepared to do battle beside her friends. But Keanu had snuck out when Angel wasn't looking and was now frantically searching for her in the chaos, hoping she wasn't dead. He'd gotten an idea to stop Winter's forces, and although he wasn't sure it would work, he had to try. The floodgates were a long ways away. He'd never be able to get there in time if he didn't have a ride, and there was only one changer who would fly at his command, who would listen to him without asking questions. Since he was so small, none of Winter's soldiers paid much attention to him. Keanu maneuvered through the fight with ease until he finally found Angel, trapped against a tree with Zona by her side. Her white feathers were stained with blood, but she didn't seem tired or scared. She only shone with confidence, holding her head up high as the soldiers closed in. At the sight of Angel about to be murdered, Keanu felt himself well with an uncontrollable rage. Without making a sound, Keanu pulled a knife from his belt and assassinated the soldiers before him. He stabbed one through the spine and slashed another's throat before they realized the small fairy was there. Gasping with the effort, Keanu stumbled over to Angel, collapsing against her side.
"Where did you come from?"
Zona demanded, looking relieved.
"No time to explain. Angel, I need your help. Fly me to the floodgates,"
Keanu said. Her gaze was questioning, confused. Keanu swallowed and said,
"Look, I know I'm not the most trustworthy person at the moment, but please listen to me. We can stop this. Just give me a ride."
Angel knelt down and did as Keanu had asked. Zona shook his head as Keanu climbed on and said,
"I can't come with you guys. I've lost Soran."
"How did you lose him? He's still hurt from Chameleon attacking him. He can't fight that well,"
Keanu yelped. The Phoenix stuttered.
"He just hobbled off. I think his temper is getting the best of him again. If I don't find him—"
"Get him back, and quickly. We can't afford to lose him,"
Keanu ordered. For once, he actually felt like a prince. Without another word, Zona whirled away, rising up above the battle to fly into the sky.
"It's just as bad up here,"
Angel shouted telepathically as they flew toward the floodgates, dodging skirmishes as birds tore into each other with their talons and Pegasi lashed out with their hooves. Dragons latched onto each other and tore out flesh, causing blood to splatter upon the masses below.
"Don't fly too low or you'll get attacked. Just avoid them."
Keanu clung to Angel as she did a corkscrew in midair to avoid a falling changer. I can't even tell which side is ours anymore, Angel said. She started to cry, big silver tears lighting up her large eyes. Easy there, Angel, Keanu said, using his own mind to comfort her. Everything's going to be okay. Your job is to get me to the floodgates. Nothing else matters. Just get me to the gates. Okay, Keanu, I trust you. I'm not much good at fighting anyway. Angel climbed the clouds, and together they flew faster and faster toward their destination. Kia stumbled away from her opponents, the front of her dress stained with gore. She was breathing heavily, and her 2 knives were dripping blood. She'd killed 3 of the companies surrounding her, but there were still more advancing. She didn't have any strength left. She was going to die. A shrill scream penetrated her ear. Kia glanced over her shoulder to see Reagan sprinting toward the 2 soldiers, her weapon held high. Reagan dove the wooden shank into the heart of one warrior before slashing the face of the other. He tumbled backward, clutching his face as his one eye poured blood. "Nice of you to drop in," Kia muttered, and the 2 of them crouched as Winter's army continued advancing. It was obvious much of Southwild had fallen. It wouldn't take Winter's soldiers long to conquer Ionia's palace, that much was sure. "I didn't want to die alone," Reagan said. "That's comforting," Kia grouched, still backing away from the fight. "No, I mean, this isn't my war," Reagan said honestly, "but I'm fighting in it for Keanu, for your family." Kia looked in astonishment at the girl. A small tan owl flew onto her head, latching itself onto her green hair. "Ouch! Melody?" Kia asked. Viviana stumbled in behind the fairy, clinging to Kia and shouting, "Thank the Creator we found you!" Out of the corner of her eye, Kia noticed Kasif struggling under a soldier who had pinned him to the ground. "Kasif's in trouble! Charge!" The girls brought out what weapons they had left and ran toward the company, screaming their heads off. The soldiers looked up and ran, not daring to stand off against the fearless women who were charging at him.
"I had him,"
Kasif grouched, shakily getting to his feet.
"How about a thank you?"
Reagan screamed. Kia glanced to the side. She instantly dropped her knives and ran over to the body of an company lying in the tall grass, one who had been abandoned in the fight. "Kyoto," she whispered, and she fell to his side. He was bleeding slightly from his middle, but didn't appear to be critically injured. She lifted her husband and cradled him in her arms.
"What? Where's Ionan?"
Kyoto looked up at her with blank eyes.
"A soldier threw a spear at us and put a hole in his wing. He was falling. I told him we were going down together, but he grabbed me with his claws and threw me away. I landed in some bushes, but Kia—"
"Where's Ionan?"
Kia repeated, her voice frantic. Kyoto's eyes were blanker than ever.
"I don't know. I didn't hear him land." "Everybody stick together," Kasif demanded. "We're safer in numbers. Kia, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I left, and I'm sorry about Keanu," Kyoto pleaded.
"It wasn't your fault. He was born that way,"
Kia said gently, stroking her husband's hair back.
"No, you don't understand. He's pushed everyone away because I left. I tried to pay attention to him, but I failed him as a father, and I failed you as a husband. I shouldn't have abandoned you, but I got caught up in the past."
He was crying, tears slowly flowing down his cheeks as he pleaded with his wife.
"It doesn't matter what happened. We're together now, and I'm not letting you go."
Kia helped him off the ground, holding his hand tightly.
"Come on, guys. We've got a fight to win,"
Kasif said, stepping in front of the group and shaking a fist.
"To win? We're all going to die,"
Reagan said in a small voice. Kasif laughed, and it was a sound that quaked their very bones.
"What are you talking about? The odds are usually against us, and we always find some way to save the day, right? Right?"
He looked to Kia and Kyoto for support, but they gave none. Stubbornly, Kasif picked up his last remaining spear and exclaimed,
"Well, whatever the case, I'm not retiring. I'm going to do whatever I can to finish this thing. Now who's with me?"
Viviana, Melody, and Reagan gave a cheer, raising their voices into a brutal battle cry. Kia took up her knives once more, and Kyoto stumbled around, heading toward the battle with his head low. It didn't matter that he didn't have any weapons. He would fight with his bare hands.
"Come on, our friends are out there, and it looks like they need help. Forward!"
Kasif broke into a run. The others did so as well, not caring if they were indeed meant to die here, and caring even less if the world had finally driven them insane. They'd fight Winter until the very last breath.
Mirabelle,
Lyrica said softly. The little girl was nestled next to her changer inside the palace, shivering as the battle raged outside.
I'm scared. It's okay, I'm scared too.
The two young ones had been sent with the other children and elders to the hospital as a safe place, but Lyrica knew it wouldn't last long. It was only a matter of time before their safe place wasn't safe anymore.
Everybody just stay calm, Sunset ordered, manning the barricaded door.
She had been one of the few chosen to lead those unable to fight, partly because she was so kind and calm, and partly because nobody wanted to try and get past her. Lyrica felt so bad her wedding day had to end like this. A loud, agonizing roar rumbled throughout the palace, shaking the floors and the walls. Hundreds of people screamed violently, and Sunset scrambled through the hospital trying to get the crowd to settle. Mirabelle leapt up and said,
Papa! That was Papa!
Lyrica knew it as well as she did. The roar had been Ionan crying for help. Without hesitation, Mirabelle left Lyrica. She smashed out a window with her tail, leaping into the air to help her father.
Mira, come back!
Lyrica screamed. She began crying.
Lyrica, where did Mirabelle go?
Sunset asked, looking around her in a panic at all the broken glass.
She flew out a window. She heard Ionan screaming and she wanted to help,
Lyrica cried.
My baby!
Sunset screamed. She rushed to lift the barricade off the double doors of the hospital, but several changers held her back. Sunset was left to cry with Lyrica as they looked out the broken window of the palace. The little dragon named Mirabelle headed into the battle, completely alone.
Out of all the trees I've climbed, this one had to be the one to crack,
Soran mumbled, looking down at his foes. He'd managed to scramble up a tree in order to get away from the soldiers surrounding him, but the branch underneath him was breaking, and it wasn't like their changers couldn't climb up to get him anyway. Soran wondered why it had to end like this, in such a humiliating way. But he figured if there was really a heaven, at least he'd have a funny story to tell in the afterlife.
Soran!
A voice called. Soran glanced to see Zona galloping toward him as a large black stag.
Jump!
The soldiers steered clear as Zona charged underneath the tree. Soran fell onto his back, clinging to Zona's neck. The enemy wasted no time in pursuit, and Zona fled quickly, pumping his legs as fast as they could go.
Zona, they're gaining!
Soran cried as he clung to his changer's neck. Zona panted as he did his best to outrun the soldiers. He didn't have the energy to fly anymore, so he didn't try to. There was a large cliffside in front of him. If he jumped, he might be able to lose the soldiers. But the gap was very large. He didn't know if he could make it to the other side, not with Soran on his back. They'd plummet to the bottom if he missed, and without his strength, he wouldn't be able to catch Soran and fly them back up. Zona set his sights on the cliff side and decided to take the leap. One way or another, he and Soran were going to die. Might as well do it their way. It was looking bad down there. It was looking really, really bad. Ali flew as fast as she could toward the floodgates, knowing there was no time to stop to help. Even so, she longed to, wishing her talons and beak could taste blood. Through the thousands fighting below, Ali saw no one she knew. But then, out of the corner of her eye, Ali saw someone she did recognize. A black blur was being heavily pursued by a group of soldiers. The changer was heading directly toward a cliff, obviously intending to jump in order to escape his pursuers. On his back, an accompany encouraged him to keep going. It was Zona and Soran. Ali looked at the gap. There was no way he'd make it that far. "Zona!" Ali cried, diving to stop him. "Zona!" He looked up briefly, his face widening in shock.
Ali?
"Don't jump!" she cried, speeding along to keep up with him. He wasn't paying attention. Zona let out a rapturous laugh as he ran.
"Ali's alive! Ali's alive!"
"Ali!" Soran shouted, glancing up. "You don't know how happy we are to see you." "Zona, don't jump! You'll never make it!" Ali shouted. Too late. He was going too fast toward the brink to stop now. Zona crouched on his back legs and leapt into the air, practically flying as he made the jump. He was nearly to the other side, soaring through the sky like he did as a bird, until an arrow landed in his shoulder. Zona collapsed once his feet hit the safe ground on the other side. Soran tumbled off his back and rolled, smacking his head against a rock. It rendered him unconscious. Ali landed, looking at Zona as his deer form melded. She gazed in shock as the deer became something entirely different, transforming into a creature with fur and dark feathers. At her appearance, the stag became a black griffin, a griffin with an ugly blue arrow sticking out of his shoulder, which had caused an unsightly wound. Zona! Ali dropped her head and looked at the arrow. It wasn't in deep. She pulled it out with her beak and spit it away, her tail lashing. Zona came around with a groan.
Ali, you're alive, he whispered. But how?
No time to explain. Ali helped him to his feet, and as she did so, he practically collapsed upon her, enveloping her in his giant wings to give her a bone-crushing hug. "When did you get so big?" Ali exclaimed, gasping for air.
"I don't know. I've never taken this form before," the black griffin said. "It must be because I saw you."
"I missed you so much, Zona," Ali said, becoming overwhelmed as she buried her head in his feathers. "You have no idea how much I—" Her words were vanquished as the enemy gathered around them, chuckling and laughing.
"You're so stupid," Anna Company teased, shaking her head. "You really think you'd escape by leaping to the other side of the cliff? Duh, we have changers that can fly."
"I'm so sick of this. Let's finish it," Zona cried.
Both griffins leapt forward and took the group by storm, massacring the lot as blood flowed upon their feathers freely.
"Ali, before we die, I have a confession to make,"
Zona shouted as he snapped the leg of a wildcat trying to rip his throat out. "Well, let's hear it," Ali screamed back, jumping on a crocodile and crushing it with her weight.
"I'm in love with you."
Zona's voice was high as he said it, kicking yet another enemy in the sides. Ali's stomach became butterflies as she batted away Anna Company who was plummeting toward her with a knife. "You love me, like as a friend or as a—"
"The second one!"
Zona thundered back without hesitation. "Oh!" Her heart sprang, her spirit soared, and she broke the neck of the Company as he tried to get up from the ground.
"Ali, I'm waiting for your answer and we don't have much time. I'm sorry if this isn't the moment, but I have to know,"
Zona shouted back. He was tentative, frightened, and she knew it had nothing to do with the battle. "What do you mean?" she asked. She grabbed a small bear and tossed him over the side of the cliff.
"Are you in love with me too?"
Zona yelled. Ali couldn't wait to reply. "Yes."
"Really? It's not just a heat of the battle thing?"
he asked, goring another changer with his talons. "I'm in love with you, Zona. I think I have been for months."
"So, are we together now?"
Zona asked, hope filling his voice. At the last second, he bashed in the head of a snarling hound. Ali grabbed an attacking vulture by the neck and shook him, throwing it against a tree and spitting his blood out of her mouth. "Sure, why not? That is, if we make it out alive."
"You've got to get to Ionan and let him know you're alive,"
Zona said, killing the last of their enemies quickly.
"I'd go with you, but I have to take care of Soran."
"I can't leave you," Ali protested.
"You have to. Go, Ali. I'll be waiting for you when it ends."
Once all the soldiers were done for, Zona picked up Soran with his beak and ran, ripping himself away from her before he changed his mind. Ali couldn't watch him leave, or else she would follow. With the shells of her enemies lying around her feet, she turned and searched the struggle, wondering how hard it was to find a giant green lizard in this mess. A gut-wrenching roar ripped the sky apart, and her knees buckled at the noise. That had to be him. Her eyes followed her ears as she glanced to where the cry had come from, and it was then she understood. Ionan had smashed several of the towers attached to the palace on his way out of the sky, coming to a painful crash on the massive, sprawling roof of the palace. "Don't mess with my family!" Ali shouted. She made headway toward the palace, flying faster and faster to the very top. Ionan was lying on his side, with a tear in his wing. Mirabelle was nearby, pushing him with her head.
"Papa! Papa, get up!"
Ali landed and came to Mirabelle's side. The young hatchling gasped at her appearance and screamed, tackling her leg in joy.
Ali, you're here! You're okay!"
"Yes, I am, Mirabelle," Ali said, leaning down and nuzzling her gently. "What are you doing out here? It's dangerous."
"I heard Papa fall. I had to find him,"
she insisted. Ali nodded and gently pushed Mirabelle out of the way. She leaned down in Ionan's ear and exclaimed, "Io, get up. You have to get moving. We're in a battle here. Come on, Io, move it." The great dragon's eyes instantly opened at the sound of her voice. He painfully clambered to his feet, eyes softening as he whispered,
"Alakenzi."
Ali was about to rush into his wings, but before she could do so, there was a rattling sound behind them, the sound of a cobra waiting to strike. Lucas was there, his poisonous tail raised. The wyvern danced on his legs and flapped his wings threateningly.
"Would you like a rematch after our last little tussle, Ionan?"
The wyvern chuckled, swishing his poisonous tail.
"Girls,"
Ionan said.
"get behind me."
"No," Ali shouted. "We can help. You can't take him by yourself."
"I am your father, and you shall do as I say. His poison can't kill me, it can only knock me out."
Ionan didn't take his eyes off Lucas. He stared at the changer with a blood-curdling fury, enraged and intent on slaughter. "But if you're unconscious, he'll break your neck," Ali cried in horror. Ionan said nothing, only lifted his lips in a growl to display his sharp, dangerous fangs. He swished the girls behind him with his tail and said,
"Don't interfere."
The earth-shattering bellow that Ionan roared at Lucas even made Ali afraid. As a retort, Lucas hissed and cackled, lunging forward with his fangs toward the dragon. Ionan dodged each time, but on Lucas's fourth strike, the wyvern landed on his back, digging his claws into the scales and gnawing at Ionan's torn wing. Ionan rolled to crush him, but Lucas sprung off and unleashed his tail. He jabbed it at Ionan while the dragon tumbled, trying to avoid it. Lucas swung at him with his wingtip, and the sharp spike came within inches of Ionan's eyes. Ionan finally managed to get on his feet. He let out a great spurt of flame, but Lucas only laughed and flew above it, avoiding every shot of fire that Ionan blew.
"You're getting slow, old friend," Lucas yelled. "Luckily, I only get better with age."
Ionan ceased his flame, gasping for breath. Lucas landed and only hesitated to laugh before he swept under Ionan, slithering upon the roof to make his most devastating strike. Lucas grabbed hold of Ionan's neck and didn't let go, preparing to twist his neck. Ionan screamed as Lucas dug his fangs in, mutilating the flesh. But little did Lucas know that this fatal move had been his worst mistake. As Lucas held on tightly, Ionan bashed him over the head with his tail again and again. The wyvern finally released his hold, dazed. Ionan wasted no time. He ignored the mangled muscle on his neck and grabbed onto Lucas with his front claws. He then began swinging the wyvern back and forth, smashing his body against the palace towers. The girls heard Lucas's bones crunch with each devastating hit, and after a time, the wyvern was nothing more than a mangled sack of broken bones. Ionan's strength had finally won out. Lucas was dead. Ionan let the disfigured corpse of the wyvern collapse to the stone with a wet, slick sound, and mumbled,
"You died well, Lucas."
Right beside him, Ionan disintegrated to the floor. Ali and Mirabelle rushed to him immediately, skidding to a stop and paying no attention to Lucas's body.
"Not exactly," Ionan panted, "how I imagined the reception to be."
"Papa,"
Mirabelle said, tears filling up her eyes. Ionan grunted, wincing as he tried to get up.
"Mirabelle, get your mother and tell her to find Keanu. He's the only one who can help me now. Hurry!"
Without another spare moment, Mirabelle whirled around and flew toward the safety of the hospital. Ali came closer to Ionan and shook her head, saying, "There must be something I can do."
"You came back,"
Ionan gasped desperately.
"You came back."
Ali touched her head to his. "Ionan, we're too outnumbered. The floodgates are the only thing that can help us now. I have to open up the waterway so we can flood the enemy out."
"You're leaving me so soon?"
Ionan said, chuckling sadly. "I don't want to, Io. I have to." She kissed the side of his cheek. "I'll come back. I promise." She turned to go, hating to leave him, but having no other choice. Before she took off, Ionan took a deep breath and hushed.
"Ali, find Keanu.
Chapter 15. The Bond Between a Changer and Her Company.
Over there,
Keanu said, pointing toward the floodgates.
We're so close now.
Angel followed the line of the dam until they came to the middle. 12 levers were stationed along the floodgates, set apart from each other at various points. Below each lever was a long outlet for water to flow out of, the ends of which were shaped like the open mouths of dragons. There wasn't any ocean water coming out of them now, but soon enough there would be. When Angel landed on top of the dam, Keanu sprung off of her back.
"All right," he said. "We're going to open up the dam."
"What?" Angel asked, leaping back at his proclamation.
"We're losing. This is the only way,"
Keanu demanded, running to the lever closest to them.
"But that's an awful idea. Our side will be drowned as well,"
Angel said, terror in her eyes. Keanu swallowed.
"Not if they get out of the way."
"They won't have time to get out of the way."
"Angel, the battle can't go on if the grounds are flooded. Now help me."
Keanu began pushing on the first lever. Angel aided him, throwing all of her weight into it. It took a lot of effort, but Keanu and Angel finally managed to clink the mechanism into place.
11 more,
Keanu cringed. He dragged himself over to the next lever and started pushing. By the time he and Angel were nearly done, the sun was beginning to set over the clouds, casting the whole world in its golden, glowing haze.
1 more,
Keanu gasped. He was shocked he hadn't had a seizure yet, but he could tell by the way he felt that he wasn't far from one. By this time, both he and Angel were dripping wet from the water splashing up from the dam and had very little strength. The last lever was much, much bigger than the rest, and was the one that held the dam in place. Once this lever was let loose, all the locks would open and the water from the ocean would come rushing out from the mouth of the gargoyles. Keanu and Angel threw themselves against the giant device and pushed, their feet scrambling for a hold on the wet stone and their bodies straining against it. After a time, they had barely moved it an inch. "We can't get this last lever open, Keanu. It's too heavy," Angel protested as they pushed.
"Ionia's palace is the only place in Nesting's Haven that Windhair doesn't have control over. We can't let Southwild fall. Push harder."
Keanu let out a cry as his muscles contracted, but he wouldn't give in, not even if he had a seizure when they finally pushed it open. Under his strain, the lock got a little bit lighter. Keanu opened his eyes to see a pair of talons like Angel's struggle with the lock. Somebody was helping them. Keanu thanked the Creator frantically. They all gave one last heave, finally managing to get the lock in the right place. The dam shook beneath their feet, and they watched as the water from the sea came whooshing out of the gargoyles. Keanu winced as Ionia's beautiful gardens were decimated by the floodwater. Soul after soul from Southwild and Windhair's army were swept away by the sea to drown or be carried off by the waves into the jungle. Keanu turned to thank his Redeemer, but as he did so, he saw Angel's face, which had been taken over by an expression of total awe and fear. Keanu spared a glance, his whole world smashed to the ground, as he recognized who was before him. But as everything was being smashed and rearranged, it was being repaired. The sunset shone a halo of light around Allie as she stood there, gazing back at him lovingly. Was he seeing things? Was this all a dream? It couldn't be. He knew this was real. Allie was alive. "Allie!" he cried, rushing toward her. "Keanu!" The name, her voice, was so fresh and even so familiar and missed. Keanu collapsed as he reached for her. She wrapped her wings around him, saying, "I found my boy! I found my boy!" Keanu bawled into her chest. She held him tightly, as if she believed he would disappear. After some time, Keanu finally managed to get control of himself. "I'm so sorry I said those stupid things to you. I didn't mean any of it. I was such a stupid bastard, and I deserved everything I got for it. I love you, Allie. Please don't ever leave again." "I'm here, Keanu. I lost my memory, but got it back, and then Reagan found me, and we all came here." Allie stumbled over the words, trying to sum up her experiences over the past few months into a small, jumbled sentence. "Reagan's here?" Keanu asked, stunned. "Her father got captured by Windhair, so she has to save him. But the others, Kasif, Vixen, your mum, they're all alive and with us," Allie proclaimed. I can't believe it! It's a miracle! Keanu cheered. The two squeezed each other even more tightly, clinging to one another as if they had won the entire world. Out of the corner of his eye, Keanu noticed Angel was retreating, slowly slinking away to leave them alone. "Keanu? Who is this?" Ali said, opening up her wings as she noticed the other griffin. Keanu guided her over to the white griffin. "Ali, this is Angel. I met her when I first came to Nesting's Haven. Angel, this is Ali, my changer. You two are sisters." Ali stuck her head forward to examine Angel. The white griffin tucked away from Ali's gaze. Ali drew back and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude." Angel only stared back at her. Ali shook her feathers and said, "Well, at any rate, I'm glad you've taken care of Keanu for me. You have taken care of him, right? Of course you have." Angel was as still as a statue. Ali whispered to Keanu, "Why won't she talk to me? Is she shy?" "She is, but let me explain. Angel lost her voice when Winter attacked your house. She hasn't spoken since," Keanu said. Ali's feathers puffed up in fury. "That feather-biting asshole! I'll crush his bones yet!" Angel backed away at her explosion. Keanu said, "No, wait. I think I have an idea, so you can hear her. Ali, listen to my mind and wait." She did so, settling down and closing her eyes. Keanu concentrated, and using his telepathy he linked his connection to Ali with his ability to hear Angel. Calmly, he asked, "Angel, is there anything you'd like to say?" The white griffin swallowed, her politeness overcoming her fear. "You're very pretty, Ali, and just as Keanu described you. You're probably as wonderful as he made you out to be." Ali squawked, pleased to hear Angel's voice. "You're pretty too. And we're sisters. Isn't that great? We're family." Angel's wings drooped. I've never had a family before." "Well, you do now. Come here." Ali swept up both Keanu and Angel into her wings, squeezing them tightly. They returned her embrace, Keanu laughing happily. Angel let herself be loved. She let herself be cared about by somebody who, for the first time in her life, shared her blood. Ali drew away, her delighted face taking on one of complete horror. "Keanu, you're so thin, and I hate to say it, but you're a total mess." "He hasn't been taking care of himself," Angel said without hesitation. "He's sort of been mean to everyone, and he was dating this one girl who was crazy. Please don't be mad at me, sister. I did my best to take care of him." "Oh, I'm not mad at you, but somebody is going to get a beating. Bad, Keanu." Ali began hitting Keanu smartly over the head with her wings, all while repeating, "Bad, bad, bad." "I missed you," Keanu shouted, putting his arms over his head. Ali stopped hitting him, but the fire was still in her eyes. "Well, don't do it again." "I won't. We're a family," Keanu said, putting his arms around both griffins. "Ali, I might as well tell you now. Angel and we've been trying to be a company and changer. She doesn't have an company, so I told her that I would be hers. We haven't managed to figure out the bond yet, but because I thought you were dead, she wanted to try." "It's okay, Keanu," Angel said meekly. "I wanted to be your changer because Ali was gone, but now that she's here, we don't have to do this anymore. I'm sure my sister doesn't want to share you. It wouldn't be fair to her, after being separated from you for such a long time." "Are you crazy?" Ali squawked. "You took care of my company when I couldn't. I would love for us to both share, Keanu." "Are you serious?" Angel whispered in disbelief. "Yes, I wouldn't mind at all," Ali said. "You're my sister. There's nobody else who I would want by my side." Angel's eyes watered. "You are very kind, Ali, just like Keanu said." She nodded. "If you agree, then yes, I want to stay with Keanu, and you. I want to be with my new family." "Of course you do," Ali burst. "Now climb on, Keanu. There are people waiting for us." Ali knelt down. Keanu turned to Angel, asking, "Do you mind?" Angel beat her wings happily. "Go, I'll fly beside." Keanu clambered onto Ali. This first flight on Ali's back, the one Keanu thought he would never take again, brought him back to life like nothing else had in the months before. He had desired this above everything, to be given a second chance and to finally have his Ali back at his side again. For the first time since he had lost her, Keanu felt safe, warm, at home.
This battle has taken too much out of me. I'll never fight again."
Snowdrop coughed. She stood at Kia's side, dripping wet but alive. The water was up to their knees in most places and had even infiltrated the palace, but nobody bothered to complain about the ruined decor at the moment. The unofficial count of the dead was far too high. It would take days for the palace folk to bury all the bodies and weeks to clear out the water. Even though the flood had meant salvation for Southwild, it had been a death sentence for most who were still on the battlefield. Sunset, Lyrica, Mirabelle and Ionan stood in their own little corner. Ionan's neck was wrapped with thick bandages. Kia walked to them, wanting to see how Ionan was doing.
"I'm fine," he said instantly before she had even asked. "I'll heal quickly. Have you seen my father, Ignis?"
Everyone looked at her. Kia held back her tears.
"Ignis was tied down. He couldn't get out."
"Oi, would somebody care to help me with these ropes?"
a familiar voice called. The entirety of Southwild lost its head as Ignis appeared from around the corner, ropes swinging off of him and water sloshing off his sides. As the crowd waded through the thick pool, cheering and braying, Ignis cleared his throat and said,
"Will someone please get these blasted things off me? It's rather embarrassing."
The laughter was loud but short-lived. The crowd peered into the sky to see 2 griffins descending slowly to the ground, one with a rider upon her back. Zorna cried,
"Ali's back!"
Many rushed to see where they landed, a congregation reaching out to congratulate them on their actions. Ionan pushed his way through the crowd and found Ali, drawing her close before starting to bawl loudly. "Since when do you ever cry?" Ali asked, her head soaked by the giant tears Ionan was shedding.
"Since now, my baby girl's back."
As Ionan clung Ali to him, Kia did the same with Keanu. They didn't speak. Keanu simply rested his head against his mother's shoulder and closed his eyes, unable to explain how happy he felt right now. His changer was alive and so was his mother. Everything in the world wasn't completely hopeless. It truly was okay again. When Kia let him go, he found Reagan standing there, staring at him. She appeared like she wanted to embrace him, but held herself back, hugging her arms to her body tightly. "Hey," Reagan said. She didn't look him in the eye. "Hey," Keanu replied. After a short, awkward silence, Reagan came closer to Keanu and said, "I'm sorry. For all of it. I didn't mean to hurt you by playing games. It was stupid and childish." "Yeah," Keanu answered her simply, and left it at that. When Keanu didn't say anything more, Reagan glanced toward the ground and asked, "Do you have any idea where Windhair took my father?" Chapter 16. Vixen's Final Transformation. Later that day, Kia sat on a window seat overlooking Southwild with a calm, sad expression. But she wasn't staring at the massacre. She gazed at a part of Southwild that was still complete and whole, a part of it that wasn't flooded with water or bodies or misery. Kyoto watched her from a short distance, wishing that they could put everything behind him. But he couldn't. Not everything was forgivable. Yet there were some things that he could put behind him, so he stepped toward his wife, willing to do just that. Kyoto cleared his throat. Kia looked at him, her eyes desperate. She had seen too much death in her lifetime. So had he. They stared at each other. Kyoto opened his mouth, and the words came flowing out just as quickly as the water from the floodgates had. "Kia, I'm sorry I was stupid. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I'm sorry I let Keanu fall apart, and I'm sorry I did absolutely nothing to stop it. I'm sorry I broke every promise to you and broke your heart too. Forgive me, Kia." Kia blinked. Then she sighed and got up from the bench, putting her hands on her hips. "There's not much more you can break, Kyoto." "I know. I've been dumb." "That's typical for you." They both smiled at each other. Kyoto dared to come closer, taking a step. Kia held her composure for a moment. Then everything that had happened in the past few months came crashing down on her, and she stepped forward, fists balled in rage. "How could you do this to me?" she screamed. "How could you leave your son and wife? How could you let me do this on my own? You gave me a vow, Kyoto, a vow you gave when you placed this ring on my finger." She shoved her wedding band in his face. Kyoto crumpled, his mouth falling into a twisted frown as she continued to rage.
How could you expect me to take care of our dying child on my own? How could you leave me in a land that's completely falling apart?
The whole world's falling apart, Kia, Kyoto said softly.
We could have saved the forest if you had stayed.
Kia, Nineveh's unstoppable. There's nothing I could have done.
Maybe not, but you could have tried. We pulled through again and again, no matter how bad things got. But you left. And Ionan, he chose to stay behind and do what's right and take care of us when you weren't there. He did what you failed to do.
You made me leave. You told me to get out, Kyoto said.
I was angry, Kia snapped. I say things I don't mean when I'm pissed, you know that. And I only wanted her out. I hated there was another woman in your life. What if some man had come into our house like that and taken me away from you? Wouldn't you be jealous?
Another woman? Kyoto's face became confused. What are you talking about?
That bitch Luciana, Kia cried. The one you kissed.
I never kissed anybody, he shouted back. At least, I don't think I did. He stepped away, putting a hand to his hair and trying to think. Kia saw that he wasn't lying, at least not trying to. She stepped forward and examined him closely. His expression was completely blank, as if someone had erased a portion of him completely.
What happened to you?
Kia whispered, her voice completely mystified. I don't know, but I don't remember this Luciana you're talking about, Kyoto said. All I recall is you throwing me out.
She was your best friend. She was the reason you left me in the first place, Kia insisted.
Kyoto looked back at Kia blankly. If she's my best friend, then why can't I remember her?
She must have done something to you.
Kia stepped forward and drew her husband close to her, though I have no idea what. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath and saying in a wobbly voice,
I thought she took you away from me.
No one can take me away from you. We were made for each other, Kia.
I'll always love you, she whispered in his ear. I'm not about to give in.
And I'll love you, always, Kyoto hushed back. Though he held on tightly, Kyoto found that the curves of her body didn't fit into the usual places on his, seeming out of place. He took a step back and looked her up and down. Is something wrong? Kia took his hands in her own.
Kyoto, I'm pregnant. We're going to have another baby.
Vixen clutched her chest in pain, shoving open one of the doors to the palace. She stumbled into a courtyard, one of the few that hadn't been overtaken by water. The Great One staggered through the gardens deliriously, gasping for breath. Dragonstar followed in her wake. The unicorn copied her gait in a seemingly drunken stupor, swaying his head. It is almost time, Dragonstar muttered. He allowed Vixen to lean on his side as they came to a halt on an empty patch of grass, far away from the flowers that bloomed near the entrance of the palace. Vixen heaved.
No, it is time. Vixen is glad you are here with her, friend. She wouldn't want to leave any other way.
We are in our 1000th year. It is time for the cycle to continue. Dragonstar and Vixen both collapsed on the ground. They prostrated their bodies like fallen angels that had been cast away from heaven above.
A candle goes out in the dark,
Vixen whispered. Her voice became the wind as she hushed the words in a dying breath. Kasif dragged his feet into the courtyard, obviously exhausted from the battle. His legs were covered in mud and tangled weeds, his hair soaked wet from the water created by the floodgates. He looked around tiredly for a place to sit, and his eyes fell upon his weakened wife. "Vixen," he gasped. His tiredness left him as he dropped to his knees beside her, looking back and forth over her body with a shocked expression.
"Fairest one, your love always blooms,"
Vixen whispered, and she lifted a hand to touch his face.
"Vixen's Kasif must live on to take care of little Lyrica."
"What's going on?" Kasif whimpered, dragging her into his arms. She sagged in his grasp, unable to raise her head. Dragonstar panted beside them, snorting great breaths out of his nostrils as his eyes rolled in the back of his head.
"The burning starfire has gone away. To another it will stay."
Vixen's face began rearranging, melting from a visage of utter pain into one of great peace. "Vixen, all this travelling has confused you," Kasif said. "I'll go get help."
"No,
she said, grabbing his hand.
Stay.
Kasif pried her hand away and gently laid her on the ground, leaping to his feet.
Hold on, I'll go get someone.
Vixen loves her family,
Vixen mourned, closing her eyes.
Vixen, I don't know what's wrong with you, but please, hold on,
Kasif begged. Her eyes began to close.
Vixen loves Kasif.
She whispered these words in a few shallow, quick breaths.
Just hold on, Vixen, just hold on.
Kasif ran toward the palace in a desperate last effort, screaming for help.
To another I send to thee, the Great One now I cannot be.
Vixen hushed. The fairy whispered something secret into Dragonstar's ear, and the great unicorn heaved a final sigh of relief. With a soul-shuddering sigh, the two became one, as changers and accompanies always do, and the Great One was no more. Kasif returned, Kia close on his heels.
She's over here. You have to help her,
he said in a rush. Kasif tripped over his feet as he ran through the courtyard.
I'll do what I can, Kasif, but our supplies are limited since the battle. So many have been wounded,
Kia panted, as she chased after the terrified fairy, looking left and right to find where Vixen was. Kasif stopped in front of a gorgeous rosebush, which was growing right where Vixen had lain only a few moments before. 2 roses grew out of the plant, one white and one red. The flowers intertwined around each other, as if one couldn't bear to lose the other, their destinies tied until the very world ended.
Where is she? I don't see her,
Kia said.
She was right here,
Kasif pointed, dancing around the plant.
She and Dragonstar were lying here, and they were sick, but this stupid bush wasn't in the way. This stupid rose bush.
Both he and Kia stared at the plant. Kasif's mouth fell open in surprise as he emitted a small gasp. Kia stepped forward, putting an arm around her friend. Strained words emerged from her lips.
I'm sorry, Vixen's gone.
Kasif fainted instantly. Kia caught him, holding the fairy off the ground as tears welled up in her eyes. Slowly, Kasif came around. As his new reality overwhelmed him, the fairy wrenched himself out of Kia's arms. He fell to his knees near the rosebush, sobbing loudly and tenderly stroking the red rose. Voices began to fill the courtyard as others made their way out to see if they could help. They gathered together, gazing at the roses, and the crying fairy kneeling by it. And one by one, they knew. Without being told, they all knew. Lyrica forced her way through the crowd, collapsing beside her father. Kasif took his daughter in his arms. They wept for Vixen, staring at the 2 roses blooming from within the dark emerald leaves. Ionan had come. He bowed his head, and the crowd parted so he could maneuver through the gardens and come to a halt near the new rosebush.
Lyrica,
he called. Ionan's eyes locked with hers as the young fairy glanced upwards. Ionan bowed his head to Vixen's daughter as he stated, "You are the Great One now." Afterward. The bridge was dingy, unkempt, and falling apart. The 2 outcasts were afraid that it would fall upon them any minute, yet it was shelter, and it was the best they had during the raging downpour. So they made do, and huddled underneath the leaking structure next to the dwindling river, feeling abandoned and worn.
"How much farther to Nestings Haven?"
Darren asked, teeth chattering.
"How should I know? Just shut up and move out of my spot!"
Chameleon shouted, her anger bursting free yet again. Pumpkin and Martin, who were small ferrets at her feet, put their ears back at her loud voice.
"We can share the space, it's plenty big enough,"
Pumpkin said, moaning as if this was an old fight that had happened many times.
"No, it's not. I refuse to rest in the rain,"
Chameleon grumbled, her hair turning jet black as she said the words.
"Well, why don't you just draw a line and split it equally?"
Martin said, his nose twitching in annoyance. Chameleon grabbed Martin by his neck, raising him up so he was directly in front of her face.
"Fine. You think being in the water isn't so bad? You can get wet."
She threw her changer head first into the small river. Martin burst to the surface frantically, sputtering and flailing his paws. Pumpkin scrambled onto the bank and helped her brother out of the river, pulling him back under the bridge and curling next to him.
"Do you have to be so mean?"
Darren asked, watching the 2 changers shiver against each other.
"Do you have to be so mean? Is whining your only gift?"
Chameleon spat at him. Darren leapt out of the way, nearly tripping and falling into the river himself.
They didn't have to follow us, you know. Pumpkin and Martin chose to come find me, so they have to deal with what they get.
You've been crazy ever since we left the palace. Calm down, Darren snapped. Chameleon picked up a rock and pitched it at his head.
Why don't you find somewhere else to be? I had everything until I started hanging out with you freaks. Your friends ruined my life. Now my godparents are gone and I'm broke. I wish all of you were dead.
That can be arranged easily. A smooth voice slithered from the other side of the bridge. Chameleon and Darren turned as two figures effortlessly floated out from the darkness, one a beautiful woman with red hair, and the other a company they had seen before. King Winter.
Get the hell away from me,
Chameleon shouted. She raised her hands defensively. Pumpkin and Martin changed into large hunting dogs, jumping before her and baring their teeth. Darren backed away, cowering against the wall of the bridge. Why would you want me to get away from you? I want to help you, my dear. Winter's voice was so beautiful, so compelling, that Chameleon paused. She couldn't help but listen to him.
You murdered hundreds of people, Chameleon burst. You tried to take over Nesting's Haven, and when you couldn't, you tried again and succeeded. You kidnapped children and you killed your changer. You're trying to destroy the lands and kill all the fairies. I don't want you anywhere near me.
Is that what you've heard? Winter's gaze became sympathetic. You really believe that one company is capable of all these terrible things?
What you've heard is exaggerated lies, child, the red-haired woman said. Stories told to you by your friends. Prove it to me then. Explain everything, Chameleon demanded, raising her hand higher.
First of all, I didn't kill my changer. She was sick and died of a fever, Winter said calmly. You shot her, Darren accused, finally breaking out of his cowardice. I know the story. Soran's told me about it 100 times.
Ah, but my son hates me, Winter said, smiling sadly. I understand why he'd make up such horrid things about me in an attempt to make himself feel better about his own rage.
And why is that?
Chameleon's eyes narrowed. He blames me for his sister running away when, really, the girl did it of her own accord, Winter shrugged. We were always moving around in order not to get killed, and I believe my children held it against me.
Yes, and then my sister Keanu stole them from us, the red-haired woman said.
Her eyes shone with tears that were completely genuine.
She's brainwashed them with all these stories of drugs and abuse, and we did no such thing.
Winter kissed the red-haired woman's cheek. It isn't your fault, Nineveh. All of this is a result of Kia's bitterness. She always was jealous of you. Nineveh nodded, and Winter stepped away, turning his attention towards Chameleon. I'm sure you know what it's like for others to be jealous of you and make up stories about you to get attention. I'm sure you know what it's like to be judged unfairly. Chameleon scoffed bitterly.
Oh, believe me, I do.
I've tried again and again to make it up to my children. They won't see reason, Winter insisted. They were so young when all of it happened, and unfortunately they've fallen into the prejudices of my extended family.
Well, of course. Look at what you did to Nesting's Haven years ago, Chameleon said harshly.
Winter sighed, bowing his head. Nineveh came up behind him and started rubbing his shoulders sympathetically. Winter dragged his eyes up from the mud and whispered, All I wanted was to build a better world for us all. Your friends are the ones who started this war. They don't believe in me. They can't see I only want to do what's right. And what's that? Darren asked, confused. Companies are the true masters of Nesting's Haven and the lands, Winter said. Changers are our servants, not our allies or our equals. Fairies and other creatures are also below us. The Creator ordained it to be this way from the beginning. Fairies, changers, humans, animals, they live to serve us. To go against the natural order of things would be to challenge the Creator himself. As the dominant race, it is our right and our duty to take care and watch over all those inferior to us. Now that I am king, I can start building things back to the way they should be. Take the first despondent, for example. It happened because the fairies weren't willing to share their land. Is it so bad to want revenge on them for killing so many of our kind? Pumpkin and Martin began snarling worse than before. The hair on their backs stood straight up. Martin took an angry step forward, crouching to make his attack. Knock it off, Chameleon said,
and she pushed Martin back.
"We've never heard his side of the story. We should listen to what he has to say."
Both changers whimpered, but neither backed from their position. More confused than before, Darren pointed at Nineveh and said, "But she's not in a company. It's obvious she's a fairy. Why would you marry her if she's below our kind?" "Nineveh is different. She isn't any normal fairy," Winter said. "She has great power that puts her above the rest." Nineveh beamed at Darren.
"I fully trust in my husband's vision. It is the right path."
She raised her hand, and black fire burned brightly within her palm.
"I hear you have a potential for magic, boy. That's good. But with me, I can teach you to do so much more."
"More?" Darren gulped.
"More than you could ever imagine," she hummed. "You see, your so-called friends despise the use of our magic. They would have you and me killed for using it. But under my husband's rule, dark magic is perfectly legal and safe. Your powers wouldn't be forbidden, but unbound, and I can help you. I can teach you spells that you never imagined in your darkest dreams. Under my teachings, you will be the most powerful warlock the world has ever seen."
"And Chameleon, you also have potential." Winter's eyes sparkled. "I can give you anything you want, as long as you agree to stand with me. You can live a comfortable life again, a happy life."
"Why should I believe you? Everything anyone has ever told me was a lie," Chameleon hissed.
"I know how terrible you've been treated by your friends. Believe me, if they weren't in the way, all this suffering and death wouldn't exist," Winter said kindly. "But because we're fighting for what's right, we have sad consequences for our actions."
"Why should I join you? How does this benefit me?" Chameleon asked.
Winter pulled a bag out of his pocket, opening up the velvet purse and showing her masses of thick golden coins inside. "I am a king now. I can give you anything you desire. All you have to do is ask, and it's yours. I know you're used to a certain lifestyle, and I can give it to you." Chameleon swallowed.
"Why do you want me, of all people?"
Winter stepped forward, his arms extended outward, as if wanting to swoop her in a loving embrace. "My empire welcomes everyone who is willing to follow and serve. Join me, fight for a little while, and you shall have peace and luxury for the rest of your days. My daughter abandoned me long ago, and my son too, but you two are the perfect replacements. I've longed to have children again." Chameleon gave a small, cautious smile.
"I never really had a father. He died when I was small, and my godparents abandoned me."
"I will give you anything, Princess. Anything at all," Winter said encouragingly, edging closer. "If you say yes, I will consider you my daughter." Chameleon nodded. She put her hand out to shake Winter's firmly, and said loudly,
"All right, we're in."
"Come, no!"
Martin and Pumpkin both shouted in unison, faces filled with panic. Chameleon whirled on them and said,
"Be quiet. I order you. Our friends did lie to us. It was stupid to trust them. Look where it got us. You'll thank me later for this. I know you will."
"I'm in too. I can't deny what I am, and if this is going to help me be a better warlock, I'll do whatever it takes," Darren said, shaking Nineveh's hand. Chameleon knelt before Winter, her dark hair falling into her face.
"All I can say is I can't wait to start. As of right now, we're under your command, Father."
The adventure will continue in Midnight Star, Creatures of the Lands Book 5. The End. This has been Vixen's Fate, Creatures of the Lands Book 4, authored by Megan Linsky and Kristen Lasson, writing as Natalie Erin. Narrated by Pete Gold. Copyright 2017 by Griffin Publishing. Audio copyright 2024 by Griffin Publishing.